knowledge partners, including CEM, Breakthrough Steel, UNIDO, IDDI, Lead IT, and of course IRENA and the Alliance for Industry Decarbonisation, or AFID. We'd like to welcome you to this side event today on technology innovation to and from emerging economies for that deep decarbonisation of industry. Today we're going to be hearing multiple impulse presentations from each partner, and we're going to be holding two parallel roundtable discussions to help us prioritise the actions on this vital topic. Our work today will be a foundation towards a white paper that will be presented at COP28 in the UAE in December. I'd like to apologise on behalf of our mission director, Elvira Rutter, who could not be with us today, but it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Sabina Mitter, who will be doing the welcoming address and introduction of mission for us. Sabina is the head of delegation for Austria with the Federal Ministry of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. Sabina has been the senior Austrian official for mission innovation since 2018. Please welcome Sabina Mitter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan, for this nice introduction. So I have the pleasure to present you now in short the goals of the NetZero industry mission. We sometimes compare this mission or this huge challenge with the moon landing because the decarbonization of industry is really a huge challenge, a mega project, and there are thousands of research questions and many possible solutions. And of course, it will not be a single event because there will be in all over the world demonstration projects and successes. But the moon landing was also successful because it was a coordinated effort, the public together with the private sector, and also the public could be enthused. So we hope this grand challenge will also succeed, should succeed, and that's why we are doing this mission together with many collaboration partners, and yeah, with a coordinated effort from the public and the private sector. But what are we doing exactly in the NetZero industry mission? So we know that the challenge here is huge. The energy-intensive industry sectors, especially the steel, cement, chemical sector, and other uses of high-temperature heat, they are responsible about a quarter of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's the most expensive sector to decarbonize. And at least 50% of the technologies needed for this decarbonization, they are not yet available at commercial scale. So they are in R&D scale stage or yeah, in pre-commercial stage. The mission would like to ensure by 2030, that's the time horizon, that there is a suite of technical solutions available and sufficiently proven to facilitate the full decarbonization of heavy industry. So really, we are heading toward net zero. And we would like to showcase this in multiple regions of the world by 2050. What are the concrete goals of the mission? So we would like to support the implementation of at least 15 new large-scale demonstration projects around the world. How do we go there? So we need to do the research and development and to really fast-track the development to higher TRLs. So the goal is to come to TRL 8 and yeah, to demonstrate new radical breakthrough low-emission technologies. And of course, it's important to reduce the capital expenditure cost of these technologies, and here the goal is to reduce them at least by 15%. How are we doing that? I already mentioned this is by joint effort, so we have all the countries are putting a lot of national, public and private budget in programs for R&D, but also especially for funding demonstration projects. But of course, we also undertake international efforts like transnational or bilateral research and development calls. And of course, the mission also does a lot in the field of networking, dissemination, knowledge sharing, and collaboration with different partners. How does the coalition look like? It's a co-lead between Austria and Australia, so 2 countries, and then we have several core members, 7 at the moment, from Canada, China, European Commission, Finland, Germany, Korea, United Kingdom, and the United States as supporting member. And we have a huge number of key mission sponsors and collaboration partners. Those in yellow are here today and will also shortly present their activities in this field. So that's the Clean Energy Ministerial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, the IDDI, also the COP28 presidency, IRENA, the Leadership Group for Energy Transition, and also the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. So here on this, I think it's my last slide, you see the technological focus of the mission. In the NetZero industry mission, we worked in the roadmap on the different pillars we want to focus in these sectors. So it's first technological area is the fuel switch, so to go from fossil-based fuels to alternative fuels and feedstock like biomass, but also green hydrogen will play an important role. Electrification of the production and the processes is also very important, for example, in the steel industry to go to direct reduction. The digitalization and flexibilization. Here, for example, to build digital twins and do the simulations. Of course, the carbon capture and storage and utilization is a very important aspect because many of the CO2 emissions in the energy-intensive industry, they cannot be avoided because they are process related. So we also need to follow this pathway, and And the 2 others are alternative materials and efficient processes, waste heat recovery, and also material efficiency and industrial symbiosis. So here all the, for example, circular economy, plays an important role. What do we want to reach today in this session? So we would like to work out a little bit how we can facilitate and accelerate the decarbonization of industry by technology transfer to emerging economies, and to highlight a little bit what is the need for action of the mission itself and its collaboration partners. That one I mentioned before, because they also have different programs and initiatives that can accelerate the decarbonization in the different regions of the world. So we would like to highlight this, and after the workshop, we would like, with the output, we would like to produce a white paper that we would like to present at COP28. So, that was in short introduction to the mission. And I think now I will hand over again to Ellen and to the next presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabina. In the next session of our workshop here today, we'll be hearing some key impulse presentations from knowledge partners of the mission. If I could first invite up, please, Amarinda Baisley. Amarinda is the Head of International Buildings and Industry Decarbonisation at the Department for Energy Security and NetZero for the UK Government. With a background in architecture and experience leading teams to deliver net zero policy across climate and energy, Amarinda has a keen focus on developing solutions to accelerate decarbonisation in key sectors. On behalf of Breakthrough Steel, please welcome Amarinda Baisley.
Hi there, my name is Amarinda Baisley, and as Alan kindly introduced, I work for the Department for Energy Security and NetZero with the UK Government, and I head up our International Industry and Buildings team. And we're working towards accelerating clean technology transitions in heavy industry and building sectors. Just jump through here. So for us, we're really thinking about how do we create the enabling conditions to support global industrial decarbonisation. And it's from this question that the Breakthrough Agenda was born, which forms a major part of our work. So at COP26, we had 45 world leaders come together to support the Breakthrough Agenda as a new collaborative approach to sector transitions, the steel sector being one of those, and we look forward to the forthcoming cement breakthrough joining this coalition as well. And the Breakthrough Agenda tries to address some of the commonalities to challenges that countries are facing in terms of policy, technology development, access to finance, scaling up supply chains, for example. So under the Steel Breakthrough, which the UK co-leads with Germany, we have 31 countries and 15 international initiatives working together to create these enabling conditions to grow the global market for near zero emission steel and speed up this clean technology transition. At COP27, we launched a set of priority actions that countries have agreed to make progress on by COP28. So this looks at things like aligning on common definitions and standards for near zero emission steel so we can trade like for like low carbon products. It also looks at collective efforts to ramp up green procurement commitments to send stronger demand signals and really harness private and public purchasing power. We're also supporting the acceleration of delivery of demonstration projects and working in collaboration with the NetZero Industries mission, and also strengthening the support offer for international financial and technical assistance for emerging economies and developing markets. So the Breakthrough Agenda has been really successful in bringing together this fantastic work of all of these different initiatives through the likes of the IDDI, First Movers Coalition, this mission, Lead It, and many more, to really try and create a clearer picture of what is happening in a complex sector like steel and create join up between this work and with a network of countries who both want to support and share expertise, but also learn from each other to accelerate the clean technology transition. So we'll also be speaking about this later on today in Ballroom 3 at the Breakthrough Agenda event at 1:15. But to wrap up, we really see the value in what the NetZero Industries mission is bringing to this sector and to this landscape, and the ambition that it has set out to coordinate technology research and investment programs to really try and de-risk investment, build confidence, and ultimately accelerate delivery of projects across the world. And the UK is delighted to be supporting this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarinda. Our second speaker this morning is Rana Gonheim. Many of you know Rana. Rana is the Chief of Energy Strategy and Industrial Decarbonisation Unit at UNIDO, where she oversees the organisation's strategy and programs in promoting a low-carbon infrastructure, providing industrialisation and supporting the decarbonisation of industry in developing and emerging economies. On behalf of UNIDO and IDDI, please welcome Rana Gonai.
Thanks, Alan, for the introduction. I'll just speak a bit of what we're doing within IDDI, but also within UNIDO broadly, as the topic of this session is very close to our hearts, with the focus on emerging economies. So within the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, what we are working on is actually creating markets for low-carbon products, steel, cement, and concrete, and doing so through creating public procurement commitments. So we're working with governments, 3 of which are already working on consultations to look into which ambition or which band of ambition are they going to commit to with regards to purchasing of low-carbon steel, cement, and concrete. These are the governments of Canada, UK, and Germany. But we are at the same time working on mobilizing more countries to commit to that pledge. And why is that important? Why do we see this as actually quite a significant opportunity? Well, what we know is in most of these countries with whom we are working, public procurement accounts for 25 to 40% of the construction material that is used for public construction projects. So as such, it's a very powerful lever to reduce the cost of the conversion of these technologies, because while we know as well that the cost of the conversions is quite high, the cost at the end for the product is quite, minimal. So it's different studies provide different estimates, but essentially we're looking at a 1 to 5% increase on the cost of the final product. And so this is why we see procurement as quite a solid and important lever for driving this change. But of course, we cannot talk about demand commitments and procurement commitments without looking into how are we measuring the embodied carbon in these, how are we defining what a low carbon product is, and it is essential now for us to accelerate international cooperation and work towards more harmonized approaches for defining products, standards, as well as ambitions for these. So these are issues with which we are working, and essentially there are different schools of thought, and there's the issue of how do you enable actually emerging and developing countries to comply with this. And that's where now I wear my UNIDO hat and not the IDDI hat, because there developing and emerging economies don't have the same infrastructure in terms of data supporting systems, for example. So, one very important ask for the technical assistance is how do we support the development of MRV frameworks in developing countries that allow us to really do proper reporting verification of the embodied carbon on all of these products. We also need to look into, most of the countries, the developed countries do have already sectoral roadmaps that define, the targets that they're going to achieve for each of these sectors. They define already the incentives and packages that are going to be put in place to actually boost the implementation of these pilots in their countries. However, this is not the case in developing and emerging countries. So we really need to start fast-tracking that and so we cannot afford to have a 10 or 20-year gap between what is being done in the north and what's going to be done in the south. And this is where, we're really putting quite a lot of effort to work with, partner governments as well as donors and philanthropies to pull in financial resources to support with technical assistance developing countries in putting that policy framework in place and suggesting, the different incentives that could be put to stimulate the pipeline of projects. But that also, again, is not alone enough because, there are 2 more challenges that we need to address here. I mean, you have a great target, 50 projects. How many of those can realistically today come from emerging economies? Very, very few. So, you know, we really see the need for actually channeling more funding for the development of this pipeline of projects in developing and emerging economies. So, you know, working a lot more to get some projects towards pre-feasibility and feasibility, and this again is not going to happen alone, and that's where we feel like working on unlocking bilateral and multilateral funding to support this process is going to be quite essential. And then the third and last point is also, you know, in developed countries, there's quite a lot of funding that goes into supporting innovation. Much less funding is available in emerging economies to support that. You know, we need to compensate for that by looking through opportunities to support technology collaboration. Technology collaboration within the sectors, like cement and steel and so on, but also technology collaboration between the equipment providers or the technology providers and also those that are going to apply those technologies. We really see these, you know, three core issues: policy, pipeline development, and technology collaboration to be very essential elements to work on in terms of enhancing the technical assistance offerings for developing and emerging economies, for us to really allow them to benefit also from this transformation that's happening around the world. So I'll stop here, and thanks again for the invite.
Thank you very much, Rana. The thought that was jumping into my mind hearing that very much is almost a buddy system. Those who can afford to, both in infrastructure availability, resources and cash, how do we actually help bring along someone who can't and who isn't in that privileged position to be able to move as quickly? But thank you. Our next speaker this morning is Dr. Soumya Joshi. Dr. Joshi is the Head of Division for Global Agendas, Climate and Systems at SEI headquarters. She spearheads research and decision-making, stakeholder engagement and innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals. As a key member of the LEAD IT Secretariat, Soumya also leads the Industry Transition Roadmaps Initiative. On behalf of LEAD IT, please welcome Dr. Soumya Joshi.
Thanks, Alan. Hi, everyone. I'm Soumya, and I'm representing LEAD IT today, the Leadership Group of Industry Transition. Let me just quickly put the points ahead, yeah? So, as many of you might know, LEAD IT was launched initially by the governments of Sweden and India at the UN Climate Action Summit in 2019. Since then, it has grown both in terms of membership of country governments, but also companies. And it was one of the first global high-level initiatives on reaching net zero emissions from heavy industry. Our priority was to accelerate evidence-based policy frameworks, the public-private collaboration and knowledge sharing. So it's almost hearing my past colleagues' presentations, and Alan just read my mind, that what was needed is really technology co-development, which is something that LEAD IT going forward is going to be stressing on, with a specific focus on emerging and developing economies. So this paradigm of developing technologies for industry decarbonization in the global north and then transferring them to the global south, we felt is not a model which works. So it's the co-development that we want to stress. What kind of transition technologies are we talking about? In order to really flesh this out, LEAD IT has been developing roadmaps to decarbonize steel and cement in specific sectors. We have held workshops in India specifically on this. The finance mobilization is more related to the how. How do we actually create partnerships, and what Rana was talking about, how do we reduce this gap of between the time it takes the global north and south to realize these low carbon industrial technologies. Facilitation of international collaboration directed to emerging economies for the diffusion of low-carbon technologies. This is our key priority. So far, LEADIT has organized several study visits between partners in India and in Sweden. Some examples that you might see in the pictures here have to do with our Hybrid facility in the north of Sweden, which is the first green steel production, and really demonstrating the demand side, where you have Volvo and other sort of creating this push and pull at the same time. So LEADIT companies are showcasing what a green transition looks like, and it does not compromise on competitiveness for the heavy industry. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I'll remember to push the button. I have one job and I keep forgetting to do it. Our next speaker I'm pleased to introduce is Kenji Kato. Kenji is Senior Program Officer for Country Engagement and Partnerships at IRENA, where he engages with multilateral frameworks, including the G7, the G20, and of course CEM, as well as coordination work in Asia, especially with Japan. Prior to joining IRENA in 2021, Kenji had over 20 years of experience working with the Ministry for Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan. On behalf of IRENA and the Alliance for Industry Decarbonisation, or AFID, please welcome Kenji Kato.
Thank you for your kind introduction, distinguished participants. Thank you for inviting IRENA to represent the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization. So again, my name is Kenji Kato. I'm a Senior Program Officer at Country Engagement and Partnership of IRENA. So let me introduce our program of the Alliance for the Industrial Decarbonization. So now the Alliance for the Industrial Decarbonization was launched in September 2022. Since the launch, the membership base of the Alliance has continued to grow, and currently it has 50 members and ecosystem knowledge partners. As you can see in this slide, the Alliance has set its focus on the 6 pillars, which is the 3 technology areas: renewables, bioenergies with CCUS, green hydrogen, and on process related to heat optimization, and to enable us human capital and finance. As overall actions, the members raise aspirations for the decarbonization, support development of decarbonization strategies, share knowledge, and engage with global and regional cooperation platform like we are doing today. Currently, the members and the partners collaborate on the 17 actions and the joint initiatives. Just to name ongoing actions such as business network development, technology solutions, developing technologies blueprint, developing digital knowledge platform called MI-8, and realizing initiatives on green project finance. This is my last slide, but the membership in the Alliance for the Industrial Decarbonization is open to public and the private firms and stakeholders operating in energy-intensive sectors that have the ambition to decarbonize their activities along their value chains, and companies that have knowledge and expertise in the development of energy transition technologies. Through collective efforts of the industrial sector in partnership with the other initiatives, we will jointly accelerate the achievement of a net zero future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Kenji. We do have quick time for some questions, if you'd like, for our panellists. But just to summarise quickly, we do look forward to working very closely with the Alliance for Industry Decarbonisation. I'll say it loudly and very often that industry can't decarbonise if we don't all collaborate to help them. It's such a huge challenge, as we've heard from our speakers this morning. Is there anyone who'd like to ask a question of our panellists before we move to the roundtable sessions? Yes. If you could just state your affiliation, please.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory. So thank you for the, is it working?
It is.
Thank you for the comments, and I appreciate the coordination on accelerating high TRL level solutions. And my question is there effort on innovation at the lower TRL levels as well that's part of the global thinking?
I might address that one directly on behalf of the mission. Absolutely. While there is an enormous priority on action in time for 2030 to actually make those next investment decisions, which does require us to look at late stage TRL, we actually have an entire pillar dedicated to research and development, looking at the future technologies and, of course, in providing that technical capabilities to be part of the solutions for the later stage technologies that are almost ready to deploy. So that pipeline is covered in the mission scope across our three pillars: emerging research and development, technology demonstrations, and of course enabling conditions to remove barriers and make it all happen faster and better and quicker. Is there another question?
Yeah, many thanks for your talks. I have a question to Ms. Gonheim. This is regarding the public procurement exercise which you're trying to do, which is quite interesting. I mean, what's the traction like? Because typically public procurement is, pretty open process, right? So how are you looking at influencing it from the decarbonization angle, first of all in these developed countries, and then how are you planning to implement it potentially in the emerging countries where it's maybe a little bit less transparent and less open?
Great. Just a minor correction. My name is Gonheim. I know it's always written Gonheim. It sounds more German, but it's not. I noticed it later.
My bad. Sorry.
No, it was written in a wrong way. But anyway, thank you for the question. And basically, at the moment, yes, government processes for procurement are quite difficult. They're quite complicated, and they're quite bureaucratic. So what we are hoping is through the creation of we have at the moment already 10 governments that are members of IDDI, so the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. That includes UK, Germany, Canada, which are committed to the pledge, and I can maybe introduce what are the tiers of the pledge. And then we also have Saudi Arabia, UAE, India, Sweden, Japan as well, absolutely, looking at my colleague to remind me of the list. So all of these countries are working and collaborating around innovation in green public procurement policy, and some are a step ahead. We have also USA, obviously, that is a member of the initiative, and there's the Buy Clean, which is one of the more advanced systems for procurement of such materials. So what we try to do is foster a learning between the different countries on that. At the same time, working on issuing guidelines and tools that would help governments in establishing that. Now, what we have is 4 levels for this green public procurement pledge. The first level is actually requirement for disclosure of embodied carbon. So this is something that we feel should and could be done across the board in developed and emerging economies, provided that we work also on setting up the data systems that should be in place. The second tier is actually alignment between the procurement targets and the net zero goals. And this is not something that is automatically there. Governments commit to net zero goals, but then we see that there is a bit of a misalignment between industrial policy and net zero goals, procurement policy and net zero goals. So there, what we are working with governments on is how to create that alignment. And again, this is something that is doable already, today in both categories. Now, the last 2 tiers of the pledge are where, we need to accelerate also the development of the projects to be able to have a supply of these materials into the market. And the third one is actually governments committing to procurement of low-carbon steel, cement, and concrete for public construction projects by 2030. For that, governments need to define, what's the threshold that they are committing to in terms of the embodied carbon in these products. And, of course, this relates to the ability of the market locally or within the region to supply this material. And so this is where we feel like, maybe it would take a bit more time actually for emerging economies to commit to that. And then the last tier of the pledge is actually procurement of near zero steel, cement, and concrete for key signature projects. I have to say that it's very much experimentation ground, even for the developed countries with whom we are working, because it requires a lot of innovation also in the procurement policies. It's not just about, going and purchasing this. We really need to work on innovating in also the procurement policies, which don't tend to be always innovative. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Rana. We have time for one last question from the audience. The microphone's just coming.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Suhas from Environmental Resources Foundation. When we talk about, North-South cooperation, or we, talk about technology co-development, have any of you, really looked at Article 6.2 and how it can sort of, facilitate technology transfer? It will not only do that, it will also, sort of make it easy for the governments to collaborate and, take away a lot of red tape that is involved in normal technology transfer. So, just wanted to have some perspectives from, any panelist who has actually worked or looked at Article 6.2 to facilitate, and support this kind of North-South cooperation, or even, any kind of green hydrogen or industrial decarbonization project. For example, India has already, identified 13 technologies. So green hydrogen, green ammonia are 2 key technologies in these, among the 13 technologies, and could play a big role in supporting industrial decarbonization. So just would like to know general views of the panelists. Thank you.
Do we have a volunteer for that question? Excellent. Thank you, Sanjay.
So in LEADED, we are looking at the Article 6 that you mentioned, but also one thought is that it's a very fine balancing act between removing the red tape to have this co-development, and at the same time looking at what are the sort of local realities in emerging and developing countries. So there are some very specific challenges that have to do with land rights, water, legislation, certification, standardization, all these things allow, in a way, to customize the technology co-development. So when I mentioned earlier that indeed we're focusing on co-development, it's to see how can this be designed with the local realities in mind.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And as an observation, I have the luxury of working for industry in my day job, and there's always a choice of making decarbonisation more important than maintaining your red tape, which is more of a local decision than actually a need from outside to actually help you solve your problems with your red tape. So that is a luxury that I can actually comment from my position. What we'll do now is we'll be moving into the roundtable, the facilitated roundtable part of our discussion this morning. And to do that, we'll actually be breaking into 2 groups. So if you start getting it, we'll probably be left and right of the room. It's roughly the same approximate size. To help our thinking in those roundtable discussions, there's 4 themes that we've actually like you to think of. Going to move to the next session. Those 4 themes are financing mechanisms, technology innovation, market incentives, and regulatory measures. And some of those obviously touch on the questions that we've raised there this morning. To help us moderate those two sessions, I'd call upon two people, please. We have Dr. Bernhard Geitleitner, if you could stand up, please, Bernhard. He's a business manager and senior research engineer at the Austrian Institute of Technology. And Warren Flenchy, if you can stand up on the left-hand side there, who's the leader of the industrial decarbonisation towards net zero mission for the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation in Australia, or CSIRO. And they'll be leading each discussion and giving you prominence through that this morning. For approximately the next 25 minutes or so, they'll each be moderating to actually go through those discussions with your group. So if you all want to come closer, if you could, they'll work off the tables on each side of the room to get your inputs and capture them. And we'll have a brief feedback session with the top priorities that we've captured from each of those sessions before we actually move to our closing remarks at the end of today's workshop. Thank you very much. Please. Oh, and thank you very much for our panellists. We can now ask you to join back into the groups. With two groups running in parallel, the closer you get to each of those facilitators, the less shouting they'll have to do and the less interruption there'll be between the two groups. Please don't be shy.
My name is Rebecca Flynn. I'm with SAG Energy, which is a global distributor of LNG. So we represent the off-grid industries in all of this, which is nearly always forgotten. So that's my point number one. Please don't forget off-grid, which is extremely important. It's definitely important in the global south. There's a higher percentage of off-grid industries than perhaps in the countries that are leading some of the large-scale investments in decarbonisation, or what I prefer to say, defossilization activities. But I think the point is, even if countries have analysed it, they will have all done it differently. So we don't have a uniformity of methodology and transparency of what we're really doing when objectives of G20 are one world, one future, one family. So that transparency of how we do it is really important. So that we're all measuring the same things and working towards the same goals.
I'll go next. I'd like to second Rebecca's point on the transparency and the carbon accounting issue. I think that's something that we've been talking about a lot today, I know, especially in the next session on biogas. I work for an organization called the RNG Coalition. We represent different types of renewable gas producers in the United States and Canada primarily. So that's biogas, biomethane, and renewable hydrogen and other products, fuels that we create from those. I think one of the issues that we see is just the basic So I think it also goes on measures, it's building up the understanding of what actually needs to be delivered.
And as part of that, we also need to improve coordination of these offerings that are available at the moment. So from government, we're working closely with UNIDO, to try and get Germany as part of the climate club as well to try and coordinate support emerging economies with their roadmaps and their proposals to be able to access so the SIP into decarbonization program.
Sorry, just one moment. I think that's all. I just wanted to bring a wider sector perspective to the steel. The steel industry, the companies themselves are actually doing quite a bit of investment in innovation. JSW, and then you've got more of like breakthrough energy. How do you
Excellent, thank you. If I could ask Warren and Bernard to come up, please, and compose themselves while you'll turn your chairs around comfortably back to the front. They'll just give a very quick summary of a couple of the major ideas. Obviously, not a full summary, given we have quite an amount of work to do between now and COP28 to prepare this white paper. If I can steal Warren away, please. Yep. And Bernard? Bernard, if you could come on up. Now, I'm sure I don't need to introduce them after you've just been talking with both of them, but Bernard to my right and Warren to my left. If I'd ask each of you, please, just to give one or two, at least two, of what you heard with the major themes coming out of the groups there today, please.
And then you can wind up and thank everyone. Thanks very much, Alan, and thank you everyone for all of your time today. I think both tables were really engaged. We have a really engaged and energetic audience with a lot of good ideas and perspectives. I don't think that we got anywhere near capturing everyone's thoughts. So I'd like to reiterate the opportunity for everyone to feed into that white paper process. If this has created any ideas for you and perspectives you'd like to share for that white paper process, please reach out to Alan, Bernhard and the rest of the NetZero Industries team. On our table, as we work through some of this list, a number of really important points came out, and I'm not going to be able to do them all justice here, but cost of capital, it is a critical issue when we talk about dissemination of technology and information from advanced economies through to emerging economies. How do we leverage public funds together with the industry investment that's going into technology development and emissions reduction is really important. So we want to grow that pot of public money, but we also want to be able to coordinate and leverage that with the industry investment that's coming. A point about infrastructure bonds and other financing mechanisms that can help to drive that increased investment. Some alternative resources and new emerging technologies, so those niche industries that can be created by the disruption to current emissions intensive processes. As those big hard to abate sectors decarbonise, this creates niches and opportunities for new businesses, new business models and new resources to enter. Energy efficiency, and I take the point that it's not necessarily easy, but there are enormous emission savings available through increasing efficiency of processes. There are a number of other really critical points that were made. I'm going to write up my notes. Hopefully you'll see them reflected in the white paper process, but please also reach out to the team and feed that in as it comes along. So thank you all again for your time. Bernhard?
Yeah, just a quick review from my discussion table. First of all, I would like to thank you all the participants in this group. We had a fruitful discussions along all the four dimensions that we mentioned. And I've produced about 6 to 7 slides, but I'm not going to take this much time. So we'll just focus on the main key findings. So basically what we identified as a topmost priority is that there is a need for developing standards and mechanisms for quantifications of greenhouse gas mechanisms in all the countries. And we acknowledge that there's already been some good work doing by initiatives like the UNIDO or IEA, even together with the breakthrough technologies. But we still have this feeling that that could be some more work done, there could be some more acceleration, and particularly transparency towards carbon accounting. And once we've got these figures, we could then focus on creating a market and a demand so that we have a push and pull in environment in this setting. What is also necessary is that we create specific and targeted roadmaps, not only on the distinct technologies that are needed to reduce emissions from industries, but also on a more systemic level. And since we had a lot of participants from our Indian hosts at our table, it was also highlighted that we should not wait with technology transfer from and to emerging economies until a technology is developed at full scale. And we also identified that this is also part of of our NetZero Industries mission, that we take the last few steps along the TRL scale to develop these technologies, but it makes a lot of sense to also build first of its kind demonstration plants in emerging economies, where actually there's a huge, as a scientist, I say, playground to try out these technologies. And with this, I would like to thank you again for your participation and hand over back to Ellen.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Bernard. So just to wrap up and in closing comments, listening to the conversations going at the table and the themes that we've heard from the speakers today, the moon landing analogy that Sabina gave us, it isn't complicated enough. This problem is so big and so hard with so many moving but yet interconnected pieces. Even something in terms of scientific tools like the theory of constraints aren't enough. There isn't one answer. So it is really a matter of making sure when we're prioritising all of the efforts to help each one of those stages rather than trying to solve it all in one go. As I said, today's discussions are actually part of a larger discussion heading towards that white paper we want to present at COP28. The findings from each of those tables, as Warren brightly pointed out, we actually have an email address that's on our website, which hopefully comes up. It doesn't come up at the end. It's way back at the start somewhere. But NetZero Industries, obviously, if you run through the Mission Innovation website, we have contact information there where you can get in contact with our secretariat to be part of it. But what I would really like to do in our closing there is to thank all of our presenters, to thank all of you for your contributions, both here today and hopefully ongoing in the future, but also to our hosts and organisers here in India for presenting this conference for both CEM and Mission Innovation here in Goa. So I wish you all a very successful and productive collaboration over the next 4 days and, of course, for the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you very much.
Nordic Green Sailing. My name is Klaus Skytte, and on behalf of Nordic Energy Research, I'm very delighted for this opportunity to join forces with so many excellent experts at this event. So Nordic Energy Research is the platform for cooperative energy research and policy development under the auspice of the Nordic Council of Ministers. This is the main forum for official Nordic cooperation, which involves Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Åland. As individual countries, the Nordics are small, but as a region, the Nordic region is the 11th largest economy in the world, with enough critical mass to lead the transition. The Nordic countries have a vision of becoming the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. The Nordic region is fortunate to have a high ratio of renewable energy resources in our electricity and heat supply. At the same time, therefore, it's also obvious to look for Nordic solutions within hydrogen. Further development of hydrogen valleys is a key enabler for decarbonizing sectors like industries as well as maritime transportation. The Nordic region is jointly in an excellent position to deploy hydrogen valleys due to ambition, energy and climate policy goals, as well as extensive research program. So looking at all the Nordic countries, we have or are in the process of finalizing national hydrogen strategies and roadmaps. These roadmaps will complement the European hydrogen strategy and the new Green Deal, as well as the tremendous global interest in hydrogen and its application and how it can contribute to the green transition. The Nordic region already holds a pole position in the green transition that the Nordic countries can apply to further upscale innovative solutions and hydrogen valleys in the coming years. The unique position held by the Nordic countries is illustrated by numerous activities taking place and the vast industry interest in these emerging value chains. Currently, the Nordics are ramping up production and distribution of renewable energy and ammonia, including various types of electrofuels. In addition, the Nordics are in the works of established distribution infrastructures. So the Nordic governments are working closely with the private actors to boost the introduction of low-carbon solutions and have also supported many innovative pilot and demonstration projects in recent years. Cooperation within energy research and common knowledge sharing creation play a crucial role in the green transition. My institution, Nordic Energy Research, finance cooperative energy research projects that add value to national research activities. One of the present examples is our maritime transport and energy research program, where we support different Nordic research consortia, all looking at ammonia as green maritime transport fuels. Another example of our research program is one on Nordic hydrogen valleys as energy hubs. The scope of this call is to address barriers and opportunities for hydrogen valleys to become energy hubs in collaboration with industries and land-based and maritime transport. Through the years, the Nordics have fostered Nordic solutions that are implemented globally. The present hydrogen challenge is no different. We are growing hydrogen valleys. The Nordic region is well positioned for this, but it is a rally to the valley where we need to act fast to hit the unique window of opportunity for the Nordics to maintain our leading role in the energy and climate transition towards a low-carbon society. So closer cooperation and knowledge sharing between the Nordic and other countries could speed up the rapid innovation and deployment, as well as showcase how to unlock the benefits of clean hydrogen as energy carrier for global energy transformation. Therefore, I'm very delighted for today's session with the possibility to discuss the challenges and opportunities with representatives from the Nordic countries, the two mission innovation missions on respectively clean hydrogen and on zero emission shipping, as well as distinctive industry stakeholders. So I sincerely hope that this panel will enlighten you on the rapidly evolving landscape of hydrogen and green shipping in a Nordic context and use those insights as foundation for further research cooperation and policy information. So I think the input for this panel debate is therefore strongly welcome. Today we have 2 moderated panels, one on hydrogen valleys and one on green shipping. The moderator of the first panel is Helena Sarin, who is head of the Zero Carbon Future mission at Business Finland. But before I give the word to Helena, I would like to thank all of you for letting Nordic Energy Research being part of organizing this panel debate. Thank you very much, and welcome to Helena, who will introduce the first panel.
Okay, thank you, Klaus, for your kind words. Should we, by the way, have the other slide there? No, it's not.
It was wrong.
Yes. Okay, now we start again. Okay, warmly welcome also on my behalf to our first part of our Nordic session called Hydrogen, the Nordic Rally to the Valley. And I have a great pleasure to be here, your moderator here today. And I would sincerely say that energy sector is probably the most interesting sector to work at the moment in the whole world. And even though the politicians have started to talk energy in all around the globe. And I could also say that the energy sector plays a crucial role in decarbonizing all our societies. And also within this context, the hydrogen definitely plays a crucial role. It is not a silver bullet, even sometimes we have heard in some discussions it's going to be, but we are talking about the decades of development. And here the focus should not only be in the production of hydrogen, but other different usages of hydrogen, and what kind of opportunities it opens up for the industrial transitions, for instance, in new e-fuels, e-materials, and e-chemicals and such. So the kind of industrial revolution based on getting back to the basic chemistry, so to say. Yes, and Klaus, as you probably picked out from Klaus' introduction, I come from Finland, representing Business Finland and also board member of the Nordic Energy Research. And in Finland, I would like to say 3 figures for you to remember: 4%, 10%, and 89%. And definitely, in 2035, we are committed to be carbon neutral as a country. And in order to do that, 4% of our gross-domestic production product is going to be dedicated to R&D and I. Then we are also committed to produce 10% of European Union's hydrogen by 2030. And then the 89% is that last year our own electricity production, 89% was fossil-free. And these are the backbones for us to go forward. But obviously it means the smart integration of different sectors and innovative solutions. And definitely we are focusing on enhancing the industrial transition to create a new backbone for our country. And today the session is really about what the Nordics can do together, not only in the Nordic region, but also to create an interesting platform and interesting partnership for the rest of the world in order to enhance the decarbonization journey and to tackle the climate change, which we are all facing the challenges. So now we go forward to our excellent panel, and I have here 4 gentlemen with me, and very briefly introducing you. So first, here we have Matthijs Söder, Mission Innovation Clean Hydrogen Mission Director. Then we have Rasmus Wendt, Chief Growth Officer, Nuna Green from Greenland. And then we have Manoj Gupta, Vice President, you have the longest title of our panelists today, Vice President of Solar, Wind, Hydrogen, Waste to Energy, as well as Director of Corporate Affairs, Fortum India. Warmly welcome. And then Klaus Skytte, but you presented yourself, so thank you for that one. And we run our panel so that each of our gentlemen on my left-hand side are going to have a 2-minute pitching about your key takeaways about the hydrogen economy. How do you see the future and probably your role within that one? And after that one, we go into the questions part. I have some questions here, but hopefully we have a very interactive dialogue here, not only on the podium, but please feel free to ask also some questions from the audience. So I use the opportunity to give you that opportunity then later on. But okay, if you start from Mathias, your 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Yeah.
It should be working.
It should be working, yes. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me for the panel. First, when you look, 2 minutes is not a lot. I can speak longer. First, the Nordic rally to the valley. I think why are we working on this? It's not because we are in a rally with each other. We have a rally to combat the climate change. I think that's the rally which we have, and not in between each other, and sorry, not for the Nordic, not for the South, not for Africa or South America. We have to do it together to have the global challenge which we have. That's the first point which I like to make. Hydrogen, a silver bullet, gold bullet, whatever, but it's part of a system. The energy transition, and I'm very happy to have as well Fortum here and to hear that it's wind and solar. I think it goes together. Hydrogen is part of the storage. But you have to make it in a system, and that's why we're advocating as well hydrogen valleys. Hydrogen valleys is to bring the production of green hydrogen and the demand together. And of course, we need storage and distribution. We need to have this approach, to think it from the really start to the end use. A third one, of course, it's challenging, cost price. But that means as well that we have to look to each part in the system where we can reduce the costs, and we can discuss it later on. But more at all is, I think, we have to exchange the experience which we have, the knowledge, to speed up our rally, to be fast, because that was in the introduction, we have to do it very fast. And as Clean Hydrogen Mission, in Mission Innovation, we have set targets, $2 per kilogram from the production to the end use, to showcase it in hydrogen valleys, and we would like to see 100 hydrogen valleys globally. And we can get there, but we have already 100 projects, no, we have less. But there are many on the way, but we have to realize it by 2030. We can talk a lot. We are all very experienced in talking here. But we have to make it work. And that's really something where we have to do something on.
Thank you, Mathias. I really, really share your thoughts about this concretism, that not to talk, but really do something in concrete and make things happen. And therefore, definitely we need a global attention and a global cooperation within that thematics. But now I give floor to Rasmus, and your 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Selena. I'm going to give the perspective from Greenland, but I think many countries can relate to some of the issues and the agenda we have in Greenland. So we have in Greenland 2 takes on hydrogen, and the first take can best be explained by giving some numbers, as you did before for Finland, and I will only give 2 numbers. One will be 72, and the other one will be 17. So 72 will be the percentage of the electricity generated by renewable sources in Greenland. So we actually, when it comes to green energy or green electricity, we are among the world leading countries. But the 17 is the amount where renewable energy covers the total energy consumption in Greenland. So the rest is from oil. Hydrogen comes in, and right now it is a silver bullet in Greenland, and we need to transfer our economy and our infrastructure in that direction. Fortunately, we can produce a lot of hydrogen, or we can produce all the hydrogen ourselves, and that will lead me to the second take we have on hydrogen in Greenland, being that this is also a lever for economic development in Greenland. We can easily produce all the hydrogen that or the energy that we consume ourselves from the hydrogen we have, and if we add solar and wind power on top of that, we can actually become, relative to the size of our economy, a large energy exporter. So that's the second take, that this is also a lever for economic development in a country like Greenland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rasmus. And I have often said that also this renewable energy is very democratic, because all the countries have some capabilities and availabilities of renewable energy. So this definitely development will take place. And I really it was very nice that you highlighted the opportunities for Greenland from that aspect. And it was directly, I'd say, introduction to Manoj then, really, because you were solar, wind, and everything there under your portfolio. So what are your key takeaways about in 2 minutes approximately? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you can hear me. Yeah. So basically there are lots of buzz globally for green hydrogen production. So when we say India, it is 5 million metric ton by 2030 and then further on by 2050. Globally also, I think if we talk about a figure, what figure it's going to be by 2030, I think if I sum up everything, it should be at least 30 to 40 million metric ton of green hydrogen production by 2030, or maybe double of it by 2050 or so. So there is a huge potential globally. There is lots of buzz, but as he rightly mentioned, it is not a rally, it is a collaboration actually. So we have to work together. It's not only working together between the European country, but working together with the US, also working together with Middle East, also working together with South Asian countries also. So there is a big journey which need to be achieved, and there are lots of potential in Nordic countries if we talk about. There is lots of wind, there is offshore wind, onshore wind, and if we mix together wind, onshore, offshore wind, and third, maybe let's say hydro as well, because there is lots of hydro in Nordic market. So if all together, if we club together, I think the generation will be, which is the requirement of green hydrogen. 70% of the electricity is coming from these green electricity sources. So this 70% of the electricity which is coming, I think 80% of the time or 85% of the time green generation has to be available. So for that purpose, I think clubbing all the energy together, clubbing the strength of each country together, and having a global policy, not only the local policy, local Nordic or local European policy, the global policy with respect to transmission of electricity, global policy with respect to the transportation of green hydrogen or green ammonia, etc., will play a very, very important role.
Thank you, Manoj. And I really like your viewpoint of this holisticity. So we're not going to the partial optimization, but we have to look the whole portfolio, a palette. And now we go forward to some questions, and at the same time I ask you all to think amongst yourselves that whether there are some questions you would like to ask the panelists there. So the first question goes to Rasmus, and could you elaborate a little bit more about that one, that what makes Greenland, also the rest of the North, if we are not talking about that one, relevant for hydrogen and e-fuels investments? And one reasoning here behind is that the recently published report by the Nordic Veritas, and it stated that the investments to hydrogen economy have not been to that extent that was expected. So from investment point of view, how do you see?
Yeah, perhaps I should start by adding a comment on the last part you said there, that there has not been enough investment. I think access to finance is crucial. And I think this is actually one of the key takeaways I want to bring to the floor today, is that small economies like Greenland desperately need access to finance. Right now, we are investing in new hydropower plants for domestic use in Greenland. That will consume almost 20% of our GNP in our country. And having access to that kind of finance requires assistance from the rest of the world, basically. So I think that goes for small economies, and of course it very much goes for less developed countries as well. So I think that's a key thing when we talk about a hydrogen economy. Then coming back to what makes Greenland interesting as an investment target, Basically, when we talk about green hydrogen, we talk about renewables. That is the power of nature. And what the North or the Arctic region have is a lot of nature power in a very remote area. So, for instance, when we talk about Greenland, and that will also go for Iceland, that will go for Norway as well, there's huge amounts of hydropower in Greenland, in Norway, that has been already very developed, partly so in Iceland. But when it comes to Greenland, we have enormous amount of untapped energy in our hydrogen sector. The same thing goes for wind energy and solar. So we basically have a lot of unused energy, renewable energy in the Arctic region, just waiting to be harvested. Of course, we need to have investments, but the calculations we've done so far is, well, we can most likely produce some of the cheapest electricity in the world in Greenland when it comes to hydropower. And that is, of course, extremely important if we want to build up a hydrogen economy. The price of electricity is sort of it's a make and break if you want to make the investments. So that is what makes Greenland interesting as a target for investments.
Thank you, Rasmus, very much. We get back to this investment part later on, but if we continue from this investments and what would be, Manoj, your takeaways from Rasmus's point of view, and now if you think about from the business, so what are the companies looking for when they are investing in some? What makes it lucrative, certain areas, countries, regions? So maybe from that aspect, your comments to that one.
Sure. Basically, as I mentioned, 70% of the cost in green hydrogen is electricity cost. So wherever you can generate cheap electricity, whether it is coming from hydro or wind or solar, so that will play the most crucial role here. I mean, world is already working on the best technologies. Every second year we see the new technologies coming up which can reduce the cost of electricity, cost of solar electricity, cost of wind, and cost of other component also. So let's say if we talk about India, the cost of solar electricity generation is somewhere around 3 euro cent per kilowatt hour. Same way for wind, it is 4 euro cent per kilowatt hour. If we add up these electricity along with pump hydro, etc., at least 80%, 90% of the time you can supply green electricity. So if we have a clear corridor or clear transmission system to supply this cheap electricity to other part of the world, I think that will add value in the lowest cost of generation of green hydrogen. Today, the green hydrogen cost may be around $6 to $7 per kilogram. But the target is to bring it down to $1 to $2 by 2030 or 2035. I think that way, I think we have to think globally, real globally, not locally, then only the cost of these things can come down. One important point here is in Nordic market or European market, we say the cost of putting up the wind power plant or solar power plant maybe 5 to 6 years. So if we are planning today, the real hydrogen generation we can see by 2027, 2028. But there are many countries where these plants, solar plant, electricity plant can be put up in 2 to 3 years time also. So that way we can fill this gap. One side we are coming up in the real generation in 6 years, another side we are coming up in generation in 3 years. So if we can transport those green hydrogen from one part of the world to another part of the world, so requirement of 2024 or 2025 can also be fulfilled.
Thank you, Manoj. They were very clear perspectives from a business point of view. And now I ask reflections from Klaus.
So I would just add to what I've heard. So now we heard from a community perspective, from an industry perspective, but we also have to remember this is a new way of technologies, new way of building different solutions with an entire value chain, entire hydrogen valley. So it also need new knowledge, and that's where my perspective is coming from, that we need common knowledge building, we need common research together, so we actually create the critical mass needed in order to have the deployment of hydrogen valleys. And we have seen in the Nordic countries from various years that it really helps to go together and cooperate on research, because as I mentioned in the introduction, we are rather small countries, but together we are large. We have seen it with other innovative technology like wind energy and so far, that if you dare to be the first mover, if you dare to cooperate, you can actually do that. And we can do the same with hydrogen valleys. With wind energy, we had 20 years, 30 years. With hydrogen, we have 5-10 years to reach the climate goals. As Matthias mentioned in his introduction, it is a rather rally to the valley to reach the climate goal, which is actually in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or even 15 years from now. So we really have to speed up. So the knowledge creation and research creation is so important, both within the Nordic, but also between the Nordic and the EU Commission, or internationally with all of you in this room. So I think this is the important thing, that we go together and make sure that we actually find the best solution, because this is needed. We don't have the time to trial and error, to use a lot of different paths. So we have to find the best solution and do it together.
Thank you, Klaus. And now to Matthias, about this investment point of view to make things happen. What are your reflections to that one?
First, I would like to react to...
take the mic, please.
To react on Manoj and also Klaus. I think it's a combination. You're saying we are able to transport it all over the world and bring it from place A to B, and you are saying even though we have a lot of renewable potential in what's Greenland, yeah, nobody will use it there. I think we are underestimating these transport issues from A to B. And that's also why we would like to invest also more in research as well, in the storage and the distribution of hydrogen, because I think that will be very challenging. And but also how to use it. And I think as well we need potential users. Where are the off-takers of that? And there again you have the full chain. And that means large investments in research and innovation are needed. I'm happy with the 4% which you were mentioning. I would like to see it in many countries happening. It will have as well another benefit. When we invest in research and innovation now, we are getting as well skilled people, knowledgeable people in the field. And there is a shortage on that as well. Companies are desperately looking for people who are able to understand the full ecosystem. And that's also where research and innovation and education, and we should add education as well to this. On the large investments, yes, they are needed. And the big numbers are there. But we have to do it as well over time. We always say we need billions to change the system. Yes, but we have as well 5, 10 or 15 years and we spend it. But how much did we spend already in the past on the fossil fuels? It was also huge amounts to make the networks, the gas networks, or to transport it. I think we can build on this experience which we have been doing in the past as well. You're not from scratch. We're knowledgeable people, but we need a change.
Thank you, Matthias. And you started to discuss about the bottlenecks, which is exactly the same next topic we were going to go forward, and I give room immediately to Rasmus, but I will commenting here before that it's highly important to find jointly the ways how to create business out of the innovation and speed that path, that whole value chain. Because then the challenge is really, like Rasmus mentioned earlier on, about the financing, not to go to the kind of proven technologies always, because somebody has to take the risk in both technology and economical point of view with the new innovations, because otherwise the whole equation doesn't work. But now I give the room to Rasmus, and you wanted to comment on Matthias' comments, please.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, I just want to second what Matthias was saying. I was preparing for this event here, and I was looking into what's the obstacles for us to move forward, and I had exactly the same two things: storage and transport being something where we definitely need more research, and then application among the end users. How can we actually use the hydrogen? And as I said before, we have 83% that we need of energy consumption in Greenland. We need to replace with hydrogen. And a lot of that is, for instance, among ships. I know we will have a session in a few minutes from now among that, but that's extremely important, but it's also among trucks and so forth. So this is definitely something where we need more research in this field here. We know how to produce hydrogen. Of course, we can bring down the cost and so forth, but where we definitely lack research and development will be when it comes to storage and how to use it, or basically how to burn it.
Yes. Thank you, Rasmus. And at this stage, are there any questions from the audience? So please raise your hand up, please. Oh, Nordic activity.
Thank you. So I have a question for Matthijs. How do you see that clean hydrogen mission can support in building of hydrogen valleys and hydrogen economy, not just in Nordic countries, but generally?
How in general the mission will help? I think it's first awareness. We started, I think, with the hydrogen valleys in Europe. And we are now 2 years on the way with the mission. And we set a target of 100 valleys globally. And we see now that indeed other countries are picking up. I see in Australia they're talking about the hubs. In the United States they have as well clean hydrogen hubs. They are investing in it. In India there was last year as well a call for green hydrogen valleys, innovation centers, but there was indeed a call for that. And countries are picking up. We have to learn from that. And I think that's what we can achieve with mission innovation, to learn. But we have to bring these valleys as well together. How did you do this? How are you developing? How are you bringing the different elements? And each country has, of course, its own characteristics, its own renewable energy sources, the different end users. But there are things in common. And there we can help, I think, with mission innovation. But also looking to different aspects, regulatory issues related to hydrogen valleys. What can we learn from that? How did you do? Last week we organized a webinar specific for Latin America, and there was a huge interest in that. More than 250 people participating in the event, fully in Spanish, in the local languages over there, but indeed to exchange. And one of the Chileans was saying, when we started the rally, we had to rewrite a lot of regulatory issues. And that has to happen in each country. How did you do that? And it's also part of the innovation, in fact, from the administrative point of view. It's not only technology-wise, but there's even innovation needed in the government to work with that. How to speed up the permitting and all these things. And I think we have to motivate each other. Let's do it together on this respect. I can talk a lot, but
yes.
maybe.
Yes, okay, I was just, thank you for the question. And now we go forward to Manoj. So from a business point of view, how do you see these challenges? I assume that you have met up some regulatory obstacles or challenges in different parts of the world. What about demand creation? What about challenges in investments? So from business point of view, what are your key takeaways?
Key takeaway from business point of view, I think he rightly mentioned the regulatory is the biggest hurdle at this moment of the time, because you have to work on a standard which is globally applicable. Because I think working on a standards specification is the biggest challenge right now. And demand creation, local demand creation and global demand creation. So in case of local demand creation, definitely because the green hydrogen cost is very, very high today, which is 4 times of the grey hydrogen cost. So who will pay for this? So I think somehow the government has to give this support. But how much government can support? Government can support up to a certain level only, but ultimately the commercially viable technology, commercially viable market has to be there. So somehow people have to come forward, some percentage of their hydrogen generation, some percentage of their, they have to take a pledge that at least this much % of the additional cost, additional burden they will bear. So that is one important factor. Second is, you generate electricity at one source and consume at another source. If you consume everything at the local level, I think things are easy. But solar is not at the local area. Solar, you have to go into the desert area. Wind, you have to go to the windy side. The consumption may be, let's assume, 1,000 miles away. So that is another challenge. You have to transmit the electricity from one area to another area. So there has to be local transmission charges applicable. So if you add up all those, then again the cost becomes very, very high. So I think lots of support, at least for next 8 to 10 years, is required for this green hydrogen to become really commercially viable in the whole sector, and then it can run on their own. So I think that is what we have seen in wind, solar sector, other sector as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And don't leave the microphone, I continue with you. So you're based here in India, and you have worked a long time with a Nordic company, so you know both sides. So what would be your, not advice, but your thoughts about how to intensify the cooperation? Because obviously we need to have all the countries and all the regions on board. So it's not either Nordics or not the emerging markets, but we need both. So how, from your perspective, we could intensify the learning from one another and make things happen?
Yeah. So again, I will give example of India because I'm based out at here. So India has recently came out with green hydrogen mission, where there is an opportunity for everybody, whole world to work in. So where they are promoting for electrolyzer manufacturing and the green hydrogen production at, under Make in India program. So because Nordic countries or the global countries, they have the technology available with them. And the technology, with the technology, they can have a joint venture with the Indian market. Under the green hydrogen mission, government plan to generate 5 million metric ton of green hydrogen in first phase by 2030, and the requirement will be around 40 million metric ton by 2060, by when the net zero India has to perform. So the market is huge. If we talk about, again, it's still 5 million metric ton, so the investment requirement is somewhere around $100 billion by 2030. So this is how this 5 million metric ton of green hydrogen will be generated in India. And for that purpose, government has already issued the guideline how the electrolyzer manufacturing facility can be put up in India. Government is giving financial support also, subsidy also in the beginning, so that the initial costs or the additional cost burden can be taken care of. So like whole world, if it comes together, so wherever we have the strength of one thing, they can join hand and locally they generate and then again take back that electricity. Being Nordic companies, we already have base all over the world in different countries. We can utilize those resources globally and can take the benefit of these different countries and pass on those benefits on there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I could love to continue this discussion for much long time, but I've been watching the clock here, so we have now only time for the last round. So one question to each one of you, and I start here from Klaus. So what would be the one topic, one challenge to be solved in order to make this rally to happen? So you have to pick only one. Sorry, I know it's tough, but hopefully we got some diversification in this answer. So I start with Klaus. What would be your pick?
The short answer is cooperation. No, I'll come with it. So the important thing is that we, as I said before, we have to pick the winner. And in order to pick the winner, we need the research to actually make sure that we are making the right choice. And we can't do that together. We have to do, even in a Nordic sense, we have to find a solution for a global challenge. So research cooperation is one of the most important things, I think, both within the Nordic, within the EU, and also internationally between all of us.
Okay, thank you. So investments in research and development and cooperation in that one. Okay, now we continue with Matthias. Your pick.
I think we have to work together, bring all the right parties together. It's an ecosystem. Furthermore, the Nordic rally to the valley, it's very relative. I'm coming from the Netherlands, indeed, then the north, Sweden, Finland, etc. When I'm in Italy, it is Switzerland, Germany. When I go to South Africa, it's almost the whole world. So it should be the global rally to the valley.
Okay, and then to Rasmus.
I think I will add something new. I think what's important is that we spark up demand for hydrogen, so the demand side needs to be developed. And that, of course, comes with tech development, but it also comes with taxation, for instance, on oil. I think that would be crucial.
And there definitely in this is demand side, the public sector also plays a crucial role. And then the last
So
point
I think
from
it's global specification, global shipping, and global transmission. These are the three facts which will bring down the cost of green hydrogen, will make available for everybody.
Okay, thank you. And I really have to say that I like the topic of this Nordic Rally to the Valley, and probably some of you know that in Finland we are the rally nation and also Formula One nation. So probably next time we have speeded up to Formula One level in this one, and there definitely we need lots of cooperation. So on my behalf, thank you, gentlemen, for your very words of wisdom. It was very highly delighting to discuss with you guys, and thank you for the audience, and hopefully you all enjoyed as well the discussion. Don't run away. There seems to be a photo shooting session. It's very brief one. Hello, Matthias. Thank you. Thank you. And huge applause to the panelists. Thank you.
And now we continue in same track with hydrogen, but we look specific on green shipping. So I would like to invite the new panelists up to the floor. Elena, you stay where you are. And then, yeah, please, we have 3 more panelists, so please join us. There we go. So in the panel, Mette, you might have, yeah, like this, please. So in the panel for this session, we have Helena, as you have already introduced yourself, so I won't say more about you. Then next to you, we have Prasavic, who's head of public affairs of Saudi Arabia in Maersk. You're also a captain, and you have been sailing some of the big ships, so you know the practice yourself, but has also been on land, as I heard, for some time. So, and had actually taken education both in India and in Denmark. So you know both sides. So very warm welcome to you. Next to you, we have Sachin Kulkarni, who is head marine power sales in Wärtsilä. Wärtsilä is then one of the Finnish company, but it's also represented here in India. And I have to say that in March this year, I was actually in Vaasa, Finland, and had the great pleasure to visit Wärtsilä's factory and saw this big engine that you are building up there, which is actually running on this new e-fuel. So I'm very impressed of also your company. And then finally, but not least, we have Mette Fertis Jensen, who is from the Danish, what's called Danish Maritime Authority, and also representing the Mission Innovation Zero Emission Shipping. So very welcome to all of you. We will do the same thing as we just had in the previous session. So each of the panelists will have 2 minutes pitch on their take on this subject, and then we will have a moderated discussion. And I really encourage all of you to raise your hand if you have a question, you have some remarks to add on it, because the more interactive we can get it, the better it is. So, but first of all, I will start with you, Prasad. Could you please give us 2 minutes pitch on what is your take on this?
Thank you, Klaus, and also for the warm welcome there. Having sailed ships myself,
not on green fuels. Way back, I quit sailing in 2012, so it's been a decade since. But I think what's important here in this regard is for us at Maersk about really demonstrating leadership. For a company that has been around for 120 years, and knowing that the climate crisis is real, we wanted to lead the way. We have been working on energy efficiency for a couple of decades, but that can only take us as far. And in 2018, we actually set a target to be net zero by 2050. At that point in time, we had the chicken and egg situation. And we wanted to take the leadership and send the demand signal for having green fuels. 4 years later, last year, we actually have now advanced our target to be net zero by 2040. What does that translate into? It does signify very clearly that having invested 4 full years into this and showcasing the demand, we now have a clear technical pathway to net zero, and we will then take it forward all the way. Out here, very clear with the demand for green fuels, and looking forward to more on the supply, regulatory, and the financing environment.
Thank you very much. I will give the word on to Shashin. Could you please give your 2 minutes introduction as well?
Thank you, Klaus. Good morning, everybody. So yeah, the path towards decarbonization is pretty complex. The main elements are the ambitious targets, index compliances, local and international regulations, multitude of scenarios, and the maturity of the technology. It's very significant, basically, to create a unique decarbonization strategy for our ship owners. And de-risking the investment and repositioning their fleet is a journey to be done gradually. And it's important in this journey, this collaboration should take place. It is not the responsibility of duty of shipping companies alone, but it's a kind of a collaborative work of the entire maritime ecosystem to work together to sail through this decarbonization journey. There is no silver bullet at this point of time, but there is a combination of multiple solutions which can make this happen. And from the Wärtsilä side, when we look at this, we advise it solution ranging from the engine optimization to fuel flexibility, electrification, and the various energy-saving devices. Considering IMO targets 2030, small changes in MEPCAT, but nevertheless 2030 short-term targets, it can be achieved basically by the short-term measures like the optimization of the operation, and long-term targets beyond 20 or up to 2050, then we can talk about green fuel introduction. Meanwhile, what's important is fuel flexibility. Uncertainties of the fuel, when it is available, what price it is available, that is something which the time will answer. But most importantly, till then, fuel flexibility is something which is the way to take it forward. And it's important that when this transition taking place, there are various ways to secure this transition by way of introducing the fuel blends and then the transition fuel, and then moving towards more sustainable fuels. And ultimately, what does success looks like? So when we talk about shipping companies, they are looking at 3 C's, complexity, cost, and compliance. And when success is basically not only about technology, but actually it's going beyond technology and collaborating to make sure that ultimate success is achieved. That's it from my side. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Mette, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to participate in the panel. First, I would just give a very brief introduction to the Zero Emission Shipping Mission under Mission Innovation. So we are a public-private partnership that has 14 members, including our host here in India. We work with a full value chain perspective. So how to ensure a climate-neutral shipping sector with a full value chain from the ship itself, the fuel, and the fuel infrastructure. Because we believe that you need to have focus on the entire value chain if we really want to ensure this transition. So the Zero Emission Shipping Mission is co-led by Denmark, Norway, the United States, and then we have 2 private organizations, the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping and Global Maritime Forum. And then, of course, we have many member countries, including India. We also have the UK, Australia, Singapore, Morocco, Ghana, Korea, the Republic of Korea, Canada, France, and the European Commission. So we have a rather global spread when it comes to our members, because we really believe that when it comes to shipping, shipping in its nature is global, so we need global solutions. And that is what we try to do within the shipping mission, to share knowledge, see where we can help facilitate these first movers we see, the ship owners that really want to try and use these new alternative fuels. How can we help them before 2030 so we see more ships sailing on alternative fuels? And that, of course, requires fuel production. Of course, focus here today is hydrogen and hydrogen-driven fuels. So the mission itself focuses both on hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and also second-generation biofuels. And the goal is to see that when we reach 2030, then if a ship owner wants to build a new vessel, then they want to use a vessel that can use alternative fuels. That it needs to be the natural choice. And how do we ensure that? That's what we try to focus on within the mission, the zero-emission shipping mission. And just to get back on the topic of today, on hydrogen, and how do we actually show that there will be a very large demand in the future for these new alternative fuels. Then I would like to highlight just 3 things that, at least from the shipping mission, we find to be crucial when it comes to this transition. And that's, of course, we need knowledge sharing, global knowledge sharing, so we can help each other across. When it comes to ocean-going shipping, then we need to collaborate at a global scale. And of course, we need active engagement with all the relevant industry stakeholders. That's why I'm also very happy that we have 2, both a ship owner and an engine producer here today to discuss this, because that collaboration between private entities and public is very crucial when we need to see these ships sailing. And one of the things that we also focus on within the shipping mission is to share knowledge from demonstration projects. It can also be pilot projects on different studies to see where can we share knowledge that might be relevant. It could be projects in a Nordic context that might also be very relevant in an Asian context, and so on. And that's what we can try and use the zero-emission shipping mission as a platform for that kind of knowledge sharing when it comes to demonstration projects. I think I'll leave it to there. I think I spent my 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mette. So I'll take it from there. You mentioned you have we have a ship owner and an engine factory as well. So if I start with the engine, so that's you, Shane. Which technologies? Because I think there's been a lot of discussion about which fuels should we actually be the future fuels for green shipping and so on. Can you elaborate a little bit about which technology do you see for the future green shipping and how we decarbonize the maritime transportation?
Yeah, so when we look at these IMO targets, there are short-term and long-term targets. When we talk about till 2030, I think it can be achieved by the optimizing the operation of the vessel and slow speeding, basically. And during this time, there are ways of introducing various energy-saving devices, enhancing the efficiency of the vessel, and ultimately achieve the CII compliance, EEXI and CII compliance. So in the short term, we clearly see various energy-saving devices could be the way to support. Keeping a very well eye on the long-term goal, that is zero emission by 2050 now. That's the latest MEPC 80 resolution. And from that perspective, when we look at the sustainable fuels and its availability, during this period, what we could do is look at the fuel flexibility. What I mean by that is getting fuel ready for the future. And from that perspective, look at the preparation from the point of view of how the technology could be used, which is more flexible, which basically can enhance the introduction of the sustainable fuel in later point of time, how we can design a ship at this stage, which basically can burn greener fuels at a later period of time. When we talk about fuel, it is not only about the engine, it's also about the fuel handling system, because there is a complexity of the different fuels when it comes to toxicity, cryogenic temperature requirements. So from that point of view, it is important to see that fuel handling system, and then subsequently the after treatment and the tanks design. So all these aspects needs to be well thought of, and from that perspective needs to be prepared for. There is another dimension when it comes to technology which comes to picture is electrification. I think the basic fundamental idea in this is that reduce the mechanical footprint or carbon footprint on board. And from that perspective, when we see electrification, there is various solutions like hybrid or diesel electric propulsion system which is available, especially for the short sea shipping. This is something which is extremely important because the profile of this vessel typically has got the variable load requirements as well as the short sailing. So from that point of view, we can introduce the technology of hybrid as such, which basically reduce the carbon footprint on board, and most importantly, enables the optimized utilization of the engine as such. So these are the few things which are basically looked at. But most importantly, this needs to be kind of captured in the decarbonization strategy for every ship owner. It is not a copy-paste that somebody did something, so I will do that as well. It is basically well thought of strategy for every company, depending on the operation, depending on the geographical area where they operate, and that's something which goes for next 2 decades or 3 decades. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So it has to be captured in the company's strategies. So you're actually representing one of the companies that's gonna be using all these green fuels. Let me ask, how do you see the use of green fuels, and what are the main challenges, barriers that we have to overcome, and how to overcome them?
Right. I think we've, over the last weekend, bunkered our first vessel with green methanol, and then she's now underway to Copenhagen, where we will actually thereby be the first company to have a dual methanol power-propelled vessel, right? And for us, this decade is really the decade of action. We do not want to wait until what happens over the next couple of decades. We are also very clear that we are agnostic of what fuels we use. What's more important for us is to achieve net zero. Making sure that our customers are a part of this value chain. We've actually, in the last years, come out with an eco-delivery product, which has been selling at a premium, and we have more demand from our customers than what we can offer. And that calls for us to speed up, for our suppliers of green fuels to speed up. Collaboration, needless to say, has been said a few times as well, is going to be the key for us. It's really how we make this very holistic approach to green fuels. When it comes to barriers, I think there are a few of them, right? For us, the single largest one is supply of green fuels. At this point, no matter that we have a demand, and we actually have 25 vessels on order, we've seen that green methanol has actually had more than 40% ships ordered in the last 6 months have been using green methanol as propulsion fuel. Also, more objectively, we have today more than 100 vessels that are on methanol orders, right? So by the end of 2030, Maersk alone will need 5 million tons of green methanol. And you can then apply the right proportion in terms of how the industry is placing orders. And for us, it's really important that those suppliers that are sitting on the fence, there is clear technology that is out there to be used and deployed. They need to really also come along. And alongside that, we think regulation can be a key enabler. There, of course, a couple of weeks back, we've seen a positive shift with the IMO and the MEPC 80 coming out with some very clear guidelines in this context. And that is one big step in the right direction in the way we see. And to sort of ring fence that, I think along all of this, we also need the public-private partnerships and the financing tool to actually be coming out even more stronger, putting their money where the mouth is quite literally, and to then take it forward.
Thank you very much. I think we'll come back to the supply of green fuel because this is an interesting perspective. But I was just thinking now we heard that we have to think in a large perspective, ecosystem and so on. So we also have to create a lot of knowledge and also in this public-private ownership. And actually, Helena, you're representing Business Finland, which is actually doing a lot in this private-public relationship with investment, also in research. How do you see this? What is the way to go, both for the Nordics and in general?
Easy question. Thank you for that one. Okay. I would like to pinpoint maybe 2 points here. And the first is one topic about the logistics and a little bit larger entity and from the business point of view. So no matter what consumer goods we are talking about, or whatever companies are producing, they are focusing on emissions and scopes 1, 2, and 3. And here definitely the logistics and transportation plays a crucial role, and the transparency within that one. So it's going to be a game changer and also a competitive edge for the company. So they have to look forward to that one and also find partners, and that new kind of partnerships are being created and are also enhanced. And when we are talking about this logistics, then comes to the question, for instance, what we are working with are the kind of a carbon neutral transportation corridors or new kind of management systems and services related to transportation. That's an example. So definitely we need to have a wider look also on that one, but also seeing that the maritime industry is a key partner for most of the other industries around the whole world. So intensifying cooperation. And the second point from our side is definitely that firstly thinking about the shipbuilding as such, even though it's the minority of the life cycle of emissions. But we are aiming at creating or enhancing the first carbon neutral ship in the shipbuilding industry as an example. And then when we are talking about, we heard like a company like Wärtsilä and so forth, so the majority of the life cycle emissions and carbon footprint of both ships and ports, and now I want to emphasize the role of the ports, it's generated by energy usage. So how to go carbon neutral within that thematics, and also to see not only the ships, even though we are talking quite a lot now, but the new role of the ports and what kind of role they have, not only providing services and fuels and so forth for the ships, but what kind of role they have also for the surrounding society in the energy thematics. So maybe these are, I think this is a crucial piece of the puzzle in a larger picture. And that is something what we are aiming at. Maybe I answered your question, maybe not.
So excellent. So what I heard that your net zero shipping is not only about fuels, but it's also about green steels for making the ships, and the harbors should also be sustainable, etc., etc. So we need it all. So is there any question from the audience at this present? Oh yeah, we have 3 questions. Excellent. So please state your name so we know who you are, and then who you are approaching, and then please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Dr. Kapil Narula. I represent the Climate Champions team, and we are working on a breakthrough agenda for shipping, which MI-0 emissions is well aware of. So the question here is, we have the industry, the engine manufacturers, and everyone here. If you're looking at 2050 net zero, we need to ensure that after 2030, there are no fossil fuel ships, right? So in essence, how much is the industry ready for such a commitment? We're not looking at incremental steps. We are looking at large, ambitious goals. And just looking behind maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, when I was working on the IMO's second GHG strategy report at UCL, Europe was on the path of LNG shipping and LNG fueled ports. And that's a dead end now. If in the view of technology changing so fast, is the industry ready to adopt this ambitious agenda of carbon neutral shipping and no new ships, no new fossil fuel ships by 2030? Thank you.
So is the industry ready? Who will answer? Who dare to answer?
Maybe I can take that.
Please go ahead.
Let me take that one, but I'm going to put the caveat to start with. While of course Maersk is a front runner in this, I think on behalf of the industry, and you raise a very pertinent point, so thanks Mr. Narula. I think what has happened in the last 5 years, specifically starting with what we began and being the first shipping company to where we are today, we've already seen followers. And I think that's one big step in the right direction. Today we have early double-digit ship owners who are willing to pay significant premium to build net zero vessels, right? While if that is going to be by the end of 2030, 100%, no matter I'm a half glass full person, it's going to be a tall ask. Let's be realistic about it, right? What I do think is that the regulatory environment and the policy making will play a key role in that regard. While what we do at this point in a voluntary environment as corporate champions is great, and we have the right customers and investors supporting us, eventually for shipping, which is 3% of global net emissions, we emit 1 billion tons every year, it needs a clear mandatory regulatory environment. And for that, we've already seen a couple of weeks back one big step, as I said, in the right direction. It needs to be much more faster. That's also what we are hoping for. That's also what we are pushing for. And we will continue to do that in our endeavor to actually get that far. It does not entirely respond to your question, but it still gives you a sort of glimpse of how I perceive it.
Yeah. Anyone else want to comment on it?
So, very rightly said by Prashant. And if I look at the role from Wärtsilä perspective as a technology company, is, I mean, our approach to the entire sustainable fuel and decarbonization is fuel agnostic. So that means we are open to any technology. And more importantly, the roadmap, what we are looking at today, for example, as far as methanol is concerned, we already delivered our first methanol engine. So from the technology point of view, it should be available for the net zero. However, it is also important to see that in the latest MI-8 guidelines, we are talking about now well-to-wake. Okay, and when we say well-to-wake, it is important in that context to be seen. Thank you.
And Mette, you have a take on it?
Yes. Thank you very much for the question, because I think it really is, it's a good area of what is the challenge right now, because at least from the shipping missions, we see a lot of interest from the industry, a lot of looking into how can I use these alternative fuels, but it's a difficult decision to make. Of course, which fuel should I choose, and it also based on which segment, which are we talking container or bunker or short sea, which one should I choose? And that's, I think, where we have a very huge task in sharing knowledge on what is the best solution right now, because we don't know, we can't say at this point, we need that fuel agnostics. I agree with that, because we can't say that this fuel would be the dominant one when we reach 2050. So we need a variety of things, and we need to help those industry players that are interested right now to share knowledge on what is the best solution for their type of ships, where do they sail, what kind of routes, and I agree that interest in this transition.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 2 more questions, so I'll just pass on, state your name and then the question, please.
Yeah, my name is Santosh. I have a question for Mr. Prashant. When we're talking about methanol or green methanol as a strategy for shipping, maybe it's a very dumb question, but isn't methanol just delaying the carbon emission rather than eliminating it, or maybe halving it if you really take the exact math, but maybe 70%? I mean, it's not like 100% carbon, let's say, neutral solution, right? Whereas ammonia is in that perspective, or hydrogen is. So that's my very simple question. So.
Okay, thank you. The next question, please.
Hi, my name is Ed Boyd. I'm from Mission Possible Partnership. So my question is about the supply and infrastructure at ports. So given that the infrastructure and supply for alternative fuels is likely to be constrained to a limited number of ports in the near term, I was just wondering how much of a constraint that poses for you and what approaches you see to get around that. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, please.
Thanks. Coincidentally, you had the same question as I did. So Arjun Mehta from Fortescue Future Industries. So thank you, Klaus, to you and the panel for the session. My question is also on the ports and the bunkering part of the value chain, directed to Prashant at Maersk, but in general to the panel. What can emerging bunkering aspirants like ports in India learn from success stories in the Nordics in terms of building out bunkers for the future, especially when you're looking at green fuels, which are nothing to do with hydrocarbons or perhaps methanol to a small extent, but ammonia or hydrogen fuel cells and the rest of the ships that are coming up in the next generation of shipping. And what can we learn to retrofit or advance the infrastructural development at ports in India, learning from the Nordics?
Good. Thank you for very good questions. So what can be learned from the Nordics? Who will answer? Or some of the other questions, sorry. Yeah.
I can maybe just pick the question that started out with around the methanol and the ammonia comparison, right? And a very good point, and that's also why I mentioned before, we are not into the we are not into a very deep evaluation of what is the right fuel or not. We are a ship owner. We want to make sure that we get net zero. We do not leave a carbon footprint. That is, when it comes to fuels, that's something which is for the experts and, of course, the engine producers and so on, right? Having said that, I think when we decided to place our orders in 2020, we went with green methanol because clearly that was the most advanced. At the same time, as we hear from Sachin just now, we at this point around ammonia are only doing trials, and that's where we are. So the first engines probably out would be in 25, 26, and we didn't want to wait that long. When it comes to methanol, we also want to mention that there's, of course, I don't want to get into the chemical aspect to it, but what's important is that we are looking at this out of the electrolyzer, or out of biogenic carbon coming out of plants, right? And so on. So just to keep it very high level though. So that's really how we are approaching this. I should maybe just pause and then let other panelists take that forward.
Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps I can just share some perspectives when it comes to the bunkering and how can we learn from each other when it comes to these new alternative fuels. And I think there's this concept of green corridors, inspired by the COP declaration, Clydebank Declaration on development of green corridors. And the green corridor is actually a concept we can utilize in seeing where can we see these first routes where we are certain that ships can bunker these alternative fuels and have learnings from those routes. Because that's also a way to ensure that at least if you sail on that route, there will be a supply available for the vessels. So I think the utilization of that concept and the collaboration on developing green corridors is very relevant here in these coming years. So we make sure that we utilize the learnings that we have, whether it's come from test pilots from ammonia bunkering, how to manage the toxicity in ports, especially if it's a port in a densely populated area, or it's the explosive nature of hydrogen or methanol and its characteristics. So I definitely think the knowledge, whether it's a demonstration project in Singapore or in Norway or perhaps in Brazil, that we share these learnings between each other. And that's, of course, where Mission Innovation can be a platform where we can try and share these learnings, because I think that will be very crucial when it comes to ensuring this global supply network when it comes to bunkering these new alternative fuels. But of course, I think in this very short term, the next 5 years, I think we're going to see some specific hubs where you can ensure whether it's methanol, and then of course we can take it and see where can we upscale from there. But that's a very key area when it comes to priorities moving forward, to make sure that we have more of these hubs where sustainable fuels can be supplied.
And maybe I can just complement Mete's reflections here, right? We've actually, as I said, bunkered a vessel in Ulsan on green methanol. We've also looked at hubs and are now working very closely with the port ecosystem, including the IAPH with Singapore, Rotterdam, to actually become hubs, right? So clearly, it's early days also for the ports and the ecosystem there, and we need to collaborate, right? And raise the awareness, but also raise the risk, and then start to work towards ring fencing them. There was also a reflection in that same breath about India, and in that context as well, I think India is also moving quite swiftly. Some of you all may know about the recently launched major ports guidelines, which is called the Harit Sagar. And again, through that, it's actually working towards making sure that the major ports, as a good starting point, we have 12 major ports in India and then 200 plus non-major ones, would then be the sort of the gateway into creating fueling green fuel hubs and then taking it forward. So I think this is one of those areas where together in terms of organizations and agencies and alliances, we need to spread the knowledge and share that amongst ourselves, collaborate. This is not an industry that we are going to compete in. This is an industry where we need to co-compete.
Okay. And one more.
Yeah, just to add on this one last comment that as a part of this Center of Excellence and policy from the government on the port, there are already ports identified for the green hydrogen bunkering. I think what I read is that around 2025 we should have that more concrete action coming in from those ports. So certainly the actions are on the ground already happening now.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we heard a lot about sharing knowledge, sharing experiences. So I think I will ask the last question for all of you. And this is, where do we need to focus our research and development? I mean, where is the most important research collaboration between the countries, also between knowledge sharing between the Nordic and the South, or whatever we are? So if you could just elaborate a little bit more, where should we focus the research? And where should, especially the Nordic, where should they do it? So I don't know who will start. Who will take the test? Mette, will you? Then I'll just run this thing.
Yes, it's a broad question, but I'm gladly see if I can highlight it. I definitely think the interfaces between the ship and the ports, the infrastructure. I definitely think with some of these sustainable fuels, how do we make sure that that works, whether it's in a Nordic country or in an Asian port, to make sure that we see a lot of demonstration projects and see where can we make sure that that connection when it comes to bunkering and the fuel supply is available. I think that would just be one focus area, but of course there are many more when it comes to the development, whether it's in regards to a specific engine or a specific technology. But I think I would say the interface between the ship and the port.
If you see the characteristics of the shipping company, it's anyway global industry, okay, and that means it kind of survives, or it kind of thrives on the sharing and kind of sharing the knowledge, sharing the technology, and so on and so forth. Whatever research so far is being done now, when we look at the implementation part or the action part, it is still different at the different countries or different continents. And it's important that the research which is available, the technology which is available gets well spread and in a collaborative manner with all the stakeholders, so that, let's see, if I were to talk about India, there is already development on the vessel segment which are not coming under IMO compliance category, but there is still a good amount of focus on how to decarbonize in that segment. However, that segment would need much more hand-holding. One is the cost part of it, but more importantly on the technological assistance as such. So this is something which needs to happen day in and out, and whatever is available, that itself first needs to be well spread across before we really get into kind of a further action. Thank you.
Yeah, in the way I see, the Nordics need to invest. We already are investing, but we need to continue to invest significant efforts in 3 key areas. One, I think the suppliers of green fuels, we need to basically make sure that the bottlenecks in terms of the infra, in terms of as associated aspects, the life cycle of the green fuels is something that is established. The second would be to continue to push the regulatory environment. We need a global mandatory framework to be able to eventually decarbonize shipping. And then third, I think it's important that we also find a robust financing mechanism to be able to decarbonize the industry.
I steal your mic. I continue what Mette was mentioning, so the kind of a cross-sectorality. So seeing as a big part of the bigger picture and part of the society also on a larger level, because it has implications on other technology solutions and other solutions in the surrounding economies. So.
Okay, thank you very much. We will try to ramp up now. We have had two subsections, one on hydrogen and one on green shipping. So we will try to wrap up and see if we can make some main takeaways from this. I don't know, how do we start? Do we start with hydrogen or do we start with green shipping?
Maybe combine. We
combine them. Okay, so just for the green shipping, what I just heard here is one of the main takeaway is that we need to do knowledge sharing. We need to share experiences because it is a new thing and it's a big thing because we also heard that it's not only about green fuels, but it's the entire value chain that you have to have the infrastructure, the ports, everything as a green. And one of the main things I also learned was that the supply of green fuel is one of the challenges, if we can call that, because we need a lot of, you mentioned some very big numbers. So we need the green fuel. This is also the link to the hydrogen from before, that we actually need the hydrogen production to be up speed and actually the e-fuel factories to actually deliver to the ships and the infrastructure to go there. So this is one of the takeaways as well. I also just took some of the barriers that you mentioned that I mean, a challenge is maybe that we have to look at the entire life cycle, as we just mentioned, but also the barriers of regulatory perspective that they have to be fixed or whatever you call it, have to be more put aligned to green shipping, and also the financing part that you mentioned, a robust financing part, which is quite important. So this is, I think, some of the main takeaways I have, but you have to supplement me here if I'm wrong. Maybe, Helena, could you supplement me?
Yeah. Okay, maybe my points are mainly to the hydrogen, this rally to the valley part, but I think some are so generic that they probably are fine with this other part of our session as well. So I have 4 points here. Firstly, obviously, cooperation, but not only on a speaking or talking level. So everybody is hungry for concrete solutions and concrete activities and concrete cooperation, especially with public, private, and I would like to add also people there. So that is one point. And the second one is about the R&D and I. So the future is really fuzzy. So I would love to see that kind of a technology neutrality in R&D and I. So not so that the politicians decide which technologies are the winning ones, because I mean there are so many new innovations coming up. So it's very hard to know which are the ones that we should invest heavily in. And also in this R&D and I would like to emphasize also new business models. So new kind of earning logistics and so forth to take place. The third point is that maybe we need, not only on a Finland level when I'm talking, or not only on a Nordic level, but also on a global level, to review and evaluate our instruments in both in R&D and I and investments scheme. So are they matching in the best way for our challenges in a nowadays world? So maybe there is something to do within that one. And the fourth point is really the bottleneck and very close to my heart is the enhance the scaling up. So how to create demand, how to have the regulatory issues that support the development, but how really to scale up the innovations in the prosperous businesses. And so those are my 4 takeaways. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you for all of you to joining in today. I think it's been a very fruitful discussion, especially thanks to our panelists, both the first panel and the second panel. It has been a very fruitful discussion, and I hope that all of you will approach us during the coffee break or approach us afterwards to continue discussion and find out which kind of rally are we actually having and which opportunities do we have. So this is the most important thing, that we can make more cooperation. So hopefully this will come out of this. So thank you very much for all of you, and thank you for you.
The CEM, I'm told, has 40, was the fact that the demand for solar panels is growing very, very fast. Right now, it's about 250 megawatts a year, but by 2030, it will grow to at least 700, at least. But it could grow much, much more to something of the order of 1900 if all the projections about green hydrogen come true. So imagine that at the very least we will see a threefold increase, which could go to as much as a sevenfold increase if things go right. Right? So this places in context, therefore, the issue of supply. We have seen that approximately 1 out of every 7 solar panels is produced by just one facility in the world. And what this is doing, this concentration is doing, is it's producing an immense amount of strain on the world's logistics. We have seen that in the year 2021, because of these supply chain bottlenecks, the price of solar panels increased by something of the order of 20%. And not only that, there were dry days in many countries as far as solar supply was concerned. This clearly cannot occur in the future. Now, 2021 was a very special year. Gas supplies were also reduced. At the same time, solar supplies were also challenged. And this created a situation in which many people had no option at all as far as electricity supply was concerned. Looking forward, therefore, the geographical diversification of supply chains of solar manufacturing is amazingly important. The challenge is where and what? What is it that we manufacture and where do we do it? So the Solar Alliance, International Solar Alliance, partnered with the Becquerel Institute to look at this question. And basically, as far as the economics are concerned, we looked at 3 parts. The silicon to semiconductor grade silicon, the semiconductor grade silicon to cells, actually ingots, wafers, and cells, and then cells to modules. And one of the things that we will be talking about is that it makes sense if you have enough demand. If a country has access to ports on the one side and to the places where the solar panels will be used on the other side. But I stress demand. If there is enough demand, it makes sense to set up at least cell to module manufacturing anywhere in the world. The semiconductor grade silicon and the cells need a lot of other inputs. They need people, they need resources, they need the supply chains, they need electricity. And they need much larger investments and scale. It is also very clear that in order to be competitive in the world, as far as cells are concerned, countries would need to provide short-term incentives so that you can compete with what is available in the world. What is available in the world is here, what anybody produces is here. So we are seeing various kinds of national subsidy schemes evolve, national incentive schemes evolve. But what is fairly clear is that the cells to modules is something which, having enough demand, can be economically spread across the world. We hope that this report serves as a stepping stone, as a place where discussions can start on what are the ways in which we diversify the supply chain, geographically diversify the supply chain. Now, it is also very clear that this is one part of the story where the capital investment needed is not particularly large. Yes, the operating expenses are large, because remember, you're producing a huge amount of cells, and cells cost a lot of money. But the investment expenses are not that large. Therefore, in terms of the time that it takes to recover the money that you've invested, it's largely in the short term and therefore cash flow kinds of challenges that the cell to modules faces, rather than the much larger issue of the long-term debt that has to be serviced because of heavy capital subsidy, heavy capital investments, which in this case don't occur. I would like to thank the Becquerel Institute for creating this work with us, and along with our co-leads Irina, who have contributed to this report, as well as IEA, who would be speaking shortly. We are particularly grateful to the Asian Development Bank. I'm delighted that Mr. Pradeep Thakaran is here, who would be also speaking. We had always looked forward to this association with the Asian Development Bank, and I'm sorry that Mr. Priyanta Vijayatunge couldn't make it because of visa issues. He will be here tomorrow. But nevertheless, the challenges to financial manufacturing, the financing the manufacturing, is something that I do look forward to hear from Pradeep. Pradeep, can I request you to come and speak about the way you look at this entire exercise of diversifying the supply chain? All yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Mathur. And as was mentioned earlier, I'm here representing Priyanta Vijayatunga, who is the Senior Director for Energy at the ADB and the lead for our energy sector operations. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today in time, but he'll be here tomorrow. Firstly, thank you to the ISA for inviting ADB to speak at this event. I think the 14 CEM theme of advancing clean energy together truly encapsulates the collaboration spirit between the ISA and the ADB. Just a bit of history, the MOU between the two institutions was signed in 2018 to promote solar energy deployment in Asia and the Pacific, including solar power generation, solar-based mini-grids, and transmission systems for integrating solar into the national grids. And we've just started our work. Actually, there's much more to be done. As we embark on the net zero journey, I think the importance of solar just cannot be understated. And as Mr. Mathur was laying out, the projected increase in manufacturing capacity and deployment could be in the order of magnitude higher than what we see today. ADB, on its part, we've been very active in financing solar in the region. We were one of the first pioneers. Back in 2010, we financed the first set of projects in countries like Thailand. And since then, we have expanded into a whole new set of areas like floating solar, thin film solar, CNI sector. We financed the first set of floating solar projects in Vietnam. We also were instrumental in supporting some of the large solar parks in India. Not so much in terms of actual financing of the park itself, but more the evacuation infrastructure, the green corridors that actually led to the massive de-risking and the price reductions. And just a point of interest to this audience, a few weeks ago, ADB's board provided approval for restructuring of a loan that we have in place. It's a solar rooftop investment program. We call it SRIP. This is for India, for the residential sector. As we all know, this sector has been particularly difficult to tackle, and we know all the reasons. You know, small systems, banks aren't willing to provide loans without collateral. You've got poor credit history of the borrowers, discoms aren't interested, and you don't have the large players willing to enter this space. So this program is going to provide $490 million of funding as lines of credit through our partners SBI and NABARD, and it includes up to $160 million of hyper-concessional climate finance. So this is 0% money, which is unheard of in today's world. And there's going to be about 5 million of technical assistance as well, programmed in terms, that's going to support SBI and NABARD to develop pipelines. And we're going to be working with essentially power utilities, DISCOMs as demand aggregators. And this is going to really, we hope, unlock the immense potential, both in terms of solarization of rural areas and supporting the government's Solar Cities program. We'll probably target a few select states initially. This isn't a lot of money to go around in a country the size of India, but if proven successful, then this can be replicated in other areas as well. In addition to financing, we've also been very keen to take best practices in procurement approaches from one market to the other. So we saw all the success with solar parks in India and the massive price reductions. And then we looked at Southeast Asia and we said, there's something going on here. If you look at the so-called procurement prices in Southeast Asia till about 2018, 2019, they were much higher than countries like India, even though these were countries with better credit rating, much more vibrant private sector, for instance, countries like Thailand, and you had similar solar resource. And it really came down to the fact that these countries weren't going in for competitive procurement. They were really doing negotiated or bilateral PPAs. So we took the solar model to a very small country, Cambodia, which was not even investment grade, with a system size of about 2.5 gigawatts. And we encouraged the government, and to their credit, they really stepped up to the challenge. We worked together to develop and implement a global tender, first of its kind in Southeast Asia, with a reverse auction, and for a 100 megawatt solar park. We did it in 2 phases. The first phase, 60 megawatts, yielded a price of 3.7 cents a kilowatt hour, when most countries in the region were signing contracts at 7 to 9 cents a kilowatt hour. So this is record breaking. And the second phase, 40 megawatts, was tendered during COVID. So we were really concerned, but the price came even lower at 2.8 cents. So this really drove home the point that when you de-risk a project entirely, you have a PPA that stands scrutiny with global best practice. You've got a utility that is credit-worthy off-taker. You've got a government that has prepared the land, the evacuation infrastructure, and is completely de-risked. Then the private sector will step up, even in a small market, in a small context, and put up their best prices. We had the world's biggest firms finding their way in Cambodia to bid on this. So this has now led to a knock-on effect. We are pursuing similar projects and supporting countries like Uzbekistan, Timor-Leste, and several Pacific islands. And we're also now adding storage. So the next round of tenders in Cambodia is for a 2 gigawatt program over the next few years that's going to combine solar and storage together. So this is an example of how we are not just providing financing, but then also making sure that countries learn from each other and sort of leapfrog. So the report that the ISA has prepared, I think, is really timely, and we read it with great interest, and we couldn't agree more that as we start to sort of go down the journey of energy transition, we're going to have to ensure that our supply chains are robust, adaptable, and capable of withstanding disruptions, and the opportunities it provides now for countries to sort of indigenize RE manufacturing, if you will. So on our side, we've initiated studies in India and Indonesia as case studies and looking at all of our ADB countries to understand the challenge of concentrated supply chains, both for critical minerals and also for RE equipment, to understand what are the opportunities for supporting these countries to do to engage in manufacturing, and also to see how ADB can come in and finance. This is not a typical area for us. We don't, we've always been in the power generation side of things, but industrial policy, manufacturing support is not something we've done before. So this is going to be new for us. We'll have to bring on new skills, learn, new lexicon, and look at new business models. But we do want to be there because we're really glad for our partnership with ISA and look forward to further enhancing the significance in the coming years. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful discussions.
Thank you so much, Pradeep, and it's really fantastic to see the amazing support from ADB and the other multilateral institutions for this transition and for ISA as well. And I really hope to see more investments coming into manufacturing as well. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Aseem Garg, Director at the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy from India. Please take the stage.
Thank you so much, Alex. Dr. Ajay Mathur and other senior members, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to join today's session on building resilient solar supply chains. As we strive to transition to a low carbon and sustainable future, solar energy has emerged as a key driver for change. We all agree that solar energy will be a key to ensure universal energy access and to support global energy transition en route to the long-term net zero goals. We also agree that in order to attain the energy transition goals, the global installed capacities for solar power and consequently solar manufacturing will have to increase significantly, probably exponentially. However, to realize this potential, we must ensure the resilience of our solar supply chains. In recent years, we have witnessed both extraordinary growth and the vulnerabilities of solar industry. The demand for solar technologies has skyrocketed, resulting in increased manufacturing, trade, and installation activities across the globe. Yet, this rapid growth has also exposed vulnerabilities within the supply chains, which if left unaddressed, can hinder the sector's progress. India's energy needs are also on the rise, and solar energy figures prominently in our plans for the future. The Government of India is already implementing the production-linked incentive scheme for National Program on High Efficiency Solar PV Modules for scaling up its solar manufacturing capacities with an overall outlay of about 24,000 crores, which would amount to approximately $3 billion. The response has been very encouraging, and we expect that by 2026, we would have close to 75 gigawatt of solar manufacturing capacity, and that is a figure that we are definitely sure of, and it would probably even, we may end up having close to 100 gigawatt of manufacturing capacities in the country. Supply chain diversification is also a priority area for the Energy Transition Working Group under India's G20 presidency. We are also working with partner countries to diversify solar supply chains and make them resilient and robust. India is also working with ISA to support the development of solar manufacturing in several developing countries with the local long-term goal of making them a key part of the global supply chains. Supply chain resilience is of paramount importance as it enables us to mitigate risks, ensure an uninterrupted production, and maintain the quality and affordability of solar products. We must focus on building resilient supply chains that can withstand unforeseen disruptions such as natural disasters, geopolitical tensions, or pandemics, and continue to deliver the clean energy solutions that the world needs. The report by ISA and its partners is a welcome step in this direction. The report would help us make informed decisions on the challenges to build resilient solar supply chains and practical pathways that the countries can adopt to meet these challenges. It would help evaluate existing policies and curate them to serve national interests and priorities. I look forward to studying the key findings of the report in greater detail, and as well as to hear the views of the esteemed speakers and panelists present with us today. Together, we must strive for a resilient solar supply chain industry that can withstand the test of time while ensuring the continuous availability of clean energy solutions across the world and propelling us towards a greener and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think India has been a great supporter of this work, and obviously with the PLI scheme, we've actually got a case study in the report on Indian efforts to boost solar manufacturing, which we hope is instructive for other countries around the world. Finally, I'd like to invite Miriam D'Onofrio to come give remarks on behalf of the United States.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for welcoming me here. It's an honor to be a part of this event. I am so impressed to see how much progress has been made on this CEM work stream for transforming solar since I was present at its launch last year in Pittsburgh. So the solar industry is just so intrinsic to many of the Biden administration's goals and to the world's ability to meet our shared Paris Agreement goals to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in the United States, we have very ambitious targets ourselves. I mean, in order to really get to our decarbonization goal for the grid by 2035, we should be installing enough manufacturing capacity and in order to be able to install 40 gigawatts of solar per year through 2025. We have another target, past that, past 2025, it needs to be 100 gigawatts of solar installed by 2030 in order to meet our domestic target to just decarbonize the electricity grid by 2035. Where are we going to get these panels? Where are we going to get the cells? Where are we going to get the solar grade polysilicon and all of the ingots and wafers and components to support this level of deployment? And that's the main question here that we're all trying to collectively solve. But that's not the only problem we're trying to solve. We're trying to address multiple things at once. In the United States, we don't just consider the energy transition in and of itself, we consider it within a broader context of strengthening economic security and resilience, of creating sustainable and high-quality jobs, and building a modernized economy both at home and abroad that is no longer focused on fossil fuels, but based on clean technologies that really harness our investments in innovative research and development. So in my office in the White House National Security Council, Climate and Energy Directorate, we are solely focused on, well, not solely, we do a lot of things, but one topic that really consumes most of our time is this clean energy supply chain question, because we can't reach our targets without actually making the thing. So we're trying to build the bridge between our domestic policies and our foreign policy. How can we leverage what we are learning from and applying at home through the implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, through the implementation of our Inflation Reduction Act, which is really watershed? How are we learning from what we're doing at home and applying it to our foreign partnerships to enable this transition not only to happen in the United States, but throughout the world? So at home, we're trying to put our money where our mouth is and actually lead by action. And the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, is the most powerful tool we have to really accelerate diversification and expansion of solar manufacturing. The IRA alone, it could reduce global clean energy costs by as much as 25% for some technologies this decade. And given projected global clean energy spending by 2030, this could add up to more than $120 billion in global savings between now and 2030, just through the incentives that we have put out in our Inflation Reduction Act right now. So we're incredibly proud of it. It's a game-changing legislation at home. But now, because we have the IRA, the conversations that we want to have with our foreign partners, and have started to have with a few, are how can we help craft comparable and complementary incentive packages geared towards accelerating this growth in other countries as well, because we recognize that we cannot do it alone. So we see a lot of upside for our foreign countries, country partners and companies. And of course, I would welcome any thoughts or feedback this group might have on how international counterparts can benefit from and complement the Inflation Reduction Act and its goals to build a clean energy economy based on clean technology manufacturing as well. So those are just a few examples of what we're trying to do at home to facilitate this transition. And so I'd really welcome feedback as well. But more areas where the market has failed us, we can't just look at where the market has been effective in the solar sector in particular, has been driving costs down. And from that perspective, working great, working perfectly. Driven costs down lower than they've ever been, increasing accessibility, that's fine. But cost isn't the only problem we're trying to solve for nowadays. We are trying to solve for sustainability. We are trying to solve for diversification. And how do you quantify and put a value on resilience in your supply chain? We haven't quite figured it out yet. We haven't gotten there on how we're going to be able to build that into our models so that we're not just looking for the lowest cost thing, we're looking for the lowest cost thing and the most resilient, the most transparent, the most sustainable, the least polluting, et cetera. So there are a lot of things, a lot of complications that we have to consider now, which makes our job as policymakers exciting. And there's no one model that works. So while the IRA is fantastic, it doesn't necessarily address the environmental, social, and governance and transparency requirements in the solar supply chain that we're also trying to work on with our EU counterparts, with our Indian counterparts, et cetera. So we're getting there, and conversations like these and reports like these give us the data we need to make informed policy decisions as we implement, and it's going to have to be a dynamic process. So I am honored to be a part of this report launch, to be following the work that ISA does and be contributing to it. And I really welcome any questions on what we're doing at home, what we're doing well, what we're not doing well, and how can we be working together to craft those complementary incentives packages to facilitate the growth of manufacturing all across the world. Thank you. No, thank you.
So yeah, I think the comment on comparable and complementary packages is really incredible. You know, I look at companies like, American companies like First Solar coming to India, Indian companies like Vikram Solar going to US. Excellent, excellent examples. How do we do more of that? How do we bring even more companies to India and US, and also to Brazil and to Nigeria and to UAE and all across the world? Also, I do want to do a brief plug. The comment on ESG and transparency, that's not the focus of this report, but that is the focus of the event, or a major focus of the event at 4:30 today that our colleagues from the US are leading also as part of this work stream. But with that, I'd like to invite Sandra Choi from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water just to join the stage. Not for remarks, don't worry. And we'll just take a picture to have the kind of official launch of the report. Do you want to stand on that side? I'll stand on this side. So, yes, there you go.
Hold up our copy.
Dr. Bethard and Miriam, you can say if you want, but we're going on to the presentation now. So, but yes, so this work is primarily a work of ISA and with the Becquerel Institute, but the larger transforming solar supply chain work stream has been a collaboration among the US and Australia, India, Germany, UAE, and well, soon to be Brazil. So if we could pull up the presentation. Actually, before my presentation, we're going to have a presentation from Dr. Paulo Frankel from the International Energy Agency. So they've also done a lot of incredible work on this topic. And so I invited Dr. Paulo to kind of give some context on their work, which as I like to say, we've kind of stood on the shoulders of giants in terms of our own report. So please, Dr. Paulo, take it away.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot to give us the opportunity to share with you some of the views of the IEA on these very important topics, which goes to supply chains, supply chain concentration, and critical minerals management. But let me start with Ajay's question on if there is PV demand. Of course, there will be very strong demand, and I want to make just one point. PV demand is leading the enormous progress of renewables capacity worldwide. It has been doing so in the past, and it will go this even further in the future. This stops in 2024. This is our most recent renewable market update of the 1st of June. For our new forecast up to 28, you need to wait until November, but I can give you one number. In the next 5 years, renewables will install as much capacity as the new additions of the previous 2 decades, at least. And actually, I agree with you, Ajay, solar will do much faster than that, and probably we'll be forced to say that we are wrong again, and that we will have to revise our forecast up. Now, when it comes to concentration, we published a study already back in 2022
So this is not new, but it's still worth reminding. And it's about the concentration of the whole solar supply chain, and the red color is no surprise, China, in all the components of the supply chains. The situation in 2022 was as it is depicted in the right figure, which of course would be concerning in any context for any kind of supply chains with just one country, making geopolitical issues apart. Now, in this respect, what India and the United States have done in the last months, in the last year, is really remarkable. Because without incentives, the cost of production of PV, both in India and the United States, is more expensive in what we have called the lowest cost, which is a metaphor for China and other countries with Chinese companies. Now, and this is the situation when you take into account incentives. Now, there are some differences. In India, this is more CapEx-oriented. There is a government cap budget. In the IRA, it is different. It's more on output, and it is more incentives to OpEx, which is a very important, very important point, in particular for the European context. And then you can see that the production costs become comparable. And in the case of the United States, they are actually becoming really competitive. Now, this is not just about the cost of the supply chains or the cost. I will be happy also to forward you the slides later. It's not just about the cost of the supply chains, it's also about the concentration of the critical minerals. Now, solar PV, to be honest, is less exposed than other critical energy technologies. I'm thinking about batteries, electric vehicles, but still, it is very exposed on a number of critical minerals. This is the situation in 2021, where you can see that the three most important countries in the supply chain make 60, 80, sometimes 90% of the global production. And of course, going forward, and then if you scale this up with our net zero scenario by 2030, and you measure it against the 2021 production, then you see something which is worrying. Because from some elements, in particular silver, and in the case of cadmium telluride, of course, tellurium, you see that indeed PV demand is growing. That's very good news. But then we have to get organized in order to have this supply of these critical minerals. Now, something that has not been touched, but I think it's certainly in the report, is the importance of recycling. Of course, PV have lifetimes of 25, 30, maybe even 40 years. So this has a lag effect. But in the next decades, so after 2030, when it goes to 2040 and 2050, this will be very important to have recycled modules in order to recuperate these precious metals. Now, on one hand, I have to say I'm not worried. Joking, it's half a joke. If you have so much silver on your roof, you will not let it stay there, right? You will find a way to recuperate. But the recycling is not necessarily straightforward. It can be expensive. So this needs to be taken into account, and some kind of eco-design systems for modules in the future will be important. And maybe, Ajay, this could be integrated in your statement when it makes sense to go from cells to modules everywhere in the world. It will make a double sense that these modules are recycling ready for the future. Now, but let me show you one figure which I think is the most important of our recent market report. And this has a positive news and a challenging news. These are our assessed manufacturing capacities worldwide for solar PV on the left and for wind on the right. Now, solar, often we say we need to reach 1,000 gigawatt of yearly production by 2030. Now, we think that this production will be reached next year, by the end of the next year. So that's a good news for PV, for cheap PV. This will have a huge price competition. We generally think that in 2 years from now, the prices of PV, which are back again at the lowest prices, will halve. And if you translate this in LCOEs, this is an enormous opportunity, in particular for developing countries and emerging economies. Wind, on the contrary, is lagging behind, but this is not the topic today. Now, the challenging part of this is, yes, very good, US, India, diversification, I heard your targets, 100 gigawatt by 2030, this is really important, very welcome, but the concentration will remain. And in such a context, China can do the price, can basically, in a free market, can decide everything. So I insist that the policies and the incentives will have to remain, and we have to be intelligent, find the right balance between the consumer prices and not to be an excessive burden, but of course they will have to continue. And I conclude just with 5 key topics that we identified last year. Most of them are exactly also in your study. I just want to emphasize 2 things. To make this diversification and de-risking happen, we really have to have incentives that work. I'm speaking now to a European audience in particular. And I'm not speaking about CapEx only, but also OpEx. When you have a cost of electricity which is much higher than in the competing countries, either you incentivize or you can simply forget that the manufacturing will happen there. I don't know how many Europeans are in the room, but I'm happy to repeat this 100 times. Now, the second part, which was touched, include the environmental and social sustainability and strengthening the recycling aspect from early on. This is not very important today, or at least it doesn't look so, but in the coming decades it will be very important. And certainly last but not least, foster innovation. We never speak about it, but PV has done enormous technology progress in the last decades, and even the last years, and we rarely say it. The cells of today are very different from just 3-5 years ago, and they will be different again. So whatever incentives, whatever innovation for the supply chains needs to take this into account. I thank you very much for your attention. Thanks again for involving us. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's quite a hard act to follow. But I think we certainly share the goals and ideals. Recycling, we just had a corporate advisory group event on this last week. And it's certainly something that ISA is ramping up to take on this challenge. As the graph showed, by 2030, it's best. Just to really touch some very brief highlights. So yes, as others have mentioned, we know this, and so because of the growing business opportunity, even for smaller countries, the increasing supply chain risks, as Dr. Matt, or an IEA scenario. So there is plenty of room to grow if other countries want to enter this space, is kind of our assertion. We did a number of case studies. So for example, the PLI in India, we talked about the battery giga to de-risk R&D projects, which was mentioned a few times today. We've got the solar PV industry in Turkey, where they've done a number of different measures, and here's a good example of a country that's kind of middle income, large but not necessarily giant, for domestic use and also for exports in Turkey. And then finally, we have the automotive industry in North Africa, which I think was a really telling case study, because it started out as foreign companies, European companies coming in and simply doing final assembly for export to Europe. Take too much of a position on the best type of incentives, but there's a whole gamut of options different countries can use. Part of the reason we're here is, and I think the comparable and complementary note that Miriam mentioned, I think that's to other countries, but we're coming up with incentives that are helping to grow the pie and adopt solar for everyone faster. And now finally, this is the framework that ISA and Becquerel have developed together to help countries think through. Important to note, it's not like China has a disproportion of them. So it's really important, how can we collaborate? How can we get US companies saying we're going to help set up mining in Mali, let's say, to help do the polysilicon manufacturing in Brazil, and then do the modulus, random country names here, but that's kind of where we want to help countries think about what role they can play, and more importantly, how countries can collaborate and align policies so that we can all work together. This is one of the other key different levels of technical complexity and different requirements. So for example, there's a lot of green here in module assemblies because they're relatively low capex. The OpEx is relatively doable, with the exception of labor. So module assembly tends to be more labor intensive. So if you're developing country with limited access to capital, assembly is a good fit. There's also certain components, so inverters and plastic foils are listed here, but also frames is another one where the capital requirement and the level of technical complexity is potentially lower. So these are good starting points for less advanced economies. So the polysilicon manufacturing, particularly on the electricity side, and here there's going to be less jobs, so that the jobs argument is going to be less compelling. So why are we doing this? What is the focus of the investment? Is something that countries need to think through. So there's is required by 2030, which on one hand sounds like a lot of money, but on the other hand, the world is investing $500 billion a year in upstream oil and gas investment alone. So how can countries it's a challenge in terms of skilling. And this is where world leaders, they spent $105 million on R&D alone, just that one company, which is more than a lot of countries' R&D budgets towards solar. So this is how we need to think seriously if we want to compete and if we want to grow, again, particularly the more advanced, like the cells and the polysilicon, the wafering and ingots, we need to get very serious about government and private sector collaborating and academia. So this just shows the financing and labor required. You have the business as usual, which would say 100 billion of investment in China versus say 16 billion in Europe and 17 billion in India, versus on the right side we have what we're calling the fully in India, 35 billion in China. Million jobs potentially being created by 2030. So there's really a compelling argument in terms of the kind of the just transition. So different policy levers. I say this is a preview because we'll be talking more about this at 4:30. But as Dr. Mathur mentioned, kind of having the whole ecosystem, having upstream incentives, but also different demand and making it easier to manufacture more generally. Demand side creation and local content rules may play a part, and this is where collaboration is really important. How do we ensure that we're making local content rules that are going to be acceptable to our allies and friends around the world and not going to kind of attract negative disputes? Financing, and this is where folks like Pradeep at ADB and others finally, so we're saying that in general we should try and favor other types of supports rather than, I do want to leave it at that because I do want to leave a little bit of time for discussion, although we're running a little bit late. But with that, I'd like to invite our panelists, starting with Rishabh Jain from CEW. So he's going to be moderating the session for today, and CEW had an excellent report on resilient renewable energy supply chains. We have Professor Ardeshir Contractor, who wears many hats on innovation and particularly on cross-country collaboration, because he works both with Ohio State University as well as IIT Bombay. Next we have John Grimes, who's the head of the Smart Energy Council in Australia. And obviously they're the renewable, the chair of the Ethiopian Solar Energy Association, and so hopefully she can share a perspective on how we can support investments there. And Doug Arendt from NREL. Which corner of the world am I missing? So NREL obviously does fantastic work on research and helping kind of supply chains around the world, and hopefully you can share the perspective from the US, but also how NREL and the US more generally can collaborate with the other countries.
The focus in geopolitics, their social policy, and of course climate and energy policies. In this aspect they're looking at, and what are the technologies changing so fast and rapidly across the world. What is the role that technology...
Silicon tandem, and we at Kiran Energy, my own company, bought it and we used it. CATL was something that was... know that actually India led the need to get an IC standard for hot weather. Because hot weather was something of concern, and therefore 63126 was actually developed in academia in India to do that. So what I'm saying is there is a need to bring in the testing, development. It's not just the new material, it's the performance. Because these transactions are actually large transactions. Companies do a lot of B2B. People are buying products which need to be careful about hail and other such concerns. So what industry it should be able to sell, people know what they're buying, and as a new product comes in, there shouldn't be a mystery to the product. Academia and government should actually be able to quantify and understand what is good and bad about that technology, so that buyers can make a decision without necessarily having to do a lot of guesswork, which puts those companies and actually allows evolution of technology globally to do that. I think those are the points I wanted to make.
Thank you so much. John, I'll maybe come to you next. Some of the things that Adashit spoke about are technology intensive and technology, infrastructure, skills may not necessarily exist. And many countries, including India, are trying to move backwards from module to cells, maybe wafers and polysilicon. But is this always the right approach when the bigger concentration so much is maybe in the mid?
So I think my message here today is that what we need to do is to collaborate internationally. Because you're right when you say that one country, one region does not have the complete solution. But together, we can actually craft a solution across borders that gives us enormous resilience in the manufacturing sector. Let me give you one example. The problem of scale for Australia. Australia has a population of 25 million people. The state of Uttar Pradesh has a population of 228 million people, yeah? But what Australia does have, so doing massive scale end-to-end manufacturing in Australia doesn't make sense. But where we excel is the innovation, the research and development. One company, SunDrive. SunDrive has perfected ourselves. We saw the graph before. We're going to drop dramatically and feed it through to the global manufacturing partners. Let's think about another opportunity for Australia to actually produce silicon ingots in Australia, to use very, very cheap renewable energy, some of the world's silicon ingots that we then export to the rest of the world. Do it at scale and at lowest cost and with the lowest embedded carbon. So it's about global collaboration and cooperation.
Countries, specifically the countries that are developing and very early in the stages of energy transition globally, they may have a very small market for solar technologies, but also may not necessarily have the technologic capability. But the challenges...
Nearly half of the population do not have access to electricity, and the population grows as nearly, on average, 3% a year. And Ethiopia has the second largest population in Africa, with an estimated number of 120 million, of which 80.5% live in the rural area. So the Ethiopia government have a plan, which is National Electrification Plan, a very ambitious plan, and from the supplying even final imported product to the countries. Manufacturing will save country who have a capacity, technical and financial capacity. So there is no question.
Thank you so much. Doug, I'll come to you next. Based on, of course, the interventions that you've heard from other panelists, I really would want to know that the learnings, both from the success and the failures, specifically at NREL on technological development. And what would your suggestion be for countries globally who are also trying to build this technology innovation system?
Energy Research Institute. So when you solar cells, I think we're first championed in NREL as well. And then a lot of other core technology innovation. For many years, the real key today is how does one partner with industry to get them into the marketplace at speed and at scale. And this has been a core part of our operating paradigm for many, many decades now. And it extends all the way from partnerships. We have about 1,000 of them across the clean energy spectrum, many of them in photovoltaics and solar, but also extending, I think, very importantly into storage, system integration, system operation, business model innovation, et cetera, all key components of the success of solar going forward in all economies across the world. Part of that is everything from working with industry that this is a very important evolution as we go forward, because then that brings the de-risking and comfort from the Asian Development Bank, as we heard about earlier, and major financial flows that go into the market. The pieces that watt of capacity and potentially installation just in the next year implies transformation of power systems, more importantly, because if you now talk to the system operators with increased amounts of solar in the system itself. And so while we're talking about solar as a good citizen in terms of working with system operators and working with other generators and the demand side, as well as the IT community, controls, and then again, business model innovation. So it's a large landscape.
Infrastructure, skill, money, anything. So happy to take on the interventions based on what you think is the most critical aspect of the supply chain. We'll go in the same order. Thank you.
One of the very important points is actually today, technologically, the need to be able to quickly substitute certain points if you're not able to get. If you're not able to get indium, you should be able to put in aluminum. You need to be able to be flexible, even in HJT. And that flexibility is technologically needs to be there. You're not wedded to one mix, one magic formula in building your product.
And how do you achieve that?
Well, through R&D, through being able to run your manufacturing process with multiple different inputs. That needs to be there. And at the same time, be able to convince your buyers, who are very large buyers, you know, who buy gigawatts from you, that they're not the ones who are guinea pigs if you make a difference. So it's a very, very reasoned, a lot of research, a lot of trials proving before you go ahead to do it.
So I think I'm going to answer the question in a slightly different way. This is an observation that I've made that I think that is not so visible. And it doesn't just, but they have the business support sitting behind that. There are state-owned enterprises that have a very massive deal. This is a low percentage, there's low margin on solar products, right? How do you finance actually what if equipment supplier A has a surplus and another one has a deficit? Well, they link them together and they smooth out the ride for everybody. Actually, what we need to think about is a global supply chain equivalent of this that provides targeted, ongoing hand.
Okay, thank you. As I have mentioned, and technical capacity, a country like Ethiopia, for so many years, our economy is based on agriculture. So we are in transit to industry-based economy. So even if we have a very good policy, implementation is a challenge because there is a knowledge gap, and even economic development, economic growth as a country is even policymaker. So the solution I proposed is one cross-country learning. Like African country like Rwanda, recently they have a good working environment. So policymakers will learn from nearby countries, at least. Foreign currency challenge, it's better to open the market for foreign investors.
Which is that the most critical challenge is managing the near term and the long term together. So there are a few components that I think are very important in this. So the first is building up the supply chain, thinking about permitting and time to market, particularly PV in a circular economy, which is a tool that we've developed to help the industry worldwide to think about that. But there are other components as well that I think are very, very important that also need to be managed. One is, how does one develop the supply chains resiliently and justly? So come back to the energy justice component of it. How do we assure that this is bringing along jobs, economic development, local economic prosperity, which might be included in policy evolution to think about local ownership or assurance of local jobs and pieces like that that I think are very important across the world. And then the last piece I'll mention is the assurance of, I'll call it the supply side, which is not material supply, but energy supply. So the evolution of the power market also needs to be brought into bear as well. So the PV industry has a commitment, or should have a commitment, let's put it this way, to 24/7, 365 clean energy supply. So can they use their demand, shall we call it, in order to evolve the power supply side as well. So those components I think are very important.
Thank you, Doug. I think we may have a couple of minutes, and Alex, I know you mentioned that maybe there's no time for questions, but in one of the recent work that we did for G20, highlighting the challenges of supply chain, and we realized that while we were trying to analyze the information, trade data and the availability of detailed trade data is a very, very important bottleneck. We just don't know from where are some of these components, the final products moving across the world. This report is very, very different. So I think there's also a need globally to relook at these and how can we better record the trade data. So, okay, no, take those questions. If you can introduce yourself and then ask the question.
I'm Ravinder Tanwar from WAPS. What we had is mainly in the financing side when we are discussing. We are talking more about the solar plant installations. But particularly when it comes to the manufacturing, that kind of investment discussion is not there. Everybody talk, if you see in the India, 98% particularly fund area is not been allocated to manufacturing in India.
Do any of you want to answer that question?
I'll just take, I'll reflect on.
But you can actually power that with renewable energy. So you can actually use renewable energy to make the components that are going to be put into the renewable energy products of the future. And in doing that, you actually re-industrialize the Australian economy. But the same is true for Chile or for Peru and for many other places around the world, many places in Africa, for example, that have fantastic reserves. So let's think about how we can...
Then it came to, can we get the glass out, can we get the silicon out? Today, I'll be happy to tell you the recycling technology has reached so well that you're able to discreetly take every component and take it back. Some of it needs refining, some doesn't. So I think as we go forward, that's not a problem now anymore. I think recycling, thankfully, has reached a level of technology that gives us a lot of comfort of being economically able to get back all the materials. So any thin layer doesn't make a difference if it goes away, but you'll still be able to get the silicon back. Sure you will. Thank you.
We'll just take one question, maybe the person, he raised his hand first. Alex, sorry, how much time do we have? Okay, one is okay.
Hello, maybe I'm the only Chinese in this room, and so maybe this topic is a little bit weird for me. And I remember maybe around 20 years ago, we are on the solar panels in the world.
Very similar. But then we have these announcements for it will have implications from the strategy. We have other restrictions coming from different countries. Plus, on the positive side, we have acts like IRA and other EU Critical Mineral Act, where we see value chain, but
concentration and so if it was another country with the same problem, we would say exactly the same thing. I want to be 100% clear on this. Regarding your question on critical minerals, that's a very new challenge for everybody, in particular because critical minerals, not just for solar, is for so many technologies. I can only say the IEA has formed a special committee of its member countries on critical minerals. We are actually convening a critical minerals summit, a ministerial meeting at the end of September to try to do the first steps. Thank you.
But pertaining to the mineral, what you are saying, when we talk about the mineral, it's a rare earth. So will that be rare earth is also get included in that?
Sorry, who's speaking?
Yeah, this.
Oh, sir, yes.
See what happened in reference to the mineral, what we talked about 2 days back, we were talking about gallium and germanium. That's one side. The second side is we are talking about the rare earth. So things become slightly more complex and the criticals. And one of the major area which is in front of it, it is not the which country generate this mineral. It is more concerned about the what kind of the process is being developed over the year to extract those minerals. So
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone in the panelists want to answer the questions raised? Okay. Thank you. I'll hand it over back to Alex. Thank you, panelists, for the interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists, and I'd now like to invite by thanking ISA, Dr. Mathur, and Alex, and everyone on the team there, the Becquerel Institute, our speakers from the Government of India and the United States government, as well as the, and we could just end with a round of applause for all our speakers. I believe the event concludes right now, so if everyone wants to take coffee outside, we'll be happy to chat outside.
Under purple noise, under purple noise, under purple noise. Why are you hiding?
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask the speakers to come here in the front and sit here in the panel? So we have the chairs here. So if you keep this one for me, then you'll have some people here. Wow. You sit in all of the seats. This is very convenient. Oh. Oh, well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on new technologies, on innovation, but also on new policies for a net zero biofuture. So how can we utilize bioresources? How can we bring bioresources in a more innovative way into the market? And also what technology development is required to make that happen. That's the question that we are going to answer here this afternoon with this distinguished panel that is here. So my name is Kees Kwant. I'm from the Netherlands Ministry of Economic Affairs, from the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And I am also the mission director of the Mission Integrated Biorefineries. And the Mission Integrated Biorefineries is one of the missions under Mission Innovation. And this mission is led jointly by Ture from DBT, from the Ministry of Science and Technology of India. And we actually manage this collaboration, this Mission Integrated Biorefineries. This is now ongoing for a little bit more than a year. It was launched last year at the CEM-MI meeting in New Delhi. And since then, we have developed a roadmap and a set of actions to, let's say, progress biorefineries and progress also the market for bio-based fuels and bio-based chemicals. Our vehicle-based carbon that is still used to produce, for example, plastics, to produce chemicals, and of course to produce a lot of biofuels, to replace that with the biofuel alternative. So it's a huge market, a lot needs to be done, and eventually the goal is to get rid of the fossil-based carbon by the year 2050. So that's the net zero, let's say, carbon society. It's not really net zero carbon, but net zero fossil carbon by the year 2050. So a lot needs to happen to make that happen, and also to, let's say, a lot of innovation is required there. So our mission is based on 3 pillars. First of all, we will look into research. That's the first pillar, and we have divided our research in 2, let's say. Second pillar, it's about showcasing what is possible. We want to support with our mission the collaboration with implementation in the society. So as we were discussing already this morning, it needs proper carbon accounting so that we know how many fossil carbon is reduced, and so that we can also reward the systems with this fossil, let's say, with these alternatives. So that's, let's say, a big challenge that we have taken up. Our mission at this moment is we are collaborating with 6 countries. It is, of course, with India. We are both the co-leads of this mission, but we also work closely with Canada, with Brazil, but also with the European Commission and with the United Kingdom. And we are also open to new countries that are interested to join this mission. We are talking already with several of them, and we'll see how that can be integrated into our mission. So with that introduction of innovation that is required here, and we will now go to, let's say, our meeting, this side event, where we have the speakers from research side, but also from the industry, to present to you basically answers on the question, okay, what kind of innovation do you think is required to bring this bio-based applications of fuels and of chemicals forward. And the first speaker is Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, so from DBT, from the Ministry of Science and Technology. So, Sangeeta, can I give the floor to you? You can stand here.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Kees, for giving the background of biorefinery mission. And as Kees has mentioned, India is actively participating in mission innovation, and it's co-leading the biorefinery mission as well as the collaborate platform on sustainable aviation fuel, which is supporting research and innovation in the country to develop both feedstock as well as to convert it efficiently. So DBT has set up 5 centers of excellence, and I'm happy to say that Mr. Ravi Gupta, who is also coordinator of one of the centers with Indian Oil, so which is also partly supported by DBT, hydrogen. So we are working on these direction, as well as the algal biofuel, which is also looking forward as a renewable feedstock in 3rd generation. But current challenges are the efficient polymerization can take place. That is a challenge. Whether we can improve further efficiency and the C6 and C effectiveness. So that is these are the most challenges for 2G ethanol. That is why we have introduced the biorefinery, where we bring in the co-production of biochemicals and materials that way. So we can improve the efficiency and we can make the holistic, and so that the biomass can be converted effectively into 3 chemicals, fuels, as well as the materials. The another thing is the advanced biotechnology tools, what we are looking at, because we have strengths. Most of the countries now, genome editing, genome engineering has been very informative and good tools available. So can we utilize these tools to improve the conversion efficiency? Can we modify the organisms and improve those things? So currently those efforts are going in within country, but we need to have collaboration. So we expect that this international collaboration and active participation of industry is very important in this aspect to improve the converge efficiency and get the high performance biorefinery in these aspects. And also the renewable carbon, can we develop renewable carbon? So we are also talking about this morning, we had session of biomass sustainability. So can we have renewable carbon coming from various sources? So microalgae, macroalgae, as well as the microorganisms like yeast bacteria, they can play very good role in getting these renewable carbon sources. Recycling is other part, but can we have this improved? So we are also looking at futuristic technology. Our department is also looking at biomanufacturing of many bioproducts, even carbon capture, that is an important part, biomass, using increase the carbon capture and carbon sequestration, again with improving or engineering these microalgae or macroalgae, that is the aspect. So we're looking at those technological challenges and solutions. So we are hopeful that within next couple of years we'll be able to improve this. With this, I would stop here. Please, thank you so much again, once again, and look forward to have interactive interaction.
So thank you very much, Sangeeta. So maybe, can I ask you a question? So you have the microphone there. So you are supporting, let's say, research here in India. And there are a number of research centers, yes, the innovation centers that you support, and there are also a number of industries that do research in this area. Can you say something about, let's say, the division, to which extent institutes are supported and to which extent industries are supported?
Yes. We have been supporting institutes around almost more than 100 institutes we have supported, but Center of Excellence are 5 Center of Excellence are there, and industry we have a separate arm called, which is a public sector unit of Department of Biotechnology called BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Through this we have been supporting large industries, SMEs, as well as startups and innovations. So we have supported more than 50 industries and startups in this area. Also this morning we had a side event on startup clean energy innovations. There also, through this Clean Energy International Incubator, we have supported more than about 10 startups working on the biomass, using value-added biomass to conversion and utilizing those things. So I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for this presentation and this also this answering the question. This brings me then to the next presentation. That will be from Rebecca Groen from the company SHV from the Netherlands. Well, you started working in India about 1.5 years ago, and I think a lot of things are happening. And of course, the question also is here, what kind of research, let's say, requirements are there? How could, let's say, we from the governmental side support all these new ideas that are there? What is required? So please, the floor to Rebecca.
Can I say just give me a blank check? Does that work? No. Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Rebecca Groen and I work at SHV Energy, a new legal entity we've set up there called Futuria. Here in India you may know our business called Supergas that delivers LPG to customers in the industrial and commercial sector. LPG is a fantastic fuel, except it's fossil. So when we look to the future, we need to make a similar fantastic, transportable, safe, efficient fuel, but from renewable and recycled carbon sources. And the good news is there's lots of feedstock. We heard about that in various different presentations and sessions this morning. The good news is also there's lots of technology available, maybe not yet commercially, but certainly in research labs and in different industrial and technology development organizations to make it possible. And the real good news is also that there are governments around the world who have realized that they really need to support all of their populations in the energy transition. And that means creating fuels that can be safely and effectively transported and used. Hydrogen is wonderful, but it won't do everything. Green electricity is wonderful, but it won't do everything. We need to have the right solutions for all of the different applications, for all of the different populations around the world. So indeed, about 1.5 years ago, my very first trip to India to listen to a few people who had some ideas about how to convert agricultural residues to RDME. And DME, dimethyl ether, is very similar to LPG. It's basically a very useful way of transporting a liquid gas in the same kind of cylinders, bulk tanks, and for transportation use that we know is already very successful around the world with LPG. The point is, it's easier to make on purpose. And right now there's a lot of innovation going on, a lot of technology development, also working out how we could take alternative bio-based and recycled carbon feedstock to make propane, butane, LPG, but they're a little bit further away in time from actual commercial deployment. Whereas DME, RDME, we can make today. So as our company, which is now Futuria, our new legal entity for everything that we do as SHV Energy around sustainable fuels for our customers, we have really decided that we want to make proper project demonstrations in places around the world where it makes sense. We have one, for example, very commercial activity ongoing at the moment in the United Kingdom, where we will be taking municipal solid waste through gasification, direct synthesis to RDME. Our demo facility will be up and running by the end of this year, and then we have very far advanced in all of our feed and FID discussions to start building the first of a kind plant, 65,000 tons per year in the north of England. But here in India, we started to think, how could this make sense in this context? And we were very inspired by the success of E10. From nothing, India has already really achieved what many other countries are very jealous about, and I'm sure that will be one of the topics discussed at the launch of the Global Biofuels Alliance on Saturday. So blending ethanol in India has been a huge success. That takes vision, it takes supply chain management, and it also takes entrepreneurial inspiration. We think all of those are possible if you take an R10 approach to blend RDME with LPG. So one of the things that we're working on right now is which players do we need, which people do we need with us, because effectively we are a very simple LPG distribution company, and we need the brains of all the people in this room, potentially, to help us get where we want to be. So we've been talking with different people who have feedstock and how we can also work together with the farmers to make it interesting for them, and there's some very clever technologies out there that will help us, I think, do that well. We've also been talking with technology providers, perhaps torrefaction, and then central gasification makes sense to make most use of the fact that the residues will be distributed. And then direct synthesis, and we have some fantastic opportunities also with players here in India who have been developing catalytic conversion technologies that will help us in this process. And of course we need the overall engineering success and the EPC capabilities to field that demonstration. All of that in the context of a policy that allows a blend of RDME with LPG and stimulus, come and find me, support from the government to make it happen, and we're getting some extremely good traction in all of our discussions with various different ministries on this, and of course support from the different players in the chain to really demonstrate that technology. We are willing to invest, we want to be part of the solution, and I think that this forum, this group of people coming together in a consortium, which we call, by the way, Project ASHA, because we believe it brings hope and new life to agricultural residues in India, and we really hope to do that in the next couple of years, perhaps with the support of Mission Innovation. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Rebecca, for this inspiring talk. So indeed, E10 was the example, yes, that made things happen. Well, R10 is then the next point. Can you give us some ideas on how realistic that can be, or because it's a kind of wish, yeah, so to say, but is it also, could that result also in reality?
Well, of course it could. If you can dream it, it can happen. We have already examples around the world where RDME is being blended, currently up to 4% because that's what's allowed in the specifications. The World LPG Association, together with a lot of parties, including IOCL and BPCL, other PSUs here in India, are contributing to a huge body of work as to how blended RDME with LPG will make an impact in the LPG industry. So we have good precedents, we have a huge body of knowledge as to how it's technically possible, how it's regulatory possible. Now we just need to get the product and make it happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue with the next speaker. So we'll now go to Sangeeta Srivastava. Yeah, so Sangeeta is Executive Director of Godavari Biorefineries. And it's, well, very good to hear how things can be realized in this area here in India. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Kees and Sangeeta, for inviting us and giving us this platform to speak about what is the possibility and what are the challenges we have in front of us. So I stand here and talk about biorefinery industry, which says as like, we also represent chemical industry and the sugar industry both together. So if I look at the whole value chain, our innovation starts right from the farms. So the farmers who produces the biomass, they need innovation there because they've been doing it conventionally, but I think this is a time when we need to kind of look at their innovation which increases my yield per acre. And then it comes to the last end of it is my customer, whether my customer is looking for green carbon. So if I just need to bridge this gap, we have the chain of innovation which needs to be done at each stage. It's like as Godavari Biorefinery, we've been working in this field from last almost 15, 20 years. We actually make almost 25, 30 chemicals out of biomass. And we have customers who are looking at these molecules as their decarbonization goal. So here is the demand, and here is what we can produce. But the challenge here is we're going to be using the same cropland, which kinds of fight for food and fuel. But as a country, we do have enough biomass available, which is not going to be competing food and fuel. So I think we need to be looking at both, and also not only fuel. As a chemical industry, we are one of the major contributors of greenhouse gas emission, and I think it's a major challenge for all of us to reduce this greenhouse gas emission by kind of shifting to biomass for energy as well as for feedstock. So just to have some ideas is like, if I can use this carbon, which is kind of going to be in a biocomposite. Just for example, we almost kind of capture this carbon forever. So this carbon doesn't go back. Now, same thing can be for many chemicals, many molecules which are kind of bringing the green carbon, which is from sugar to the end product. Now, maybe it's butanol, or maybe it's ethanol, which is a molecule which gets converted into various biomasses, various final products. We have bagasse, which is available in plenty. We talked about in an earlier session also, we discussed that many possibilities exist. I think 2G could be the simplest one, because a lot of work has been already done by the technology providers. So here we talk about technologies in farm, then how do we valorize the biomass? So we kind of fractionate biomass into various fractions. Then the challenge also comes, how do I recycle the water? Because all the biomass-based productions or products also have a lot of water generation. So water recycle, and then energy optimization. Can I have, for 1 liter of ethanol, minimum energy consumed? Because these are the factors which we need to keep in mind while we develop the technologies. The next very important point is, what is my capex? I think today all of us are talking about the various projects. We can see the government initiatives every places, but none of us as a private sector coming here. The reason is it's very, very capex intensive. So all our engineers need to put their brain together and find the solution that how can we make and scale up these technologies to come to the masses, where we can do large production of biochemicals along with bioenergy. And another challenge which all of it comes together is the policies, because we need innovative policies. A lot of is happening, but we need something more towards kind of biochemicals as well. We have seen the success of biofuel. It has really given a good push to the industry as well as the farmers. So it has impacted social, it has impacted to the industrial growth. The same thing can be also looked at for biochemicals, where we can have some policies to kind of push biochemicals into the market. There are people who have already announced decarbonization as goal, so that pull is already there. But I think we need government support and policies to take it forward. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Indeed, innovative policies to support bio-based chemicals is an important topic. We'll come to that back later. Yes, the innovative policies is really a requirement. You managed, one of your messages was that we have to lower cost because CapEx is really a problem to make, let's say, to create investments. Yes, and so could you maybe elaborate a little bit more on that? Yes, so where do you see, is it scale up? Is it just scale up? So that when you have larger systems, of course, well, it will become cheaper, yes, per ton of product, or is it really a new technology that you are looking for?
So what I see today, hello? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So what I see just today is the capex which is being worked out is not very much towards the industrial side, because what happens, we are still using most of equipments which are imported in the country. So we need to have our own engineering firms who develop those equipments to make it much more cost effective to the countryside. And similarly for various technologies as well. So if you compare 1G and 2G ethanol, just for example, if I have to do 1G project, maybe 100 crores, I'm just talking Indian rupees because we're here, so 100 crores are enough. But if I'm doing 2G, it's 1,000 plus. So that's the amount, that's the number which we have to look at and kind of reduce it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker. So, Mr. Deshpande from Praj, who is the Executive Director of the, well, Technology Development, President and Technology from Praj Industries. So the floor is yours, Mr.
Thank you very much for first calling with the CEM and MI initiative. Thank you, Sangeeta, for setting the ball rolling. And Sangeeta, another Sangeeta, for defining what needs to be done. Now, my job is simple. I will say what we have done, right? I think that's most important, where we are and what are the challenges which are in front of us as an industry together. So, it's an industry perspective. I will just touch upon for next 5 minutes. Just to give you a brief about what is Praj, I'm basically representing Praj Industries. It's an Indian company. We are in this industry for, I will not say industry, it's a bioeconomy sector, for almost 4 decades. Our chairman, Dr. Pramod Chaudhary, had envisaged this kind of a requirement. I will tell you, example, last 2 revolutions which have happened in the industry, they were focused on the basically mass production, and what they did, in fact, when they had a focus on the efficiencies and mass production, actually they ended up in basically damaging the environment. And 40 years back when Praj was started, I think this was the basic driver for Praj, and that climate innovation, which is the base of the overall discussions here, why we are here today. I think that was the seed which was sown by Praj Industries 40 years back. So what had happened 4 or 5 decades back, we are actually undoing it, everything. And that's exactly the challenge which we are trying to solve, right? We are going from industrial innovation or revolution to climate innovation or climate revolution. That's the background. So as a Praj is an Indian company, we are proud of it. Being Indian company, we have footprint in almost all the countries except China. More than 1,000 plants, especially on the biofuel, we already installed, successfully commissioned and handed over. It's not only the number of plants, so what is important is we are actually provided biofuel solutions on practically all the feedstocks which are globally available. Be it sugar, be it starch, especially in the North America, be it cassava, especially in Praj Far East or PFE region, or be it the latest one, what we call lignocellulosic or carbohydrate-based technology. So you name it, we have done it. I think that's the, and that's actually the DNA of Praj. We always feel whenever there are challenges, there are opportunities, and the opportunities from the innovation point of view. So we have world-class R&D center, where we have 5 centers of excellence, end-to-end solution. Sangeeta talk about the solution can't be only main process technology, it has to have end-to-end solution, right from the feedstock, pre-treatment to final wastewater treatment. So it has to be affordable. But one thing I would like to bring it here today, the terminologies or definitions are changing. When we started this industry, we used to talk about 2G, 1G. I don't think today we are talking about in that term. Today we are talking about CI, carbon intensity. That's a big change which was expected for a long time, and we are hopeful that that change will bring in complete different economic dimension to this industry. So rather than focusing on feedstock as a source for the technology or tagging as a technology, today we will be talking about what is the carbon intensity number attached to the fuel which is being produced. So even if it is a carbon, for example, first generation, I'm just again referring back to the feedstock as a basis. If your carbon intensity is lower than second generation, still it would be the best choice on this earth. And I'm really, that competition is going to lead a lot of innovation in this area. Now just to give an example, corn-based ethanol, when we go to US, the carbon intensity is in the range of 60 to 65 gram equivalent per megajoule. But we are fortunate, but which has not been really, we never realized the Indian ethanol which is being produced is based on actually what we call the agri-residue or industrial residue, which is molasses, using biomass as a source of energy, with cogen as integral part of the industry, has the lowest CI number compared to any other global ethanol. Today's CI number for Indian ethanol is 30 to 35 without CCUS. Now, if you add CCUS as an integral part, which I think there was a parallel session here, the negative, the CI number would be much lower and it would be negative, and that would be the really great starting point. So we should remember we are at the right crossroad of the industry. We have opportunity as Indian to really make it more carbon intensive or negative carbon number as far as biofuels are concerned. Coming back to which biofuels, 1G ethanol, most of us know today we are at 10 to 12% ethanol blending. We have put, I don't know how many numbers, we have 1,000 references globally. It's no more a challenge. When we look at the 1G ethanol end-to-end solution, practically we have set up ethanol plants where no external fossil fuel is required. It is a self-sustained kind of a technology which we offered. So only the feedstock will come in and your product will be out, energy. And that was where actually we had actual gas, but we did it long back. We had a design of, now coming back to what we call Ultra CI, that is the second generation biofuels. We have 4 plants already on ground under construction and commissioning stage. I'll talk about some of the challenges which we are facing, and there are few already explanations given. But those 4 plants, no country has put up 4 plants simultaneously anywhere. India is the only country we are proud that there are 400,000 liters per day capacity plants with the definitely initiative from IOCL or OMCs, oil management companies, we are able to set up. So we are not afraid about the failures or challenges. We are actually would like to take up those and really create something new benchmark for the globe as a whole. Coming back to CBG or renewable natural gas, we have set up now 4 plants working on press mud. Now sugar factory is looking for definitely some kind of improvements, how their waste can be utilized into viable products, and that has been already done successfully. There are 2 commercial scale plants already in operation with the best efficiency, and they are actually performing in different parts of India. Having said this, I think what are the challenges? It is not that I think everything is hunky-dory and everything is well aligned. There are a few challenges we need to resolve because that's a part of this meeting or this is a forum. And we need to do a lot of innovation where R&Ds should work together. Industries and R&D, or I think that PPI model, public partnerships are important. The one of these things is about the feedstock. And I learned in the morning session where Mr. Bakshi and team Ahuja was talking about, my perception was that I used to look this as a commodity, unfortunately. But today I realize it has to be like an industry, right? I think that's important, and we need to integrate this industry, not as a feedstock coming to second generation or first generation. That perspective has to undergo change. And that means if the industry is on their own, if they have their ecosystem built, I think job is done. Then no one has to depend on the... So today we are looking at a constraint, biomass is constrained, but if it is a well-defined industry with ecosystem in terms of long-term policies defined, pricing policy defined, characteristics defined, the specifications are defined, because all feedstocks are not meant for all biofuels. I think we have to remember. Every feedstock has certain characteristics, and we have to use those carefully for this defined purpose. It can't be just what is the feedstock which is fit for CBG cannot be fit for ethanol. That's one thing what we need to remember. And then CI number, what is attached, the database, all those kind of things. So first thing we need to focus on the feedstock, database, CI number calculate. Today, unfortunately in India, we have no mechanism where we can really monitor the CI number of the feedstock. And that's a basic thing which we need to, and that may be covered as a part of policy part, but that's very important. Second thing is that, again, Sangeeta talked about the cost of the capex of advanced biofuels. But slightly I would like to differ. It is not because of the imported equipment. It is mainly because of the handling of the low density biomass and basically recycle and reuse of the biomass. All liquids and gases are defined by thermodynamic law, and those can be actually, the plants can be designed with that. But unfortunately, solid biomass is very difficult to design, and especially when low density, for example, rice straw has a bulk density of 40 kg per meter cube, whereas most of the other liquids have more than 1,000. You can imagine the kind of volume which we are handling today. The kind of pre-treatment, the mechanical machinery we are utilizing to basically cut down into required particle size. The power consumption, what we are in. So a lot of research is required to be done in basically treatment of biomass. It could be densification of biomass. It could be liquefaction of the biomass into what we call a liquid crude. Anything, I think, umpteen numbers of possibilities do exist. Coming back to pre-treatment, this is one of the another critical area, especially in the second generation or the ultra CI ethanol. What we have seen today, we are focusing on thermochemical and all those kind of where you require a lot of energy, thermal energy. But there are new technologies which are being talked about. For example, ionic liquid, which we are actually exploring to a greater extent. If this kind of technologies, especially when you're using biomass, we need to actually see that our technologies are from farm to farm, right? You can't just have different, what is coming from the farm should go back to farm as part of residue. Rest of the things you can definitely extract out of it. Or farm to manure. We talk about farm to fuel or wheel, all those kind of, but our definition is, basically converting these farm-based products into, again, a farm. It should go back to the farm so that all the nutritional values, minerals, and that is where there are three components. One is a feedstock, which is there. We need to have proper understanding, characterization of that, and the product, because what we convert is only 20-30% of the biomass. Rest is actually, so valorization of feedstock into value-added co-products is another area of innovation where we should focus at. I think time is short, otherwise we would have continued talking. I'd love to really, because there are many challenges. I've kept those challenges close to my heart. I'm not taking out those, but there's a list of challenges which are there. So thank you very much. I will not take your time, but I think you can ask me any question. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande, to present all your ideas from your heart on what needs to be done. And there is a lot of innovation required. So thank you very much for all these suggestions. So we'll now go to our final speaker, who is Mr. Ravi Gupta, who is the coordinator of the Center of Excellence for Bioenergy. So, well, please, the floor to you, and I hope you will not take it very long. So thank you.
Good afternoon and thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try to thank Sangeeta for inviting me. I represent basically Indian Oil, and I'm also a center coordinator for DBT IOC Center. So we are working with Praj as a technology partner for our 2G ethanol commercial plant, which is the Asia's first commercial plant which Indian Oil has set up at Panipat at an investment cost of more than $100 million. So that plant has been commissioned and some teething troubles are there. So we had first batch of ethanol produced from that plant. So I'll stick my talk mainly on the technological challenges and how to, that innovation part, we can improve the OPEX. The OPEX of 2G ethanol plant right now is almost 1.5 to 2 times of the conventional ethanol which we produce. So right now it's unviable to produce 2G ethanol and sell in the market. So what we need to do? So basically, there are primarily 3 products. From 1 ton of biomass, you produce 200 kgs of ethanol, 200 kgs of carbon dioxide, and around 600 kgs of 2G lignin residue, we call it. So the OPEX improvement is mandatory to improve the economics of 2G ethanol. So what we need to do? There are challenges. In the morning session, it was discussed, feedstock. Feedstock is a challenge. It has to be an industry. The right price of feedstock we are not getting in the plant. So that is a major challenge. The feedstock has to be at a right price to improve the OPEX of the 2G ethanol plant. The second part is the cost of enzyme, which is almost 15-20% of your OPEX. So we need to reduce that cost. How to reduce it? Novozyme is there in this room. So on-site enzyme production, if it is possible, that can reduce the OPEX of the 2G ethanol slightly. That is one of the solutions, because the enzymes which are concentrated, transported in cold conditions cost you a lot. So that has to be on-site enzyme production cost will drastically reduce the cost of ethanol producing. The third, then the major challenge is to how to valorize the 2G lignin residue which is produced in the plant. It is 600 kg of 1 ton. So what do we need to do? How to improve the, we need to improve the economics of the 2G ethanol plant. So we need to valorize. But the main challenge is to extract and purify the different components that cost you a lot. As my panel speaker from Godavari told, that it's a, and we have to compete all those biochemicals with the conventional fossil-based chemicals, which is dirt cheap in the market. So what we need to do? We can have some innovation. Right now we have some solutions which are coming up. to directly use that 2G lignin residue. One of the options is to improve the economics is to directly use in the bitumen. Bitumen is a very, very big industry coming up, and so we are importing bitumen. So we can, if we can mix that some small portion in the bitumen, we can improve the economics of the 2G ethanol plant. The second option is we are importing a lot of fertilizers. We need to basically, if we can use that 2G lignin residue as a biomanure through the biotech interventions. Already a lot of work we are doing at our center on that part. If we can improve, it can not only improve the we can reduce the import of fertilizers, and it can be used as an organic biomanure. So these are some of the innovative solutions which we can provide. And in fact, if we can purify that lignin, and if in fact we can produce biomaterials and biochemicals from that, which can compete with the fossil-based chemicals, then we can improve the economics. So these are the four major things we can improve the economics. One of the, just 1 minute, one of the topics was also SAF. So we are working our technology partner LanzaTech and Praz and LanzaJet. So they are technology challenge on SAF as well. So in India specifically, we had prepared a detailed report submitted to Ministry and Ministry of Civil Aviation. So the major technology challenge and adoptive of SAF in this in India is the selection of right technology. In India, only one of the there are two pathways which we assume that these will be workable. One of them is HEFA, and the second, the most important one, is ethanol to jet technology. So, but we have done elaborate studies. So ethanol to jet technology, although it is costly, but these are the technologies which can be adopted in India. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for this overview from all of you on, let's say, about the technology needs. So there is a lot to do for mission integrated biorefineries, I think. Yes, well, some people ask for a check immediately. That's maybe a little bit too much, but we'll discuss all these issues. I think it's all about the complete value chain. It's about crops, the new crops. How can we, let's say, develop the crops that we need for all our products? It's about the, let's say, the pre-treatment, how to do that in the right way. And then, of course, it's the investment in the complete plant that is needed to convert all these resources, these bio-based resources, into all kinds of new products. Well, we heard a lot about bioethanol, second generation bioethanol, of course, also about the new the RME that is proposed to use that in the LPG as a new value chain for the transport sector. So a lot of opportunities exist. So we will, from our mission, we will see together with our partners in Canada, Brazil, and also here in India, UK, and the European Commission, see how we can develop that further, support this development, so that we can accelerate it. So thank you very much for your attention. And you for the presentation. So the next session, please remain seated, it's not ended. Now we will continue with the policies, because you heard already a lot about the policies and how much, but you can take your seat now. So I'll give now the floor, okay, we'll need a picture. And then we'll give the floor to Gerard Ostheimer, who will lead the next session.
This is on, very good. Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who were present in the morning, I think we had a very vigorous conversation, and grateful for your stamina to come back for more discussion of the use of sustainable biogenic carbon for a net zero future. And for those of you that are just joining this afternoon, you're very welcome. So this overall session this afternoon is around new technologies and policy for the net zero biofuture. It's a very complementary session to the one that we had on feedstocks this morning. And some topics that we should get to as we finish our conversation today is overall the conversation we just had led by Case was overcoming technology gaps and the innovation needed to overcome technology gaps. Now we're going to talk a little bit about overcoming policy gaps, and one could say even the innovation policy-wise to overcome those gaps. And if not necessarily innovation, then the distribution and the learning about best practices. And so we hope to hear from our speakers policy gaps that they have either encountered or either that they have thought of or that they have generated some solutions for, and we want to hear their experiences, their real world experiences. And then something that I think that we all in this room appreciate is that biofuels and bio-based chemicals and bio-based materials, they don't exist in a vacuum. They are part of the broader energy ecosystem that we see for the future, where we will have abundant renewable electrons, we will have renewable hydrogen, we will have renewable carbon, some of it from direct air capture, some of it from biogenic sources. And so we as a community need to help our friends in these other sectors, in CCUS, in hydrogen, understand the roles that biogenic carbon and biogenic hydrogen will play in the future. And so this is a direction that I think that we'll be going in the future. And I'll just finish by saying that the other issue that we should be thinking about more and more is what role should the Clean Energy Ministerial be playing in this sector? What role should Mission Innovation be playing in this sector? For a long time, CEM and MI have done excellent work at bringing people together to think about green electrons, to think about grids. They're working very hard on hydrogen now, and it's new. It's only in the last few years that we've been thinking about biomass and bio-based fuels and chemicals, and we should be thinking about what should CEM and I be doing, and also we should be thinking about the new Global Biofuels Alliance, right? So we have these international actors that have very specific roles to play, and we should be thinking about how they should work together and what they should be doing on their own. And in particular, how can this community engage the countries of the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation to let them know the policies and the innovations necessary. And so we in the Clean Energy Ministerial Biofuture community are very happy to hear from you, very happy to work from you, and very happy to think about how we can elevate not just our panelists' experiences, but yours experiences, so that we can accelerate the development of the global bioeconomy. So, with that said, we are going to hear from Preeti Jain from Lanzatech, Rajat Kapal, Manohar from Novozymes, Sophie Odupoy from Coco Networks, and Yari Kalpala from the International Transport Forum. All of them have very different experiences, different areas of expertise, and we're going to learn a lot this afternoon. So Preeti, please.
Thanks, Gerard, for having Lanzatech. I'm representing here on behalf of our CEO, Dr. Jennifer Holgram. She couldn't make it due to some, changes. Thanks to the organizers, and I think more importantly, all of us in this room are talking about bioeconomy, biofeedstocks, and biofuels. Because in the top line, if you see, there is a word called net zero. If we have to achieve net zero, We want to be sustainable, we want to be inclusive, we want to be making sure that we leave this planet for our future generations. Biofuels and bioeconomy can play a much bigger role, which is what it is doing today. And we all can make this happen together. That is very important. At LanzaTech, which I am representing here, we have a vision to create sustainable energy future. And in a very simple and very fundamental way, by recycling waste carbon from agri residue, municipal solid waste, plastic waste, industrial emissions from hard to decarbonize sector and convert that into fuels and chemicals, which I think all of us have been hearing since morning, and we use them in daily life. But now the question we are trying to answer is what policies can do. I think when it comes to biofuels and bio-based feedstocks, the word bio, when it is being associated with a specific feedstocks, can also be very, hampering in allowing new technologies to take place and have a seat on the table. Because it can also be bioprocesses, like in our case, gas fermentation, which is a kind of nature-based solution. Fermentation is a nature-based solution. So probably we need to look into at a policies landscape, the whole taxonomy of how we, define bioeconomy and the feedstock definition, because since morning we are saying feedstock is a challenge, we need much more cheaper feedstocks. So let's start to, look at it at a fresh lens and step back. That is number one policy change, which is important. Second policy change is looking at the R&D. We often say India has a great potential, but as an Indian, I think, and as a scientist, by the way, from our training, I would say we need to start looking at R&D much more seriously, because that is a foundation of all the technologies. And when these new technologies are being, nurtured, inculcated with the policy support, let's not leave them there. We need policy support to take them to the next level, then next level, till the time we reach commercialization. And let's not stop there. Because often we compare these technology with the fossil industry or the, energy industry, which is not right. Let's deploy till the time we break all the, bottlenecks to have these technologies economies of scale. And last point, I think you mentioned, Gary, on the alliance. On the alliance, I would like to, mention that it's about coming together. And when we come together, anything can happen. So first thing I would say is, when we are together, let's call for inaction. I was talking to somebody in the morning and I mentioned we still have gaps. So let's look into that gaps again to make this industry, make biofuel industry 2.0. Second, let's look into the carbon pricing, the realistic carbon pricing which can help these technologies to fly. And the third thing I think I want to mention here is that we shouldn't stop by looking at only fuels. It is important that policies start looking into biochemicals because they bring more premium, they bring more economic benefits. And in this whole process, let's not forget, we are talking about a community of farmers. Let's make sure that the policies ultimately go and help them in this whole value chain. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Can you say?
Yes.
Applause. Question. So LanzaTech actually is looking to produce a number of products. What has been your experience sort of recruiting off-takers? What, as you're looking at this diversity of products, whether it's a polymer or it's a fuel, what has been LanzaTech's experience, communicating, educating? How have you found other sectors to be receptive?
So I would say that's a great question because our technology has a fit not only for the agri residue, but also in the power sector or steel sector or from the refinery off gases where the off gases are available, our technology can be deployed to make ethanol. The challenge we see there is even when these feedstocks are listed in the policy, a kind of education and awareness need to be created that ethanol is not just bio-based feedstocks. Ethanol can also be bio-based processes where feedstock can also come from the cross-industry spectrum. I think that's one of the key challenge. And also from a other industry point of view, their traditional model is making steel or making power. Making them understand that they can give birth to an entirely new technology, new industry is also not an easy game. So we need policy support to make that happen. And if I can add one more point, I would say sometime, and we see it across the spectrum of industry, everybody is looking for perfect solution in the sphere of bioeconomy, perfect OPEX, perfect CAPEX. Please understand there is no perfect solution, but there are a number of good solutions. So let's start with the good solutions and not lose time for perfect solutions.
So very quickly, do you think it would be helpful for a group like the Clean Energy Ministerial to highlight or showcase some of the projects that you have, that LanzaTech has done? Would that be a useful audience for you, or is your audience more elsewhere?
No, that will be definitely useful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Rajat Gopal, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Raj Gopal. You can call me Raj. I'm representing Novozymes. And for those of you who don't know, we supply enzymes and other biological ingredients like yeast that help transform various types of feedstocks, first generation, second generation, into very useful end products like fuel or even biochemicals. And typically when I come into a meeting room like this, it just gives me a feeling like I'm one of those Bollywood villains, right? Right? Because enzymes happen to be, like Ravi sir mentioned, it's a very big part of the OPEX, right? And why can't it be lower? It's not because Novozymes is making a lot of money. It's just because there's so much of enzymes needed to produce some of the second generation biofuels. But going into this today's topic, before we go in, I think when we are talking about policy, I think all of us should be really proud and also congratulate the Indian government for making this whole biofuel revolution happen in India. So it's just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable that starting from almost zero, now we have hit almost 12% ethanol blending. A lot of it is 1G, but like the previous panelist also mentioned, now we have 4 2G plants coming at various stages of commissioning and a pipeline of other projects. People are exploring at a pilot scale, plant scale, different type of 2G projects that are coming, which is an absolute success story. So we are starting on a very strong base when it comes to policy to grow the whole biofuel business. Now the challenge is, as we look ahead, as we look at 20% blending or even with flex fuel beyond 20% blending, it's more about how do we scale it up sustainably. And that's where some of these challenges come in, and that's where I feel the future focus of both as groups, as an industry group, as we are talking about, and also the policymakers need to look at 3 different areas. What are those 3 different areas? Number 1, feedstock. Feedstock, right? Because the food versus fuel debate already now in the market, rice has been the complete backbone of the biofuel revolution in India in terms of ethanol production. Availability of rice to scale up to the future demand is a question mark. Already we are talking about maize, we are also talking about biomass. We need to think about how do we scale up these feedstocks availability and also the quality of the feedstock when it comes to biomass, so that we can sustain this momentum, this unbelievable momentum, so that we can, the next time we have this CEM meeting, we are talking about 20% blending, and how do we go to 25%
I'm sorry, Raj.
blending.
For the discussion around rice, you're saying that people are using rice starch as a feedstock? Oh, yes. They are. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's not just rice straw, it's also rice starch.
Yes.
Okay.
Rice starch.
I did not know that. Thank you.
Yeah. So that is the bedrock or the backbone of all the ethanol production in India today. I would say almost 70 to 80% of the ethanol is produced using rice. So how do we diversify? Yeah. Damaged rice. Correct. Absolutely. You're right.
So like old rice, rotten rice. So they're not using purpose-grown rice? No. Okay.
No, absolutely.
So rice and molasses right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And also sugar. for that matter, sugarcane juice. So these are the main feedstocks. How do we diversify from these traditional feedstocks into new feedstocks? The second one I would say that we need to consider is from a technology perspective, right? Because we have a lot of success stories again from a policy basis in terms of subsidy for the capex. So far, a lot of public sector units have come forward and invested in the 2G space. How do we encourage more private players also to come into it? And how do we scale up the proven technologies like the Praj technology, or there are several proven models that have homegrown pre-treatment technologies that have come up. How do we scale it up? Should we have a PLI-like scheme focusing on biofuels so that we can scale up many of these technologies from a capex perspective? And coming to the OPEX perspective, again, it's more in terms of how do we encourage people to invest in local manufacturing, regional manufacturing, or on-site manufacturing. How do we de-risk some of these proven enzyme, like Novozymes, for us to set up a manufacturing unit for enzymes is not a challenge. It's about the offtake of enzymes, the business case, the return on investment. What type of schemes can de-risk them from a policy perspective to encourage more investment into technology? So how do we standardize the existing pre-treatment technologies? How do we scale it up? How can 4 plants become 16 plants, 32 plants going forward? And how do we kind of encourage people to make some of these local investments to scale up some of the bio ingredients? That would be my recommendation. And then the third area that I would kind of suggest from a market making mechanism. So already now a lot of investments are coming in, especially from a 1G perspective. A lot of new plants have come up, and in the next 2-3 years, the existing capacity is going to be double or triple if all the proposed plants are coming up. So beyond biofuels, what else can we use some of these investments for, right? That is something that I think from a market perspective, how do we secure that all these investments have been made? How do we secure the future of these investments? That is something that we need to think about. Areas could be in terms of how do we go beyond the blend wall of 20%. Already the government is working on it. Beyond that, to encourage some of the advanced biofuels like 2G, we need to see is there some market-linked incentives. Rather than subsidizing just the technology, can we have a higher price, say for the 2G ethanol? That's another area. And also from a short-term perspective, just to make sure that the OPEX costs are lower, can there be some duty waiver or exemptions given for enzyme imports, for example? These are some of the areas where there could be policy interventions that make the market more favorable for more broader adoption of biofuels and even continued growth in momentum. So those would be some of the points.
Great. A quick question on that. I'm curious, in the Indian context, are these mechanisms largely from the federal national level, or are there opportunities at the state level? So what we're seeing, as was discussed this morning by a few people, there's provinces in Canada and there's states in the United States. So at the subnational level, there are policies that are, when combined with federal policy, create a more favorable environment for offtake, and that leads to more investment. So are there opportunities for states in India to participate, or is this purely at the federal level?
Yeah. So again, I'll be a little bit nuanced. So I mentioned about 3 policy interventions. I think the feedstock related interventions can be more local, more regional to kind of secure, because again, it kind of changes. So it can be more decentralized, and more state governments and even the local governments and society as a whole need to be mobilized. So there I feel it needs to be decentralized. Whereas some of the market mechanisms, because the market is so centralized, the OMCs are centralized, it's a more national kind of a playing field. There central government has a more leading role to play, to drive those policies.
No, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, Sophie. And feel free to introduce Coco.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophie Odupoy. I'm Group Head of Public Affairs at Coco Networks. I'm sure you're wondering who is Coco Networks. And Coco Networks is a name you should not forget. You will get to know more about us and hear more of us in the coming years. So we are a startup that started off in Kenya. We use carbon financing to enable transitioning of households from the use of charcoal and firewood to clean and renewable cooking fuel. And we use bioethanol as the cooking fuel. Now, if you think about bioethanol, it is not new. Bioethanol for cooking specifically is not new. What we have done is we came in and we've disrupted this sector. Our disruption is in innovation across two key areas. One, we use carbon financing, because when you think about households that use charcoal and firewood, one of the challenges they face is affordability. Carbon financing enables us to subsidize the solutions. So we manufacture a two-burner cooker, and that is what we sell to the households, and then we buy the bioethanol and are able to distribute it to the households. The second place where we've innovated is how the households buy the fuel. The household gets a reusable canister. So instead of using a single-use bottle, they get a reusable canister that they then refill at an ATM. And I know India, ATMs are very well known, specifically for milk. So we have replicated that technology, and households visit an ATM in a shop near where they are, and they're able to refill their canister from as little. They're able to refill the canister from 300 ml all the way to at capacity at 2.3 liters. And it's very affordable. So we launched this solution in Kenya. For price comparison, the two-burner cooker coming with the 2.3 liter reusable canister retails for about $11 or about 900 rupees. Yeah? And when you think about that, when you compare that with LPG or an equivalent, we are able to subsidize it to that level because of carbon. Yeah? And then in terms of the ethanol itself, we sell it at about 60 US cents or 50 rupees per liter. And that 2.3 liter canister, which is just about 120 rupees, will last a family of 4 for a week. So it's very, very affordable. We have absolutely disrupted this market. We are looking to scale beyond Kenya. We launched in 2019. We are launching in Rwanda soon. And we're looking at other countries, not only within sub-Saharan Africa, but also Latin America and Asia, that have the problem of deforestation, because charcoal is the leading cause of deforestation, but also the use of firewood, and in some countries, the use of kerosene, because again, this is about health. So just to give you an idea of numbers, in Kenya, we are just shy of 1 million households in just slightly over 4 years. And then, as I said, we install the ATMs in shops. Those shopkeepers, we call them agents, and they're able to serve our around 970,000 households. We have about 2,400 agents across Kenya, and we are scaling up. And these agents are able to add additional income over and above what they earn with their primary business. Now, when we come to the policy side, as you would expect, when you innovate, it's always challenging for government to be in tandem, to move in tandem with private sector in terms of providing policies that would enable any investor to come in and set up and be able to scale up. So for us, we've had to work repeatedly and aggressively with the government of Kenya to get them to understand what policies do we need in place, specifically within clean cooking, for them to integrate this within existing bioenergy policies. That has been a work that we have had to address aggressively with the Kenya government, and we are using the case, as we've done with the government of Kenya, to engage with other governments. And that is why we attend sessions like this, where we're able to sensitize various stakeholders. The second area where we have required intervention from the government is on the fiscal environment. As we said, as much as we use carbon financing to subsidize, governments also have taxes in place, which if they continue imposing them on us, and we are not able to pass on these taxes to the households, means that we absorb significant costs. And these are across excise duty on ethanol, import duty. We do manufacture the two-burner cooker in India, so we import it into the countries that we are present and the countries we are looking into, and value-added tax. So this poses a significant cost impediment in terms of when we are thinking about offering the solution to various households. So we are in constant conversations with governments for them to understand that we do need a predictable fiscal environment for us to be able to scale up. The other one is carbon. When we are talking about carbon financing, we need governments to understand what are carbon markets, what role do they play in, how can they act as an accelerator instead of an impediment to carbon projects, how can they provide enabling carbon regulations. This is very new territory to a lot of governments across the world. They're all working right now to develop a carbon market framework and carbon regulations. What we request governments is, as you develop this carbon regulations and the carbon policy, you cannot do it without including private. It is prohibitive. Do you then come in and reach out to private sector and ask, how can we make this better? We'd rather work together as we develop this rather than try to rectify. We are seeing a lot of governments, as they increasingly become aware of our leading role in ethanol for cooking, they're reaching out to us. They are endeavoring to understand how can we make sure this is done right. They understand how it works with nature-based solutions. The way it works in nature-based solutions is not the way it would work for a project like ours. So it is critical for government to come and understand how would it work when you're talking about ethanol for cooking, and then be able to put in place the right policies to enable us take this up. I'll take a breather there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie, very clear. So I mentioned, I don't know if you've heard that they're launching this Global Biofuels Alliance. It sounds like it would be a good fit for the Global Biofuels Alliance to raise awareness globally among governments around the relationship between ethanol cooking and the sort of policies. Have you engaged in those conversations yet, or should we be helping you to have those conversations?
Thank you. That's a very good question, Jerry. We welcome the opportunity to engage with a global entity like the Global Biofuels Association. It is not possible for us to go government by government. As I said, we recognize that there are 60 countries across the globe that face the challenge of providing a clean and renewable solution for the underserved. So if we're to try and go to each of these countries one at a time, obviously it will take too long. So it is absolutely important for us to partner with yourselves and be able to reach out to these governments at a higher level, at a regional, at a continental, and at a global level, for them to understand what policies are required, and for them to understand that there is a country from which they can learn. We're not talking about something that is abstract. We are talking about a real case. We are able to show the successes, and we're able to speak to the challenges. So that is something that we welcome very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And from clean cooking to aviation, covering the full range of ambition, Jari Kauppila, please, from the International Transport Forum, and please do feel free to discuss your office in some detail.
Thank you very much, Jerry, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I had my notes written, and after listening to some of the really inspiring talks, I'm not sure if what should I say now, to be honest? I'm with the International Transport Forum. We are part of the OECD family, such as the IEA, but we work with the transportation sector. We work for 66 governments globally on transportation policies. And I'm here second time on the CEM. And actually, one of the first things I want to say that really inspiring speech, Sophie, about the work in Kenya. And you talk about disruptive innovation, and I think we need that disruptive innovation also in the policy. So the session is on policy, so how do we disrupt the policies that we have today? The second question for me is that we talk about policy needs. My question was, by whom? This is energy ministerial. This is my second time in energy ministerial. Last year I was in Pittsburgh. I don't know anyone here. We as a transportation sector don't know the energy sector. And I think if I go to a transportation meeting, this morning in the G20 meeting, I knew half of the people there in the room. And this shows how we're still separated. Ministers of Finance talk about taxes and incentives. Energy ministers, energies, industry ministers, technologies, transport ministers, demand policies. I think we need to really come together and work together, align these policies, and perhaps talking about CEM and MI role, here's perhaps something where some of the role could be. Now, let me go back to my original intervention on transportation, and really it's about aviation, and we just today launched a report looking at sustainable aviation fuels, and took a policy review and policy status. The air demand will double by 2050, according to our own projections. The sector has pledged to decarbonize by 2050. At the moment, the industry itself, airlines think that 65% of that reduction comes from SAF. 0.1% of jet fuel is SAF today. There's a huge gap in terms of ambition, in terms of production, in terms of demand, but there's also market opportunity here, and that shouldn't be undermined. But I think the point that we are saying in the report that we need to, of course, improve the revenue certainty of SAF. The recent growth, there has been a growth, quite rapid growth in the last 1 or 2 years on this use of SAF, is mainly because of the public announcement by airlines, which has made the clarity and uncertainty about investing. But given the current policy frameworks, 90% of the additional capacity coming to SAF will be in OECD countries. So we need to do a lot, I think, to overcome that. Just a very briefly, now we're short of time, and I took my couple minutes to talk about something else first. But the report we launched, it's a combined work with 19 governments and 13 industries, including airlines, airports, energy sector, and airline manufacturers. And this is a common vision, common view of that group of countries and industries. We reviewed the SAF strategies in a large number of countries with deployment targets, regulatory frameworks such as blending mandates or low carbon fuel standards, and the third one, incentive programs, tax incentives, etc. The first message that comes from that report, in my view, is that policy frameworks do work if they're correctly put. And why I'm saying is that the countries that have the most elaborate SAF policy frameworks at the moment are also the countries with largest global SAF production. So proper policy framework can incentivize production and reduce the uncertainty. Core in the countries that we talk about here is EU and United States, especially in EU, is a mandatory blending requirements that vary, but EU has just set quite high targets by 2050, but some of the countries are going far beyond that in the EU already. And production incentives. In the US, there are tax incentives. In EU, it's more support for R&D and plant investments. But also what we find from that is that we cannot be too rigorous on those frameworks. We need flexibility in the policy frameworks and here I'm talking purely on SAF and for aviation, especially in the early stages. For example, on blending mandates, if you put those blending mandates on a route basis, on a plane basis, it'll be very costly to transport that sustainable aviation fuel for those certain routes and airports. So it has to be more average requirements for fleets or across businesses. But again, I think targets, clear mandates, they reduce the uncertainty. And I think, again, I'm here representing the transportation sector. I hear a lot of the industry here in the room, and I really look forward to listening more about that discussion over the week. The final point that I want to make is on looking at, again, more broadly. I think on the transportation side, SAF policy needs to be part of a comprehensive policy package. We can't just look at sustainable aviation fuels and look at that. At the moment, biofuels are used in road freight and other sectors. We need to look at where does it make the most sense to have this, the biofuels, the sustainable aviation fuels in this case, that where do we use other technologies? And road freight, electrification is coming very strongly, at least in Europe, and I think that's where you can focus on that, on electrification, and then go for aviation and maritime, perhaps for the biofuels and sustainable aviation fuels specifically for aviation. So comprehensive policies is another thing. And maybe if I may just to say a couple more things on the role of CEM and MI and perhaps your network here, which is, I think, extremely important. What we heard from our transportation sector, governments, industries, energy sector participants, align national policies for carbon accounting methods and monitoring methods. This was the cry and call from all the participants in this one, that is what was needed. Or at least work to make them more compatible, if not aligning those.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard you, because this is really important. So what do they want to see aligned?
So aligned national policies for carbon accounting methods and monitoring methods. There are so many differences in those, and I think it's some of the fundamental basis of anything is measuring. And once we get that right, we can also go for policies and investments. So thank you.
Well, that was the theme from this morning, right? So I know that you were not there, but it's as if you were there. So we concluded, something that has emerged within the Biofuture Platform Initiative community is this idea for at least interoperability of sustainability standards, because for biomass, it's not just carbon intensity, it's also the broader sustainability aspects. But I want a list of those countries that want to see this harmonization, and we can build from that. So let's flip it around though. So if OECD has the IEA, so OECD has its own silo, right? So it has its own transport, has its own energy. Could OECD be a convener along with the CEM, or who do you see as the best, and be honest, who do you see as the best conveners? Is it IRENA? Is it OECD? Who could be driving this the fastest let's just focus on the LCA. Who could be driving this harmonization of carbon intensity-based policy the best?
I would love to say ITF, but because we're sector-specific, I don't think we might not be the best position in that. We should be part of it. I think IEA should be part of it. I think perhaps OECD from one of the organizations you counted, because we are all OECD family. That said, in the ITF, we have China as a member, we have India as a member, OECD doesn't. So we need to be inclusive in that discussion, that we really make sure. Hard question, I think there's no one convener, but we need to find a way to convene that together.
Okay, to be continued. Thank you. Thank you. So we have about 2 minutes left, and I'm going to actually ask if there's anybody in the audience who has a pressing question that they're just dying to ask. Otherwise, I'm going to yield back the time, because I think we've had a pretty solid conversation this afternoon and this morning. So I see a hand, thank goodness. I will yell your question and I will repeat it. Oh, you have a microphone, sir. Thank you for that.
So actually I'm a PhD scholar working in clean energy sector. How could a student play a role in this sector actually? Because we don't have any educational policies implemented for learning these clean energies, clean technologies and so on and so forth. How a decorum can be established and then a student can learn from the base level and implement accordingly.
Well, I need an intern, but that's not important right now. Okay. I'm actually just going to pass the microphone and let people, let each of our speakers say how they think that youth and students can participate in this.
So I would say how a student can learn. I think first and fundamental as a student is you have to be an avid reader, right? You're gearing up for next 30, 40 years of your career. So you need to see what energies, how energy paradigm is changing and how the role of renewable energy, sustainability is getting, more and more traction in that paradigm. And there are a lot of resources, around you which you can find, and these are open platform resources. And these open platforms resources can be a good source for the students. The second is also, I think there are skill councils in every state and at a national level. I know as far as renewable energy is concerned, there is also a skill council efforts going to educate, young people on the renewable energy skills. So there are multiple resources, but it also depends, what is your interest. Yeah. And we can catch up more to talk about that. If there is anything you are looking in specific, we can discuss more about it.
Yeah, so I would say for students, it's more about looking at opportunities. If you're more into the education field, are there any research opportunities? Or maybe I'm really glad that you have come into a forum like this. So are there any entrepreneurship opportunities? I think those are the two areas where I would say are the biggest opportunities.
The opportunities I see coming from a carbon project is the fact that we have a shortage of talent around understanding of carbon, the technical side of carbon. So that is an area I would say explore. We have developed and use our own technology and hardware. So that's an area you can consider. Thank you.
Okay, there's not much to add, but I think that the opportunity is you just creating them yourself. By being here and asking that question and reminding us of the fact that we need to remember young people, we need to remember students, and in all of our work on a daily basis, that's what we need to remember and take into account. So thank you for your question, it's very good.
Thank you all. Thank you.
And we actually have a successful student here, Sankalp Suman from India Sugar Mills, I keep wanting to say it wrong, Sugar Mills Association. So he's going to answer your question or give his view. And then he's going to ask us a question, and then we'll be done.
Thank you. So, I wanted to ask a very pressing question. I'll get to that. To answer yours, I was a student till not less than a year ago. Right now, I'm India's youth delegate to COP28. So what I feel my experience has been, you have to create these opportunities for yourself. Our education system will take some time to catch up, but you can use the entrepreneur startup facilities that are available at universities. That's what I did. I worked with different companies. I had a startup in carbon trading of my own. So these are the things that we have to do to learn ourselves. We can't wait for the education policy and other things to catch up. We are still discussing policy that will then trickle down to education. So it's going to take its sweet time, I feel. Okay, now to the pressing question. It's to the panel as a whole, since we're discussing policies and for net zero, I feel, now that European Union has CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, unless and until these mechanisms recognize the domestic regional carbon markets, how can we talk about a consolidated future? For example, if the CBAM doesn't recognize the Indian CCTS, then that's a climate colonialist tax that you are putting on the developing world and actually compromising their development and economic welfare in the name of climate change. So that recognition has to come first, and CEM and platforms like this have to promote that, and then we can probably have a common biofuture.
I can't imagine why you're now the Indian delegate to COP28. So would the panelists like to answer that before we get to Ramakrishna? Yari, do you have any comments on the challenges of, we brought this up at the end, but the challenges that we have a very fractured carbon market right now, and do you have thoughts on how to fix that?
I wish I had an answer how to fix that, but I think, again, same thing as before about the youth. Acknowledging the issue is the starting point for fixing it, and I think repeating that message is extremely important. I've gone to the COP meetings for the last decade, and I think last year in Egypt we had that discussion. The Global South discussion was very strong. I know that the UAE presidency will be bringing that as well. So acknowledging the differences of the countries while still working hard to really decarbonize the whole system is going to be challenging, and there's no easy answer to that.
Oh, we're done? Okay, we have to go. But anyway, just go run down the line. Sophie, thoughts?
I think I'll just echo the fact that it's developing. The good thing is it's acknowledged, like for us in Africa, we have what we call the Africa Carbon Market Initiative, which is trying to develop a single market in as much as each country is developing their own carbon market. And then obviously this will then feed into the other markets. So it's recognizing that each country is doing something, but we are then working towards a similar objective. Thank you.
Raj, anything?
So I would also echo the thoughts in terms of focusing on the objective rather than using it as a protectionism. I think that's the concern. It's a genuine concern. I think it can only be addressed through dialogue and long-term this thing.
So I would say how sitting in our home or in our country, we can think, we are cushioned from the climate change impacts. The way climate change impacts are happening across the countries, across the border, if we think certain policies can insulate us in the long term or forever, I think that's a wrong thought. Climate change is a problem, it's a global problem, so action needs to be more coordinated, more concerted, then only we can address it. Otherwise, just solving it here in this room won't help any one of us.
Excellent. Well, thanks everybody. Let's thank our panel, and then let's be kind to the next occupants of the room by exiting and having our chit-chat in the hallway. Thank you.
Also, I would like to thank Kees and Gerard for excellent sessions. And one point I just would like to answer your query, Shashwata. India has been supporting startup and innovation students. So there are many incubators we are promoting, and startups are being promoted and encouraged. So today we had a session on clean energy incubator, and all of you please go and visit the showcase, technology showcase. So there are many startups, innovations are being displayed there. Thank you.
Is there not such a chair? notes. Has this guy taken my notes? Yeah. warm-hearted welcome to everybody to this CEM event on solar supply chains. My name is Roland Rösch. I'm director of the Innovation and Technology Center of IRENA in Bonn. And this initiative on solar supply chain is an initiative that is supported by currently 5 countries: the United States, Germany, Australia, India, the United Arab Emirates, and we expect Brazil is going to join soon as the 6th member. And we will have today first a presentation and on a roundtable with country representatives on the brief, the international collaboration on solar manufacturing, transforming from the Transforming Supply Chain initiative, which is this report. And we would start here with 3 presentations of these briefs. And then we will have this intervention from the member countries of this initiative. And then in the second part of this meeting, we will have some online presentations and further discussions relating to the initiative. Thank you very much. I hand over to Cora Dickinson, who's going to make the introduction.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Roland. Appreciate everyone's time today. Let me make sure I have this. There. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cora Dixon. As co-chair of the Transforming Solar Supply Chains Initiative here at the Clean Energy Ministerial, it's my pleasure to welcome you today to this presentation, which follows up on the earlier side event where we launched the Global Solar PV Supply Chains Building Resilient Supply Chains report. But today, we're here to talk about an additional publication. First, before we start the roundtable, I wanted to say a few words about our initiative, which just launched last year in Pittsburgh, so it's not even a year old. We're very ambitious, and we've already held some industry stakeholder workshops, both in person and virtual. We also have the report, as mentioned, and this is a very valuable first step. It builds a very strong foundation for the work that we're going to be doing. So, of course, our goal of this initiative is to encourage the adoption of policies that transform the global solar supply chain. So, as the supply chain grows, we wish it to be more diverse, transparent, and environmentally and socially responsible. So that's more of a matter of policies than R&D. So this is sort of a new direction. And I'm with the US Department of Commerce rather than the Department of Energy, full disclosure. So we're looking at this from an economic lens. As mentioned, our member countries have included Australia, Germany, India, UAE, and the United States from the start, and we'll be quite happy to be welcoming Brazil this week. They have participated informally. Another very important participant are the industry partners, the trade associations, European Solar Manufacturing Council, Solar Power Europe, and the Ultra Low Carbon Solar Alliance. And last but not least, I want to give a big thank you to our coordinators, ISA and IRENA. They keep us on track, and they help ensure that we have the resources that we need to make very impactful deliverables. So without much further ado, let's talk about our policy briefs. These are very high level, very short, 2 pages, recommendations, really more along the lines of suggestions. Our intention is to just keep these issues front and center. There's a lot of talk about increasing solar deployment exponentially around the world, which is great, but we need the solar manufacturing that goes with that. Ultimately, it's forums such as these where international collaboration can take place, not only between policymakers, but also including the private sector viewpoints. And ultimately, as we share ideas, exchange information. We keep an open dialogue, and this is what we think will help accelerate the growth of solar manufacturing. At least it will help move the needle in that direction. We all know here, it's no surprise to say to this audience that solar PV is the least expensive, fastest growing source of electricity. And as I said, our reports that ISA has helped to fund, we recognize that without the massive ramp up of solar manufacturing, how can we make those dreams happen? How can we make that level of solar deployment happen? So without much further ado, let's talk about these three topics. Again, these are just issues that we want to focus on right out of the gate, and we'd like to facilitate dialogue at any other opportunity. Alex is going to lead us with the first supply chain brief on policy coordination.
Thanks so much, Cora, and I just want to reiterate my thanks to Cora as well as Sandra from Australia for their leadership on this initiative. So I think the challenge here, we know solar manufacturing is growing, but regionally concentrated, especially the upstream pieces, which are quite capital intensive. We're talking in the range of billions of dollars potentially to set up a fully integrated manufacturing facility. Financing for solar manufacturing. So there's been a lot of emphasis on financing for solar deployment, but much more limited on the manufacturing piece, particularly in emerging markets where demand is uncertain and there's other challenges, and so it's tough to get financing for solar manufacturing. And then finally, a big challenge is the lack of dialogue about domestic incentives. So the example I like to give is when the IRA came out, US was extremely proud and excited about this, which they absolutely should be, but it kind of caught other countries off guard in terms of how do we make sure that we're aligned and continue to have opportunities for collaboration. So considerations for policymakers. One, and this is further detailed in the document, demand creation and market signaling. So I think a lot of people sometimes don't realize just how fast this is growing. I made a typo in this document. I said megawatts when I meant gigawatts. So it's crucial that we start thinking in the gigawatt scale when we start talking about our demand. Financing for multilateral and bilateral institutions. So there's a role for institutions like the World Bank and ADB, an African Development Bank, but there's also a role for, let's say, US, India, how can we get trade organizations, financing manufacturing in different countries. And then open dialogue between governments about direct policy supports and focus on grow the pie. So I was just speaking with our friends from Brazil about this. If you slap a big import tariff on, potentially you might help your domestic manufacturers, but you could actually hurt your energy transition. You can actually hurt your deployment. So what kind of incentives and policies can you put in place to continue to grow and accelerate the transition while also supporting domestic manufacturing? And different policies will have different impacts in terms of their opportunity for collaboration. And finally, the point there about no policy whiplash. So one of my favorite charts is US wind deployment, and you can tell when the FIT scheme, the tax incentive was basically put in and removed, put in and removed, put in and removed. And so hopefully there's a lesson there in terms of having a gradual phase down of incentives and a kind of a strategic long-term approach. So again, thank you so much for your time, and I'll hand it over back to Cora or for the next brief. Hand it to Sandra for the next brief. Sorry.
I'm going to guess it's the big green arrow. Here we go. All right, so this is the second policy. Perfect, thank you. This is the second policy brief that's in our pack. Hopefully you've all picked up one of these bad boys. On the topic of technology transfer, we're really looking at the current context where there is a concentration of solar manufacturing across the value chain, particularly in China, as we've heard already earlier today in the ISA session.
but also looking at the critical equipment that would be needed to enable these manufacturing, and of course R&D innovation to build the next, to develop the next generation of solar PV technologies that we need. I guess trying to unpack that bottleneck and particularly developing capabilities in emerging markets for manufacturing would really help in boosting diversification of our solar supply chains going forward. But it's not just about the ambition, I have to say. One of the issues that are needed to be resolved in overcoming these challenges would be developing skilled labor and workforce expertise in country in order to deliver on these solar manufacturing ambitions. So some of the, I guess, considerations that we're putting forward to policymakers, but also policy players, a lot of financial institutions, peak bodies have a very big role to play in this very important industry sector. Some of the considerations that we're putting forward include greater levels of dispersing cutting-edge research innovations into emerging markets, and this is particularly relevant in providing policy briefs.
Thank you very much, Cora Dixon from the US Department of Commerce. Also, thank you to Alexander Hogefeen-Ruter from the International Solar Alliance, and also thank you to Sandra Choi from Australia's Department of Climate Change and Energy and the Environment and Water. Thanks for this very insightful presentation of the international collaboration on solar manufacturing and these policy briefs. Let's now hear the reaction from our distinguished member countries of this initiative. Please come to stage here. I will introduce you for a statement on just to present. We have here from the United States, Miriam Donofrio. She is Director of the Energy Transition at the US National Security Council. Yeah. We have Maximilian Schüling, Legal Officer, Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Then we have from Australia, again, Sandra Choi, Assistant Director from the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment of Water. We have from India, Jai Prakash, Deputy Director General from the National Institute of Solar Energy. From the United Arab Emirates, we have Nawal Al-Hani, Director of Future Energy Department, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. I think she is not here, yes. And then we have from Brazil, Tiago Barral, Secretary for Energy Transition and Planning, Ministry of Mines and Energy. Yeah. Okay, we would start now kind of with the country interventions. You have seen these policy briefs and you have seen the parts of these policy briefs related to ESG, to policy, but also to technology transfer. And we start with the first intervention from Australia, from Sandra Choi from the Department of Climate Change. With the first intervention, please give us your views on these briefs.
Hi. I think firstly, it'll be more important to set up that Australia is, well, we have very high ambitions for renewable energy, in particular solar, and that comes through our domestic climate targets that we've already established. You know, we need to be in a position to be able to deliver 82% of renewable energy in our grids by 2030, And we know that wind and solar are integral and provide a low-cost approach in delivering on that. So I guess having that frame in mind, Australia in particular, I think we've done very well in early deployment of solar PV. You know, I think 30% of our households have rooftop solar, which is amazing. But we're sort of reaching a point where the volume of renewables in our grids are now non-marginal. And I think we need to focus a lot on our supply chains, capabilities, and market systems in order to deliver on the remaining renewables demands that we need on that target. So I think the policy briefs are highly relevant to a lot of the priorities that our government has set up for going forward. I guess particularly around supply chain diversification, we're focused on trying to identify where the opportunities are for Australia in boosting our domestic manufacturing capabilities. For example, we are developing a national renewable energy supply chain action plan together with our own state and territory governments, and that as a first initial step, it will look at the vulnerabilities that we have in Australia when it comes to our solar supply chains. We are supporting a lot of R&D, particularly in looking at where the opportunities are to boost Australian manufacturing capabilities for the solar PV supply chain. And of course, we are investing very heavily into the manufacturing industry, particularly through the National Reconstruction Fund that the government has implemented. So we'll be putting $3 billion towards developing commercial opportunities to manufacture renewables, particularly in solar, wind components, and various supply chain equipment as well. So I might just leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Sandra Choi. The next intervention we would have from Brazil, from Tiago Barral.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, to say on behalf of Brazil that we are really excited to be joining the Transforming Solar Supply Chain Workstream at CEM, and we are really keen to collaborate. Brazil is deploying PV at a very high rate. I mean, it's the leading technology in installed capacity, additional installed capacity. So it's becoming more and more important for us to assess the resiliency of the industrial supply chain and how we can collaborate with other countries to deliver more resilient supply chains for this that is becoming really important for energy security in our energy transition. I just wanted to say a couple of words about how we've been addressing or thinking about these issues here, about this. You know, in early 2000s, Brazil had invested a lot in using energy auctions to accelerate deployment of wind energy. And there was this collaboration with the National Development Bank. There was a successful story in bringing industry, domestic wind industry to Brazil. So many industries, wind industries came to Brazil, invested there, and we developed an industrial supply chain for the wind industry. And then in 2014, 15, there was this will to kind of replicate this experience with the solar PV solar industry. And it was not successful, not a successful story in the same way, for a number of reasons. But now, PV industry, PV deployment in Brazil is really huge. We're installing more than 1 gigawatt per month in Brazil. So it's quite huge. And as I said, it's the leading technology. And again, the government of Brazil has decided to reestablish an industrial policy based on its mission-oriented and circular economy and decarbonization and energy transition is part of the missions that are leading industrial policy. So so I think this new industrial policy combined with and new energy policies such as deploying transmission for integration of renewables, decarbonizing the Amazon and using solar energy and storage, and a number of other policies. They are creating momentum for again addressing industry for PV in Brazil. So we are happy to engage here. We don't have the answers, but we are willing to build together. And what we know is that in 2022, electricity supply in Brazil was 90% renewable. And we want to make sure that that is an asset for decarbonizing the industry. And since industrial value chain, supply chain in solar PV is so electricity intensive, then we think this might be a good starting point to evaluate how can we, can this be an asset to attract more investment upstream the industrial capacity for PV industry. So I think this is the background of our policy, and happy to discuss and collaborate.
Thank you very much, Tiago, for this very good insights into the Brazilian strategy on these supply chains. I would like to hand over now to Maximilian Schülling from the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Actions in Germany.
Now? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you at the beginning for also to our co-chairs for organizing this side event and making this effort to bring us together here. I would then like to say that or express that I think that the policy briefs that were presented here today are, though the initiative is still very young, a great start and a very, very valuable contribution for also the further work of this initiative by CEM. And yeah, on behalf of Germany, I think, or I would like to make 3 remarks why we think that this is. So to start with, I think one crucial aspect of increasing production capacity and reaching the goal of diversified supply chains is that we set clear policy signals that the policy goal we have to reach resilient and diversified supply chains for solar is also something that reaches the market actors, and they adapt also their investment choices towards that goal. And I would like to give the example of the European Union, where at the beginning of this year, the Green Deal Industry Plan and the NetZero Industry Act have been launched, and there the policy choice was to create a goal for the European Union that by 2030, 40% of strategic transformation industries, or that 40% of the annual supply needs of the EU for transformation industries is produced within the EU. And I don't think that this is a solution that is the complete answer, or that this is a solution that all other countries should also adopt, but I think it's a good example that firstly, that is a very strong signal to put the aim of having diversified solar supply chains into action by increasing also production capacity in other countries. But also it is an example of a joint effort by several countries, in this case the 27 member states of the European Union. And I also think that this is also at the heart of this initiative, the collaboration and the exchange between various countries and their approaches to this topic. Secondly, I would also like to mention the importance of the exchange on best practices. I mean, it's one thing to discuss in theory policy approaches, but it's very helpful just to see and to learn from each other, like it's possible in this work stream, which policy approaches work in which environment, and of course it's necessary to potentially adapt that to other circumstances. However, I think it's a very good starting point, and one very important element also we see here in this work stream. And lastly, I'm also very happy that we have a policy brief on the topic of ESG standards here, because firstly, I think it's also at the core of the green energy transition that we want to design it in a just way, that we have traceability, transparency, integrity, and also equality in this transition. And ESG is just a very important core value in this transition. And it's not only about how this transition is being done, but as we have heard earlier today, eco-design and recycling, which is also one of the core topics of ESG standards, will in the future just become one very important element for having resilient and diversified supply chains, as critical minerals, or the discussion about critical minerals will get even more important with increasing deployment rates, but also with the current generation of PV modules then being replaced at some stage. So I would like to end here, and thank you very much again.
Yes, thank you very much for these insights from Germany, Maximilian Schilling. We have now from India, Jai Prakash from the National Institute of Solar Energy with his intervention.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. Just to give you a brief of India's solar journey, we started actually with our National Solar Mission in 2010, and we really picked up like in last 6-7 years, and at present we are almost 67 gigawatt of installed capacity in the country, and our targets are huge, 300 gigawatt of solar photovoltaic by 2030. And most of these modules or other components are currently being imported in the country. So government has planned to manufacture them domestically, so that there is no restriction on the supply chain, and we can maintain this in the country. So with this, government has some intervention in the policies, and recently we came up with a production-linked incentive scheme for the manufacturing sector, and this has a very warm response from the industry, and almost 50 gigawatt or more than that is planned to be deployed for manufacturing in next 2-3 years. So maybe we can see the first module coming out of this PLI scheme by end of 2025 or early 2026. So in this case, we will be having fulfilling our need from this manufacturing. But this is only one part that ministry is pushing towards the manufacturing in the country. But at the same time, there are other factors also which need to be taken care of, and which require a lot of collaboration around the world, around the globe. Because the technology or the equipment which we use to manufacture those high efficiency module or solar cells, or even the polysilicon and wafer, these components need to be procured from other countries. So there is a need for collaboration so that we can have the easy access to those equipment. This is one part. And second part, which is very, very important, which when Cora presented in this policy on international collaboration, there is a need for trained solar manpower. In India, when we were focusing on installation, on putting more PV on ground, we have started certain program like a Surya Mitra from MNRE. This is to create a solar technician network around the country so that whenever you install some module, there is someone to maintain it. And this program has been very successful so far. More than 55,000 of Surya Mitra or solar technicians are working around the country to maintain all those power plant, or companies can hire from those skilled manpower. Similar way, ministry is also looking for creating manpower for manufacturing sector. Currently, we are in the transition from just deployment to the manufacturing side. So in this sense, National Institute of Solar Energy, from where I come, we are taking lead in this one. So that we can provide the industry the right manpower, because whenever some fresh graduate comes from the colleges, IITs, NITs, India, the premier institution, they are not readily employable because the industry need the next month to work on the real things. So what we are doing is bridging the gap between these two, and we are collaborating with the IITs and other National Institute of Importance in academic, so that we can train them on the real manufacturing aspect with the hands-on experience. So this is one aspect we are looking into it. And last not but the least, I would like to mention the problem of recycling or end-of-life module, which is very critical, and with our ambitious target of 300 gigawatt, this is going to be a big problem for the country in future. So, Ministry is also working on this side, that how we take care of these like a solar waste. So first aspect is, can we reuse them? So we are working on that reuse policy also. To use them in a secondary market, or maybe the small scale deployment in the country, the module which are coming from the field, which are not gone through the end of life. So, so that we can minimize the waste generation. And then if the module is end of life module, then we are thinking to develop the technology, so that in this aspects also we can learn from the country like Germany. They have some policies related to recycling. So far, we do not have a separate policy for module waste recycling, but it is a part of electronics waste. But we are working towards creating some sort of guideline or policy, so that we can have a traceability, that from where the module started and where it has been ended. So all these things are the initiative from the ministry side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for these good insights. And indeed, the workforce is very important, and to look at the decommissioning and the end of lifetime is also a key priority for us at the International Renewable Energy Agency. For the last intervention, country intervention, I would like to ask from the United States, Miriam de Onofrio, for her intervention. Please, Miriam.
Thank you so much. So for the sake of sharing best practices and sharing experiences on what happens when we try to address all of these challenges in building up manufacturing capacity, I will share a little bit about the different challenges and opportunities we faced in the solar supply chain in the United States. I mean, solar supply chains have been at a unique point of convergence for many of our domestic policies. I don't need to belabor to this group just how important and integral solar is to the clean energy transition. The numbers are very clear. But the problem is that we're not just looking at solar manufacturing and solar deployment in and of itself. We are trying to solve multiple problems at the same time. And sometimes our policies kind of get in the way of one another in unique and unexpected ways. So we're trying to, as we build out solar supply chains, we're also trying to solve for economic security and resiliency of energy supply and components. We're trying to create sustainable and high quality infrastructure jobs. We are trying to modernize our economy, both at home and overseas, such that we have a clean energy economy of the future that is no longer based on fossil fuels, but it is based on clean energies and technologies that really harness the innovative power of research and development in the United States and with our partners. So what happens when you try to address all of these challenges at the same time? And the policy briefs really kind of bucket the three challenges in a really nice, straightforward way. What happens when you try to build in ESG standards into your policies? What happens when you try to address tech transfer? And what happens when you're trying to coordinate your domestic policy with your foreign policy? So in the United States, as Alex did point out, we did sort of drop a bomb on the world and ourselves in a lot of ways with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a game changer. We are very proud of it. It is our most powerful tool to accelerate diversification and expansion of clean energy manufacturing. We also, from earlier, a couple of years ago, earlier in the Biden administration, we have the bipartisan infrastructure law, which, among many things, it gave our Department of Energy Loan Programs Office up to $300 billion, at least $300 billion, in loan authority for not just clean energy installations, but also manufacturing, for solar, for batteries. We granted about a month ago a $9 billion loan for battery manufacturing in the United States, the single largest loan that DOE has ever given. So we have these new tools that we're using. We also have our Defense Production Act, which can be mobilized to produce components with some very quick turn sort of funds that are available, grants that are available just for specific components that the president has authorized are critical to national security. And in that, we also include certain clean energy technologies. So we have these three things. Our US government initiatives, they also are underscoring our attention to sustainable and responsible manufacturing processes, both at home and abroad. So what we're doing is we are finally scrutinizing our overseas partnerships in the energy sectors, and we are asking the hard questions. Where did these materials come from? How were they obtained? And how can we prove it? How can we trace the provenance of materials all the way up to the courts? What does that look like? It's incredibly difficult. It's hundreds of millions of dollars worth of operational changes to your businesses. It's thousands and thousands of pages worth of documentation. So I don't want to underestimate the challenge that we face in trying to build in traceability and sustainability by design into our supply chains. The reason why we know these operational challenges exist is because we also have our Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, enacted in the United States. It was effective as of June 21st or 22nd, 2022. And what that does is that bans the import of any goods into the United States that are made in whole or in part by forced labor, anywhere in the world. But this one in particular, it focuses on forced labor challenges that we have seen in Xinjiang, China. So what that has done is that now, with that import ban in place, our Customs and Border Protection Agency, they are responsible for looking at targeted imports of solar panels into the United States that may contain polysilicon that may be sourced from a location that has ties to forced labor. The onus is on the importer to provide the documentation to prove that those materials were not were not produced by forced labor. And this is the hard pill to swallow, that when you are trying to implement a traceability regime and enforce it, it will cost money. Who pays? Is that the consumer? Is that the importer? Is that the company? Where does that money go? So we haven't figured out the answers to all of these questions, as Tiago noted, but we can learn from one another's experiences. So we do have this UFLPA, this Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act out there. We do have the Inflation Reduction Act out there. So the United States, our laws and our legislation is already out there to see. And now the challenge is on us to build in that complementarity in our relationships so that as our partners in Brazil and UAE and all over the world, as you're crafting your own legislation, we can do it together and we can learn from the challenges that we're facing, because it's very messy, it's very complex. But finally, our actions are meeting our ambitions in this space.
Thank you very much, Miriam Donofrio, for these insights. We are a little bit tight in time, but I think we can have probably 2 questions from the floor, if there are any. Is somebody having a question? I don't see any. Here's one person raising the hand. Can we bring him a mic? Yes. Please, mister.
Yeah, you were saying about the Inflation Act. Can you share the detail that after Inflation Act, how much installations pertaining to the cell or the module has been established in the US?
Can you briefly introduce yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Ravinder Tanwar from Vapsol Energy System Limited, Kolkata.
Okay.
And my question pertaining to the US, that after the Inflation Act, there is a lot of news that number of companies are in process of setting their installation pertaining to the cell and the module manufacturing. I just want to know that how much in the gigawatt installation has happened from the day this act has been announced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cora has sent me a database that maps all of this. Yes, it's American Clean Power. American Clean Power Association has an online database that measures in gigawatts the announcements for battery manufacturing, for solar manufacturing that have been made in the United States since August 16th, 2022. I wish I had the numbers for you. I should have prepared. It is over $1 billion worth of announcements. But let me be clear in admitting what is the actual construction and capacity that has been built? Nothing yet. And how much manufacturing of ingots and wafers capacity has been built in the United States since the IRA? Zero. We have zero ingot and wafer manufacturing announced. I don't think that any of our countries here actually have any ingot and wafer manufacturing capacity either, which is why we're all sitting here. Despite all of the production-linked incentives that India has, despite the IRA that the United States has, despite the NetZero Act in the EU.
Okay, thank you. There's further question. There's another question on this table, but then I have to close the list. Thank you, please.
Hi, I'm Saloni Sachdeva from IFA, which is an Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. Firstly, congratulations to all of you and all the countries for doing such incredible work. My question could be a very foundational one because I wanted to understand now with different stakeholders coming into the picture, with coordination with Ministry of Mines and then Defense Ministry and then the solar manufacturers and other stakeholders. Earlier, what used to happen when the renewable energy sector was growing, it was just coal and oil and other sectors that you were discussing and collaborating with. Now, with the supply chain discussions, there are 10 new stakeholders added on the table. How is the coordination? Are there any learnings on the coordination or any challenges that different countries has faced? And then how do you incentivize all the ministries to suddenly start working on supply chains and take it seriously?
Anyone in particular who wants to answer?
I can start. Well, from Brazil perspective, it's been, we have recently worked in partnership with the Ministry of Industry and a number of other ministries to discuss industrial policy. And obviously these aspects came. And what we are doing now is to integrate different perspectives into different policies, but all aligned mission, like I said, mission aligned. And one of the missions is energy transition. So that's what different ministries are working towards. One very, very important institution helping that kind of coordination has been for many years the National Development Bank. They have provided reports, they have financed the industry sector, they have financed solar plants, they have financed transmission, so they have provided a lot of support for designing the instruments to accelerate this kind of integration. Private sector public sector and across public sector. So the National Development Bank has been really instrumental for achieving that kind of coordination.
Thank you. Can we leave it here, or someone who wants immediately also speak? No. Okay.
Sorry, I just can't help myself. On coordination, I think that the information that we have on solar supply chains with what IEA has published, with what ISA just launched earlier today, we have a lot of robust information about what global supply chains look like. But at the end of the day, diversification and expansion doesn't happen without a final investment decision. So we are waiting to build wafer manufacturing and ingot manufacturing and expand cells. So industry and stakeholders, I mean, when we want to collaborate and coordinate, tell us what else we need to do, because we want to see those investments, and they're not happening yet. So tell us how, because again, I think what we've all seen is a reiteration on a new direction for industrial policy. There's a new appetite to pursue those kinds of policies that will help fill the gaps that the market forces have left, to be honest.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers from the member representatives for their inputs. I would also especially thank the International Solar Alliance and all the contributors for this important insights, but also for the preparations of the briefs. And we will now proceed with the second part of our session. And I think you can go down and... For the second part of the event, we will now speak about presentations on enhancing traceability in solar manufacturing to achieve the ESG goals. And it would, a picture, okay. Sorry. Could have stopped here. And I will start with a short introduction to the topic from my side here. So, enhancing traceability in solar manufacturing to achieve the ESG goals. According to the UN Secretary General's Working Group on transforming the extractive industries for sustainable development, mineral resources needed for the energy transition is expected to require an estimated $1.7 trillion in global mining investments. These mining activities very often take place in lesser and least developed countries. More than other countries, these states face the rising challenges of climate change, while they often depend on very few economic pillars, such as mining minerals. The energy transition generates the chance for these states to participate in investment flows fueled by minerals for solar PV or electrovehicle batteries. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, however, states that unless commodity dependence is overcome by greater value additions and, among other factors, more effective mobilization of resource rents, further extraction of resources may generate short-term gains, but will fail to address the commodity dependence trap. Further extractions could also increase environmental impact on ecosystems that are already under pressure from climate change, further contributing to inhabitable areas. How can adhering to ESG criteria in solar supply chains now help supporting the energy transition materials needs more just and inclusive? ESG criteria encompass a broad range of factors that assess a company's or product sustainability performance. These criteria can be divided into three main categories. First, environmental, second, social, and third governments. Traceability refers to the ability to track and verify the origin, movement and condition of products throughout the supply chain in the context of solar supply chains in this means. Traceability allows for ensuring that the materials used in solar panels, such as silicon, metals, chemicals, are sourced responsibly and sustainably. By tracking the supply chain, companies can identify and address potential environmental risks, such as deforestation, water pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. This aligns with the UN SDG Goal 12, responsible consumption and production, and also with Goal 15, life on land. Furthermore, traceability enables companies to ensure that their suppliers adhere to fair labor practices, human rights standards, and safe working conditions, but also to environmental, soil, water, and the air protection. Verifying the origin of raw materials and components can mitigate the risk of engaging with suppliers that exploit workers or violate human rights or pollute local environments. This aligns with the UN SDG Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Finally, traceability promotes transparency and accountability in solar supply chains. Companies that implement traceability measures can provide evidence of their commitment to ethical sourcing, sustainable practices, and compliance with regulations. This fosters not only trust among stakeholders, the reliability and accountability of companies contribute to the stability of the economic system and states as such. This aligns with the UN SDG Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. As Irina notes in the just published report, Geopolitics of the Energy Transition, Critical Materials, existing approaches to the responsible sourcing of critical materials, especially traceability schemes, have limitations to be effective. These schemes must establish trust and minimize potential system loopholes. Presently, however, these schemes are often voluntary and lack cohesion and robust enforcement mechanisms. While there is a proliferation of regional, national, and industry-led initiatives on how to address various supply chain challenges, there is still no overarching intergovernmental framework to address global sourcing, production, and trade of critical materials. With the growing importance of these materials for the energy transition and beyond, coordinated policy action is becoming increasingly important. Governments, therefore, play a crucial role in ensuring the traceability of supply chains. On a technical and implementation level, it is important to identify existing international and national standards in major solar PV markets across the solar PV value chain. Assess needs for harmonization and gaps that may hamper global solar PV value chains, and provide recommendations on how to fulfill harmonization needs and bridge gaps. Irina is proud to have contributed here to this effort to equip governments with recommendations to help implementing solar supply chains that adhere to environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and good governance of their supply chains. As the world continues to prioritize the transition to renewable energy, traceability will play a crucial role in building a cleaner, more equitable, and sustainable future for all. So with this, I would like to stop here now and give the floor to two recorded presentations that we have here. The first one is from Paul Wormser, the Vice President, Technology and Clean Energy Associates. Paul has over 50+ years of solar industry experience with management roles in solar technology and business development for the world's largest solar company, including Sun Edison, First Solar, Sharp, Konaka, Mobil Solar, and Exxon Solar. I would like now to see the recorded message.
Good afternoon. I'm Evelyn Butler with the Solar Energy Industries Association. I'm the Vice President of Technical Services, and we are the national trade association in the United States representing over 1,000 companies and strategic partners. The ability to trace the provenance of products and components through the value chain from input materials to the finished product is critical for sustainability, the environment, health and safety, and social responsibility. In 2013, our organization launched the Solar Industry Commitment to Environmental and Social Responsibility that incorporates the Traceability Protocol as an implementation tool. It is a set of policies and procedures designed to identify the sources of a product materials input and trace the movement of these inputs throughout the supply chain. It also incorporates an independent third-party audit mechanism to measure a company's implementation. As an American National Standards Institute accredited standards developer, we will reconvene industry through an open process to establish the Traceability Protocol as a U.S. ANSI standard. I'll now welcome my colleague, Paul Wormser of CEA, to discuss the protocol further.
Evelyn, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to talk to you today about the protocol and the development of the protocol. I'm Paul Wormser. I'm the Vice President of Technology for Clean Energy Associates. We are a firm of engineers and policy people and market research people focused exclusively in the clean energy space, and even more so in solar and storage. I've been a part of the solar energy industry as a whole since 1976 when I decided to make this my career. And along the way, I've worked for several manufacturers, I've worked for project developers, and I've had the opportunity in this case and in a few others to collaborate with Evelyn and with the Solar Energy Industries Association on some projects. And that's what the protocol is all about. So today, we'll talk a bit about the protocol, some of the benefits, and really what caused the protocol to be written and developed. So with that in mind, we go to the topic that really was the precursor to the development of the protocol. I have yet to meet a person, a company, or a government that believes that forced labor is a good idea. And with that in mind, when we think about how this all came about, in 1930, the United States put out laws that said we will not allow the importation of any good made with forced labor. As the years went by, that was put into regulation in many different ways. But in the summer of 2020, in particular, several agencies of the government put out an advisory. Basically what we might think of as a warning that goods made in a particular part of China, the western province of Xinjiang, may have forced labor in the production of those goods. That was an early signal of legislation to come. And in the fall, there was some early legislation that really prioritized certain materials made in Xinjiang as priority materials: cotton, tomato, and polysilicon. And as you all know, polysilicon really is the raw material used to make 95% of the world's photovoltaic modules. So it's a big issue. Polysilicon, by the way, is also used to make semiconductor chips. So there are two major industries served by this material called polysilicon. What I'd like to do is also bring your attention to the fact that most of the world's polysilicon is in China, and a large part of that polysilicon comes from the province of Xinjiang. So here we see there's some made in the United States, there's some made in Europe, there's some made in Pacifica, but again, the bulk of it, and where all of the growth in capacity is happening, is in China. When we take a look at the supply chain, we start really with quartz dug out of the ground and purify it further into polysilicon, and eventually it finds its way in a module. What makes understanding where things come from What makes really understanding the provenance is if you start with the module and you try to go backwards, upstream in the supply chain, you're talking to potentially many different companies along the way. And within each of these segments, what we call nodes, you may have more than one supplier. So the supply chains are indeed complicated. The trade association, Evelyn's association, the association of which I am a member, put out a pledge to have membership say that membership does not support forced labor. And many, many companies signed on to this pledge. But it wasn't enough. And seeing the early legislation and seeing the advisory, the trade association, Solar Energy Industries Association, commissioned the development of the traceability protocol. And that protocol is now available to anybody who goes to the website and downloads it. This really establishes the background of what evidence should be collected and how to collect that evidence. It's a guide, and it was really developed in light of the information that we had from Customs and Border Protection about the type of evidence they would want to see from suppliers, from importers, if those importers were to be detained, in order for the importer to say, I should be released, or my goods, my shipment, should be released into U.S. commerce. Beyond just satisfying U.S. Customs, there are other stakeholders who really care about where things come from. It may be shareholders, it may be other government agencies, it may even be the employees involved or the customers, and of course the financiers who finance projects. But there are benefits beyond this, and I'll note one in particular towards the bottom of the list here. If you have full traceability, you can also determine the carbon footprint. This is becoming increasingly important, not just in the United States, but around the world. You can determine greenhouse gas emissions all the way up to where the raw materials are pulled out of the ground. So it's not just about where did things come from, but using that information to learn even more. The protocol itself has many attributes, but I would say that a couple of really essential elements of the protocol would be, number one, to really understand the supply chain from very beginning to very end. The supply chain is not just the person who shipped you the goods or the person who imported the goods, but it's who supplied them, and all the way back to that very beginning. And in the case of the solar industry, and in the case of priority materials, it's quartz. The next thing is collecting all the documentation from production records, bills of lading, financial records. All of these really demonstrate and prove where did things come from along the way. The next thing, a really important part of the protocol, is to have a third-party audit. This is something that we do and others do, but it really brings credibility to the documentation, and it makes sure that nothing is missed or nothing is hidden along the way. There's also an important element of having a code of conduct from each of the nodes in the supply chain, and a really important element of that code of conduct is a commitment and a policy to no forced labor. And ideally, that policy would say no forced labor according to the conventions established by the International Labor Organization, as an example. So it's much more than just we don't have forced labor, it's we don't have forced labor according to the criteria. There can be times when an upstream supplier doesn't cooperate or feels that cooperation might be revealing trade secrets. And in a case like that, that supplier might be willing to interact directly with Customs and Border Protection, with the authorities, to really become transparent and explain where things come from. But the protocol, again, is a really good guide for establishing provenance, establishing chain of custody from very beginning to very end, with the benefits that I just described. We started out in the US with a withhold release order against Hoshine. That was disruptive. The suppliers were not ready to deal with that, but it was the first regulatory environment that resulted in detentions. That was followed up a year later with the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which made a rebuttable presumption that everything made in Xinjiang is made with forced labor. So if there's a supply chain node that goes back to Xinjiang, and if the importer is detained, but there's no forced labor, then that can be a way of getting released. This is challenging. It's almost impossible to prove no forced labor. So there's an alternative there, which is to prove that nothing in the supply chain comes from Xinjiang. We call this out of scope. And this out of scope approach is really well addressed by taking the CEA protocol and following that protocol to develop that evidence and to be able to present it to the authorities to have any shipment that's detained to get evaluated and potentially released into the United States. It's complicated. The supply chains are complicated. The ability to collect data from very beginning to very end can be complicated. And I would say that at the end of the day, even with a third-party audit, that third-party audit, and we've done more than 30 different companies in terms of the audit work that we do, it's very challenging to go all the way from the final product, the module, to quartz. And I would say I'm not aware of any supplier who's been able to demonstrate that to the full satisfaction of the authorities at this moment. But progress is being made. One of the challenging attributes here is that the authorities in China have made it somewhat difficult for full cooperation and transparency. From their perspective, there is no forced labor, as you can imagine, and they have put in some laws that make full transparency and full compliance challenging for some of the suppliers. So with that in mind, the current state, for the last several years, quite a large volume of photovoltaic modules that might have come into the United States and might have gone into projects have not come in. There's a suspicion or an allegation of forced labor, and they are in detention and trying to prove that there's no forced labor, or shipments have been postponed, or goods have been held prior to presentation to customs. But it has been disruptive for the industry, and it has resulted in projects getting delayed, jobs not being filled, clean energy, clean electricity not being produced as much as we'd like to see in the United States. So there are consequences, yet there is progress being made. At the end of the day, again, nobody wants forced labor. And the protocol is a valuable tool in making sure that there is full traceability from the final product all the way to the mine where the raw materials were taken out. And following the protocol is a wonderful step in collecting the evidence and being able to present the evidence to the authorities that the product that is being imported is not within the scope of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And with that, I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wormser, for this presentation. I would like to ask now Alexia Ruvoletto, Senior Policy Advisor on Trade from Solar Power Europe. Alexia is the policy advisor responsible for international trade. She coordinates the working group on supply chain transparency and is part of the international cooperation team at Solar Power Europe. Please, the next video.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexia Ruvoletto, and I'm Senior Trade Policy Advisor at Solar Power Europe, responsible for coordinating our work on our flagship initiative, the Solar Stewardship Initiative. Our Director for Global Affairs, Mate Heis, was supposed to be there with you today, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to cancel his trip. Therefore, I'm here in his stead recording this presentation. And we're both happy to continue our exchange bilaterally with any questions you might have on this presentation. When it comes to the sustainability of the solar sector, the highest risk is outlined by the reports of forced labor in the global value chain, and specifically in the region of Xinjiang, China. Condemning forced labor, as Solar Power Europe has done, is the first step, but certainly not enough. And the Solar Stewardship Initiative was created with the purpose of providing practical solutions to remove the obstacles that exacerbate the problem, and that is lack of supply chain transparency and poor ESG practices in certain upstream parts of the global value chain. In parallel, the European solar industry is working to address the high level of dependency on one single country through diversification. both through developing domestic manufacturing in Europe and also through trade with third countries. You can see from the data on the slide that the level of dependency is particularly high for the ingot and wafer segment, and it is also quite high further upstream at silicon metal and polysilicon level, which are the segments directly impacted by the reports of forced labor. Diversification is a long process, and it is not realistic to decouple China from China if Europe is to meet its energy transition targets. Governments around the world are moving to address the issues of lack of information in the global value chains, as well as environmental and human rights violations, including forced labor. The US have legislation from the 1930s banning forced labor products from the US market, and they have more recently enacted the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. The European Union has also published a proposal similar to the UFLPA, which, however, does not contain a rebuttable presumption that any product coming from Xinjiang is made with forced labor. However, there is a proposal under discussion in the European Parliament to reverse the burden of proof on companies for high-risk products, and that is that they would have to prove that they're not made with forced labor. In addition to the forced labor ban, the EU is also working on the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is now at a very advanced stage in the legislative process and should be adopted by the end of the year. And this legislation imposes obligations on companies to perform due diligence across their value chains and to address any environmental or human rights violations. Different countries in Europe have also adopted national legislation that is similar to the other instruments that I mentioned, and more specifically the UK, Norway, France, and Germany. In parallel to what governments are doing to address sustainability challenges in the solar sector, the industry is also moving, and this is why Solar Power Europe and Solar Energy UK have launched the concept of a solar stewardship initiative, which is a solar-specific value chain assurance program, which is designed to further develop supply chain transparency and strengthen confidence in how, where, and by whom products and solar components are manufactured. Its approach is unique as it will work to establish and access verifiable information on both current value chain transparency and on overall ESG performance in the value chain. SSI is currently supported by over 30 sponsors and over 70 leading organizations along the value chain, including major EU and global players from the PV manufacturing side, project developers, and utilities. These organizations include 5 of the top 10 PV module suppliers globally and the leading solar project developers across Europe, including the UK. The SSI approach is also supported by leading international financial institutions who will be contributing to its development. The Solar Stewardship Initiative works with partners and supporters towards these 5 key objectives, and these are ensuring the energy transition is just, inclusive, and respects human rights, transparency on components and materials origins, enable continuous improvement of ESG performance, build the confidence of regulators, customers, and partners on the sustainability of the solar sector, and prepare our community for the relevant upcoming laws on responsible supply chains. Let me deep dive into the 3 main components of the SSI. At this early stage, we have a working group composed of SC UK and Solar Power Europe's members, which has been driving the development of the initiative. We have a draft assurance protocol, which contains guidelines on how to implement the SSI code. And finally, we have the code, which sets out the ESG principles against which SSI members will be audited. The consultation version of the code is based on international recognized standards and guidelines that you can see on the slide. We're not reinventing the wheel, we are consolidating what is already there. And by adopting the SSI code, companies will clearly demonstrate their commitment to promoting sustainability best practices in the 3 areas of environmental, social, and governance. And you can find more details on the SSI code in the website. However, keep into account that we're working on an updated version of this code since we are reflecting the public consultation results, and this consultation was closed very recently. Something very important for the Solar Stewardship Initiative was the pilot program, which is now coming to a conclusion. It was launched in October 2022, and we're finishing in a couple of weeks. The pilot is very important to test the implementability of the draft code, and also it was important to gather insights into how the future assurance system can look like. It also tested the solar sector preparedness on tracing components and materials. So in terms of timeline, we are planning to roll out the system by the end of the year. We have now just closed the public consultation that was launched in May 17th. And we're also working to establish the SSI governance, which will see participation from non-industry stakeholders, while in 2 years' time, we expect the SSI to be a full multi-stakeholder initiative. In early 2024, we'll start the work on the product traceability standard, which will become part of the SSI system. So we will have both ESG, which is the current code, and product traceability. So now there is a question, of course, on how to align the SSI with other standards worldwide. And for sure, there is a need for convergence on legislative approaches to sustainability and specifically environmental and human rights requirements for the solar industry. To this end, Solar Power Europe welcomes the initiative proposed in the framework of the EU-US Trade and Technology Council for the EU and the US to seek alignment on sustainability requirements for the solar sector. We stand ready to collaborate with our American counterparts in providing valuable input in this process. However, the SSI is originally created to help the European industry comply with the European legislation, however, our members have expressed interest in looking into the American legislation as well, which will be taken into consideration for the future updates of the SSI. And in itself, the SSI is not a closed model. So the idea behind it is that it could be applied to different regions in the world and be adapted to a more diversified global value chain over time. The long-term ambition is also for the SSI to become a proper standard, but of course the process will take considerable time. And in the meantime, what we have is the equivalence and recognition mechanism, which is extremely important to align with other standards that are already present. Our members are already implementing some of these standards that you see on the slide. And for example, not only for other standards, but also for standards that are specific to certain components, like aluminum, for example. It's very important that we have this flexible mechanism that allows us to promote the uptake of other standards as well, like the Aluminum Stewardship Initiative, for example. So this leads me to the conclusion of my presentation. You can find more information on the Solar Stewardship Initiative website, and I'm available for any queries. Both Mate and I can be contacted via email, and we can continue our exchange. So I wish you a great day and a productive meeting today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for these presentations, virtual presentations, from Alexa Ruvoletto and also from Paul Wormser. These two presenters wanted to come and to present here, but they couldn't come, so it didn't work out. So we have no question and answer session to this. So I would like to finalize and wrap up here. So thanks to the Transforming Supply Chains workstream under the Clean Energy Ministerial and the Secretariat, of the International Solar Alliance for contributing and for the colleagues from IRENA that contributed here to this event and the preparation. The International Solar Alliance, also thanks to Alexander Hogefin-Rute, Cora Dixon and Sandra Choi for their presentation of the solar supply chain briefs. Thanks to the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat for the support of this initiative. Thanks to the countries, Germany, Australia, India, the United Arab Emirates, Brazil, and from the United States for their interventions. And yeah, there I would like to close. Thank you very much.
Could I have your attention, please? So dinner will be available from 7 o'clock onwards, and there is a yoga session arranged tomorrow morning. In case you want to be a part of it, do register with, just a second. At Lawn 3, do register with Mr. Govinda Yadav. You can email him if you're interested.